na tayo? Hindi pa tayo tapos. Split 1 brought us the highlights, the heartbreak, and syempre maraming wild na plays. But of course, we are not done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Split 2 of Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. My name is Prisco. I'll be your host here for day number 1. And of course, hindi ako mag-iisa dito because on the panel, I am joined by Datum and Sky here, of course. Guys, welcome to Split 2. How excited are you guys here for another split?
Sobrang excited, Sky. It's my first time here in Wild Rounds Open 2026, and I gotta say, yung mga games from Split 1 have been super intense. I can't wait to be part of it, Sky.
Oo, napakainit talaga yung mga laban. And especially, we are now on Split 2. Makikita natin, mas mainit pa, mas maglalamangan pa ang mga labanan for this Split 2. As we've seen before, Split 1 was insane. And we've seen multiple outplays from outplays. But now, Split 2 na tayo. Pakitaan na talaga ng gilas.
That's right. And again, because bagong split, which means new teams, new matchups, and of course, also some teams from Split 1 will be returning for a chance at redemption. But of course, guys, I think maybe we want to do a little recap kung bakit, why are we here? What are our players playing for? And of course, that is for this massive 1 million peso prize pool. Of course, 500,000 to our first place winner. And on top of that, the chance to represent the Philippines in Wild Round Smash sa Seoul, Korea.
Wow.
It's a coveted prize, Deep. The prize pool is one thing, but the representation is another, dito, Sky. No, it's always the Pinoy pride that we've loved to tout and say out loud. And why don't we do that starting dito sa Open Split 2? And of course, we already have the playoffs qualified team, dito, Sky.
Yeah, we have SKL, one of the finest, Page Up, Soft Moves, and as well, Peekaboo. And we have returning teams as well. We have IIX, Cubao Korea, Gensokyo, and Bonus Round.
That's right. And guys, you know, I want to talk about, because like these 4 teams, SKL, Page Up, and the others, we'll be seeing them later on in Split 2 as we go to the actual qualifiers.
Yes.
But of course, yung returning teams natin, they aren't safe again. They may be returning, but they still have to get through our play-ins, our group stages. And of course, speaking of the group stage, you know, we do have our participating teams for this Split 2. And again, so many new faces this time. But guys, I want to ask you, may any favorites here for you guys, or my names that stand out a little bit?
Well, of course, there is that one team na medyo may familiar names and
Sino?
faces, pero mamaya na lang natin.
Okay.
Kasi I have a very strong feeling, Rebby and Sky, na makikita natin sila sa server today, and I don't want to spoil the surprise.
Ayun, interesting talaga yan. Parang makikita natin yung mga bagong teams. We've seen multiple teams that are quite new, and we will be seeing how they would pan out for this Split 2.
That's right. And of course, you know, speaking of the teams, feeling ko, alam ko na yung surprise that Datum is talking about. And I think they are going to be the teams playing today because we're going to be changing up the format. So last Split 1, we would have a matchup from each of the groups play every weekend. Pero this time, if you guys have noticed, we are doing it by the group. So today, we're doing Group A, and I think it's about time that we meet our first matchup of the day.
Yes.
Because again, I'd say, you know, we have a few legends here. Quite literally legendary.
Legendary Elder. Oh,
Yeah. I mean, we saw their name earlier, and a little spoiler: if my name's Rebby or Rebixco, I'm Rebby Junior. So of course we have to have Rebby Senior
Yes.
on the scene, right?
The OG.
So of course we do have our first matchup of the day, and of course, I mean, our highlight player, Rebenga, back on the competitive scene.
Absolutely. Rebenga, of course, ever since a few years ago, has taken a step back into coaching, into content creation, but now he's back. He's actually playing in the roster. Sabi niya nga dito, na-miss ko kasi nakaka-enjoy. May thrill at adrenaline sa paglaro sa competitive tournament. And you have to respect it, right? The longevity of the career, and without losing his passion, it's something rare.
Oo, ayan yung pagbabalik mismo ng Elder, which is Rebenga, no? We've seen him from countless of years of competing throughout tournaments, and now he's back.
Yes.
But not only Rebenga is here, we have Yamada also, a content creator, and competed from competitive teams. We have Hachi as well, we have Savant, and Famo.
That's right. You know, I think we have a very star-studded lineup.
Yeah.
Just for team our Team A here for today. And of course, I think Elder Dragon, I think we know kung why they chose this name. I think it doesn't have to be said, but very, very big expectations for this team because again, they have been really putting their faces out there here in the Wild Rift Philippines community. But of course, yung opponents nila for today is Team Lodimir. They battled through the preliminaries to get here. And, guys, I think we also have a lot of familiar faces on this team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But before that, I want to talk about the change in format today, Dito Rev. Because of the difference in format, every single day, there's a chance that you're going to play twice in one day. That's what's going to happen for Lodimir. Yung una nila mga kalaban in their first game is going to be Elder Dragon. And I think that's going to be a tough opponent, Sky.
Very tough opponent, especially Elder na mismo yung kalaban nila eh. Nakakatanda na they played multiple tournaments already and they have the experience. But of course, we can't doubt Lodimir. They are quite underdogs. Kayo nga, di ba? Mas pinili nyo ang Elder Dragon. I'll go on the side on the underdog style.
I like that.
Yan, Lodimir. So, I'm quite excited what can they bring out for this first series.
I think I agree with you there because, we do know the players sa Elder Dragon. But at the same time, we have seen a lot of new faces, especially during Split 1, who proved us wrong. So many teams that we never thought would come out of Split 1 are, I believe, in our qualifiers. And I think even though, sorry so much to Revy Sr., but if Lodimir does show some promise, I wouldn't be mad if they take the series. But again, yun yung challenge for them today. With this new format, they will be playing twice today. And imagine a loss on their first game. Yung mental games that play into it. So we're gonna see if can these new teams handle the competitiveness of Wild Rounds.
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open is all about, right? Finding new talent, making it foster, and letting it represent the country. But I want to ask you this, Kai, bakit Lodimir ang pinili mo? Do you really think kaya na lang matalo ang Elder Dragon?
Honestly, feeling ko talaga na kaya nila. They are quite an underdog and they've been playing competitively, continuously, as well from Split 1. Nagre-roster lang kumbaga yung mga teams natin ngayon and new faces as well has been brought, but I feel like Lodimir can bring out or actually get this game for this first series.
Okay.
All right, and I honestly think, it can happen because I think yun yung one of the advantages of being one of the newer teams here because a lot of these teams don't really have any knowledge about your background on your main champs, how does your team play, and of course that can be, their strong suit coming into this. They're the mysterious dark horse here, and of course the Elder Dragon. We know the Elder Dragon. It's there already on the Rift. It's big, it's loud, but of course, you never know what a Lodimir could be cooking up. So very curious to see on what kind of champs they're going to be playing, what their meta is like, and of course, have our teams adjusted to the current meta because during Split 1, I really want to hammer this in because ang daming teams that were a little bit stubborn and did not really fix their drafting and the way that they built their champions and everything. So really hoping that we see some changes this time. So again, I have no doubts. Elder Dragon, they're very, very experienced, so they know to not underestimate these things. But the Lodimir, let's see how confident they are going up against Elder Dragon. And of course, just to introduce this to everyone again, we are doing a fearless draft.
Yes.
So once the champion is picked, it cannot be used again in the following games. And of course, we have our set of ban rates, our pick and ban rates here. So, Lee Sin, parang classic, expected ban.
Yeah, I mean, listen, one of the strongest picks all throughout. No, very robust, always been in the meta for the longest time. And I want to touch about what you said, Kaya Rep, a bit of stubbornness from the Filipino teams about shifting to the new meta. I disagree. I want to see more of that because that is what specifically makes Filipino Wild Rift unique. We bring out the Akalis, we bring out the Kazakhs. In times where the meta favors team fights, we always bring out the weirdest picks, and that's what I love to see here, especially Sky, because it's the fearless draft. You can pick whatever you want.
Absolutely, and in the fearless draft, we will see multiple champions that we have not seen before. But of course, from the ban rates, we've seen banning that Lee Sin, a potential ban of that Renekton, and as well, Nidalee has been picked. Highest ban rate for split number 1, yung Nidalee natin mga pare. So, I think that will be a prio ban or pick for both of these teams. And going alongside, we have Lodimir banning that by the quick cease and desist set up from that specific champion can really help out engage the team fights.
That's right. And of course, a Nautilus to follow in the ban. But I think interesting that you brought up the Nidalee kasi yun yung time that the meta changed.
Oh.
People built that. They picked the Nidalee. They didn't adjust the build. The Nidalee did no damage.
Yeah.
So again, that's the kind of thing that we hope that they
fix.
adjust.
Oh.
Kasi again, you have the Nidalee. It was like, oh my gosh, guys, eto na. It's perfect. But you didn't build the new, you didn't follow the new updates. So it dealt no damage. So there's a lot of instances like that. But of course, I think that our teams here have definitely learned from the mistakes of Split 1, but now our first pick, a Poppy Classic, and for bans, Akali and Zillion.
Wow, it's going to be particularly interesting picking the Poppy up first. Usually, you pick a Poppy after you've seen your opponents pick their champions. Pag may nakitang maraming dash, that's when you pick the Poppy. But when you blind pick it, that's when you get vulnerable against other picks. Camille, what do you think about the Camille matchup?
Camille, pare, I feel like it's gonna be a good matchup against Poppy, especially Camille having that true damage from her kit. And as well, Hexic Ultimatum sets up team fights really, really well. You can combo that with a Galio. We can combo that as well with multiple AoE champions. And I think Camille is a prio pick for this split. And going alongside, yan na nga yung kalbo, pare. Si Rice, nandito na. Parang naramdaman ko na parang si Coach Rick.
Shout out, Coach.
Coach Rick. But of course, I think na for Lodimir, they're showing very, very confident champions. They're looking to fight, which I like. They're not backing down from the intimidation, from, you know, the reputation of Elder Dragon.
of course.
But now, we have two, I would say, some of the two stars
Yun.
of this matchup.
Yes.
And the Galio possibly... Oh! It gets
It is.
stolen away from Lodimir.
Oh, so it's gonna be a they're gonna be not giving that away to Lodimir. Yun, diba nga? As I've said before, Camille with that hero's entrance from that Galio can make drastic changes throughout the team fight. And going alongside, Elder Dragon takes away the Ezreal. That helps out dish out the damage and relocate himself as much as possible.
Absolutely. Classic combo yan, you know. The Camille and the Galio has been tried and tested, works in all scenarios, particularly in the front to back. Now, this makes a big adjustment para sa ano ng Elder Dragon, no? Because they pick up the Galio and the Poppy, it opens up the possibility of an Enchanter support. Yung most recent upload ni Coach Revs talking about the 7.2 meta is how strong Enchanter supports are currently.
Yep.
So yun yung ina-expect kong ilabas dito na support ng Elder Dragon.
Any like favorite supports that you think might get picked up?
Maybe a Sona, maybe something like a... that starts at T5, maybe a Seraphine even. There's a lot of things that can layer the Galio din kasi, especially with the Poppy, that's a lot of CC already. And with an Ezreal, it's a perfect combo.
Honestly, you know, I would like to see Seraphine. I've been watching LoL PC, bro. T1 has been bringing out that Seraphine for Keria.
Yeah.
So we might see a possible Seraphine pick for today.
Guys, thoughts on the new Keria skin? Thoughts. Ang ganda.
Honestly, I think it's worth it. Parang gusto kong kunin. Kahit di ako support main, no?
Of course.
It's so good. Tapos it has a K-pop dance and everything.
Yeah.
So it's perfect. I think that they really did a good job on T1 skins. And of course, they're playing later today. So shout out to them. But of course,
Nanonood din.
over here, we've got a board pick and a Yasuo.
Guys, sorry, I got excited a little bit because I'm a Yasuo one
Cancel?
chick.
No!
No shame in that.
Are you serious?
I am.
Yeah, Yasuo one chick
If
on
you
Wild
see-
Rift.
If you see my match history on both League and Wild Rift, it's all Yasuo.
Oh my goodness.
Even in AAA era, even in all the game modes, every chance I get, Revy, I can see your face.
Do you also
Have some
have
doves,
a
no?
110 power spike?
Of course.
Oh
Of
my-
course. But let's talk about this a little bit more, right? The Yasuo actually pairs up perfectly with the combo here of the Galio and the Poppy.
Taliyah.
Dalawang knock-up na yun, samahan mo pa ng Taliyah.
Yes.
So it is going to be an interesting matchup considering na full-on wombo combo yung gusto gawin dito nila Coach Renz.
I see that the potential of team fighting for the side of Elder Dragon. Lodimir, though, is going for more quite of a long engage type, you know, with the Volley Bear being actually busted for this patch because of the new items like Dusk and Dawn.
Yes.
If you guys haven't tried it yet, honestly, napakalakas. No, I've seen multiple Volley Bear players play a lot with that Dusk and Dawn. And going alongside, it's quite busted. I think that's a good thing. Lodimir picked that up. They are picking meta champions against meta champions, and that's what I like to see.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be very, very competitive. And I think, again, I like that Lodimir has these champs that really want to pick a fight with Elder Dragon. So I think that this is going to be a very, very interesting game number 1. And of course, just to take a quick look at the names and the faces of the players that you're going to get to know over Split 2. Again, guys, this is just game 1, but it really feels like they're already bringing the heat already. Very interesting in the bot lane especially, but I really want to see how the team fights will pan out. But of course, guys, we're gonna jump right in. It's Elder Dragon versus Lodimir, and of course, to bring you guys the action, we have Datum and Sky.
Thank you so much, Revy. Now, Sky, it's time to watch and unfold Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. And it is an all-out banger. It's the old gods versus
mga
new question mark?
New gens, pare.
New gens.
So makikita nga natin dito, Elder Dragon on to the blue side, Lodimir on the red side. So we're gonna be seeing jam-packed fights for the bottom lane. Honestly, quite aggressive yung bottom lane for the both teams. We got the Ezreal, we got that Lucian. Early game-wise, they have that aggression. And going alongside with that aggression, Yamada, medyo aggressive na dito sa middle lane, poking out that Rise. But we know, range versus a close matchup, of course, range would more likely win those faster.
You got to see the micro interactions as well. Yamada, una niyang kinuha yung dash, yung skill tree niya dito on the Yasuo, which is something you don't usually see a lot of. But against a Rise matchup, you want to be as aggressive as possible. Kapag ka kasi nakabuild na ng full stacks Roa at saka Archmage staff tong Rise natin, it's gonna be really hard to shut down. So you want to prevent that bago dumating doon. Gusto kong pag-usapan dito, Sky, no? Yung bot lane matchup natin. It's a Lucian Bard combo going up against a melee support on Hachi's hands. Yes, it's a Galio, it's got a lot of mobility and CC, but it's a very oppressive early game para dito sa LN.
Uy, pero kita natin dito with an engage already. First blood going to the hands of Regal, and that's gonna be going down onto the hands, but still is alive. Ezreal goes down with no trades in return from the side of Elder Dragon.
Sarap say, sobrang aggressive nitong combo na to, no? Particularly in that level 2's power spike. You've got a dash coming in from the Lucian, tapos meron ka pa nung stun coming through from the Bard, and it is just so hard to get away from that. Hindi nga nakapag-recall si Hachi. And now the mid fight gonna go again. Yamada taking a chill pill for now.
Chill pill lang sila, tamang lang, bigayan lang, kumbaga, tamang hawakan ng tenga. Pero yun nga, sabi ko nga, the aggression from the bot side, nakita natin nag-engage parehas sa ADC. Si Savant and as well itong si Regal, in which Lodimir has gotten that first blood. Already 450 gold onto the packets of that Lucian. Pero kita natin dito, flashing in, Hachi going for Regal, and Regal can be taken out right away with a quick kill, pare.
And this is that experience mula sa Elder Dragon. No? They know their limits. They know exactly when to dive. The moment na spot na si Jason nag-recall, si Hachi hindi na nag-hintay, no? And you have to remember, this is a Galio that hasn't recalled since the start of the game. Nag-flash in, nag-taunt, and that's an easy kill for ED.
Quick and easy, just like that, showing off the experience that Elder Dragon itself has. And we've seen now, gold-wise, still the same for both of these teams. And honestly, we are seeing rotations from Elder Dragon based from their experience. And honestly, I like the Rebenga taking up that Talia jungle. It has been quite meta pick for this season. Honestly, kasi mga AP yung meta for this season with the multiple items being brought out. And as well, no more boot enchant for this patch. Kita natin dito, parang may mangyayaring kalabanan dito, pare. Yung Camille at yung Bard nandito na.
Ito na, that is the entrance coming in, flashing into the Hextech ultimate. But wala naman takbuhan si Savante Flynn.
Walang follow-up.
Does run away. And that is a beautiful save from Hachi.
Beautiful save, quick and easy. They got out with that specific engage, burning out the Hextech Ultimatum from that Camille. And kita naman natin dito, freaking Nikki against God Thunder. Just standardly laning sila kasi syempre, makatangke lang yan syempre. Walang mangyayaring labanan, pare. Walang silang kalamangan. And honestly, gold-wise still the same, everybody. 1-1 kill board for both sides.
Yeah, you have to respect that time from Lodimir dito. No? This is a team, if you look at it holistically, mas gawa siya para sa team fight. But ED, they want to make the picks happen before letting the Rise scale up. Pati yung Lucian natin, pati yung Camille natin, before they scale up, they're looking for as many engagements as possible. Kaya kailangan nilang i-dismantle yung mga early aggression dito ng Lodimir. Early rotations coming in as well, at mukhang may early advantage na dito. That's already one complete item para sa Ezreal.
Already getting that Muramana alongside on that Ezreal. And honestly, tamang change of rotations na tayo dito. AD is gonna be going on to the middle lane so that any objectives or any fights that are near in the river, they can respond properly. And kita naman natin dito, Scuttler Crab, pare.
Nakap coming in, that's the thought. Wala kay Hachi at wala
Okay.
patakbuhan si DNC sa ngayon. Pero meron po siyang pang patakbo papalayo. That is the hook shot to save his life. And he takes down the Galio. God Thunder trying to run away. Piki-niki
Ang
nasa
ganda.
mukha niya. And that's the double para kay DNC1. And that's perfect because it's 20 seconds. Dragon is up.
Napakaganda ng ginawa ng Lodimir doon, pare, in which they started out that Scuttler. They know that Elder Dragon will respond to that specific take on that Scuttler, in which they have won it all. Freaking diving in, and we've seen the Hextech Ultimatum locking down one opponent and goes on to the next one, in which they have gotten that Scuttler and they also got that second kill. And going alongside here, ito namang si Koi versus Yamada started relaning, just waiting out for the next objective, which is gonna be Infernal Drake and the Referral.
But you can definitely see na ang cutting pa rin ng Ezreal dito, Nikoy, no? Even with the mobility na meron dito si Yamada, can't touch the Ezreal. Unlike kasi nung gold diff nilang dalawa, no? Finally picked up the recurve bow. Pero kahit na, di pa rin niya malapitan dito si Regal, my mistake. But that is already LM with a hefty lead sa ngayon, no? Around 400, not the biggest. But the important thing dito, Sky, a bit of momentum para sa kanila. They already have a ton of bottom side control. Saktong-sakto kasi 20 seconds, may first dragon na tayo.
Maganda yung sinasabi mo na may konting lead tong Lodimir, kasi kita naman natin taking time bomb itong rise natin.
Yes.
It's a late game scaling champion, and once that champion has scaled out onto the late game, mas mahihirapan makapag-team fight itong Elder Dragon dito sa against Lodimir. And now, Infernal Drake's gonna be spawning in. I think both of these teams wants to secure that particular Drake.
I think at this point, Sky, no, kailangan kumalma ng Elder Dragon. Sila yung pumupuwersa sa mga laban dito, laban si Lodimir. They have to realize that they have to maximize the front to back. Ang kukunat ng frontline nila dito, no? They've got Galio and a Poppy, and that's a knockup coming through. Jay!
No!
Barely surviving.
Munti ka na!
Tatama nata siyang true shot barrage doon. Have to recall the Bard. Sakto, may Dragon na dito na pwedeng simula ng Elder.
Ayan na, sinisimulan
DNC1
na.
coming in closer and closer. Sky, papalag ba dito ang LM?
Tingnan natin dito, pero napakaganda
Okay.
engage dito.
And then, yun na nga, pasok siya dito into the backline. That is the Hextech Ultimate of
Okay.
DNC. Pero hindi niya makuha yung kill sa ngayon. That is the killing spree for the Camille. Yasuo down. Pero makakatay na kasi dito sa Savante Flynn. They're going for the hunt. They're going for the chase. LM running away. Pero, 1-for-1 exchange sa ngayon. Buhay pa yung Dragon. Pumasok ko din si DNC. Not gonna be committing to the fight yet. Flash in from Jisoo into the backline. Rebecca down to 1 HP. Wala na siya ditong smite. And that is Rebecca going down. Bard with the kill. And that should be the Dragon para dito sa Elder as they take down the enemy support. 2-for-2 exchange. Elder Dragon backing off.
Oh my goodness, that was a long team fight. They have gotten one member for each side, and which has another team fight once again, securing that kill on Rebenga and killing as well that member of Lodimir. And now we see Infernal Drake is still up, Rift Herald is still up. What will these teams do? Will they go for a secure, or once again, will they go for a trade? Kita naman natin dito, maglalaban na naman mga kaibigan, Elder Dragon at Lodimir dito sa Infernal Drake.
Pero nauna yung Lodimir dito.
Okay.
HP, papasok na dito si Rabenga. Nice little ulti from the Bard to get a triple stun. At papasok si Piki. Rabenga is barely staying alive. Buhay pa si Boss Reps. Pero yung Dragon ang una ng Lodimir. Ngayon, nahabulin na ng Elder Dragon. There's already 2 down on the side of the old gods. At si Rabenga, hindi nakalapit sa Dragon Sky.
Hindi nakalapit, na zone out siya ng isang volley bear.
Wow.
Sabi nga natin, ano bang klaseng animal itong si Volley Bear? Eh, syempre, Bear, ayun yung ginawa niya. Tinalunan niya yung front lines, in which zoning out the backline of Elder Dragon, which they have secured double objectives. Infernal Drake Referral tayo mga kaibigan. Nagsusnowball na ang Lodimir natin.
I love to see just how much impact yung meron si DNC1 dito. No? Complete dominance across the map. Halos 100%. You can participation, double knock-up into the last breath. And that is Regal staying alive somehow. Pero nakuha na rin ng kill ni Boss Reps. That's another one for the side of Elder Dragon. At tatakbo papalayo ang Lodimir. That's 2 quick kills for Elder Dragon.
Quick 2 kills right away from the setup from Rebenga, and the last breath from Yamada, in which they have successfully secured that 2 kills, honestly, and got back some gold. And honestly, now we can see that Elder Dragon's not giving up just yet they are setting up for more plays to potentially get back on the gold lead. And in which, magkaparehas na sila ng gold lead. And they're gonna be taking away that first tower already into the middle lane.
That's only because of the double kill na nakuha dito ng Elder Dragon. No? So, big impact mula kay Yamada na makuha yung double knock-up na yun and get the double ulti to put Elder Dragon back in a bit of control dito sa laruan natin. No? 32k for both sides as we approach the 10-minute mark. At wala pang definitive na lamang sa ngayon, no? And you have to remember, yung composition ng Lodimir, yung ticking time bomb. The longer the game goes on, the Rise, the Lucian, the Camille, sort of taken over the game, will take over even more.
That's definitely correct, man. You've said it already. Rise is a ticking time bomb. Camille with the late game scaling as well. And that Lucian with the poke damage and the dashes that he can do onto the team fight. And honestly, I like the idea. It's getting more into the late game. No, nakita natin na tamang chillings na sila, but I see that Elder Dragon is looking for some fights. Starting those specific team fights, checking out the jungle side of Lodimir, and honestly wants to actually get a kill onto the side lanes in which they are just quietly and waiting for that opportunity.
Exactly. The problem is, hindi makapag-roam dito si Rebenga. You know? That's why hindi nila na-maximize yung cocktail dito. The Galio, the global presence, and the Poppy able to split push is because vulnerable si Rebenga doon sa kay DNC1. Ang lakas kasi nitong Camille ng kalaban na hindi makapag-rotate sa mapa ng libre dito si Coach Reps. Next objective is spawning up in 20 seconds at una na agad nag-control ng river dito ang LM.
Alam na nila eh. Set up that particular vision control kumbaga. Sinasabi yan ni Coach Rep, guys. Alam naman natin yan. Vision control bago pa mag-start yung objective, kailangan nyo lagyan ng vision ang particular objective na gusto nyong kunin. Eto na yun. Baron Nashor na to. It's already getting into the later stages of the game in which we would see Rise getting off more kills or getting more damage in, especially he's a late game scaling champion. Pero ito na nga, Mountain Drake's gonna be spawning as well. 40 seconds in, Infernal Drake, potential soul point for Lodimir and dropping that referral in the middle lane.
Okay, this is gonna put a lot of pressure sa mid lane ng Elder Dragon. No? Alam ng Elder Dragon na hindi pwedeng mag-baron ang Lodimir. They don't have enough damage for that. Maybe if they had a different ADC, pwede siguro. Pero sa ngayon, the only real threat is for that Dragon. There's 25 seconds bago mag-spawn yung next Dragon natin, Sky. No? So may konting window dito si Coach Reps para mag-isip ano yung susunod na pwede natin gawin. Ang naisip niya, bot lane.
Bot lane na agad. So nang huliin itong Volibear in which sidestepan lang pero yun na nga. Pero in return, they gotten that turret under control. No, nawala na eh. So, ito na nga tayo. Mountain Drake's gonna be spawning. They might be going for this particular second Drake fight and they're gonna be setting up. Both teams once again will be fighting it off on to this second Drake, which is the Mountain Drake.
Resets para sa Elder Dragon dito habang sinimulan nila yung Elder Dragon. It is Lodimir na nagsimulang mag-ingay towards the river. There's plenty of vision para sa Elder Dragon, no? So alam nila kapag pinuwera sa Lodimir itong ating Mountain Drake. And now, Elder Dragon putting the mind game to the plate dito ng Lodimir. They're pushing mid, also asserting presence sa Drake, and they're making them choose saan ba kayo responde. Mukhang Dragon na ang pinili nila dito. Half HP on the Dragon.
Ayan na.
Malapit ng konti, nilapag na ang dingding ni Coach Red. That's the engage. Hindi tatama. Isa lang ang naton dito ni Hachi. Goes golden for now. Hexagon dito laban kay Yamada. Nag-1 na lang. Nice fight mula kay Coach Rebs. Pero si Yamada, tulagdag na lang sa backline. 1 for 1. Regal also going down. Both carries going away for both teams. DNC has to flash away. Hook shot para mabuhay. At yung Rise, buhay pa. Pero wala na siyang mahabol sa ngayon. Free Kiniki, mag-isa ka na lang. Elder Dragon, down to 1 HP lahat sila. Pero Hachi with a good CC. Picks up the kill. And they're all low. Sky, they're all low. God Thunder, naghahabol pa rin. Koi, 1 HP. Naku po.
Hinahabol pa!
God Thunder
Hindi
going
mabot!
down. And that's the killing spree for Koi. Kahit may Dragon, nanlagas ang Elder Dragon.
Nanlagas yung Elder Dragon. Sunod-sunod silang namimiss at nasa damage ng Rise, kumpare. At nakita natin yung potential ng scaling ng isang champion na yan na nakita na natin ngayon. Si Koi ang nagpanalo ng teamfight na yun on to the later stages of the teamfight. Pero kita na nga natin dito, Hexagon Ultimatum ginamit na ni DNC1. Gustong huliin tong si Hachi 1 at mamamatay na tuloy-tuluyan. Yamada naman ang kasunod. Ikaw naman, kumpare. Lalaban ka ba naman? Mag-isa ka lang. 4 to, pare.
At yung Lodimir forcing the Baron makes it work. napasugod tuloy si Hachi kaya wala silang magawa. That's the Baron secured. Lodimir, all it took was one team fight.
Lodimir, kumpare, isang team fight lang. Wala sa posisyon ang Elder Dragon na lumaban pa. Ever since from the prolonged team fight onto the bottom side on that Mountain Drake, hindi na sila naka-respawn. Patay. The death timers were on and Elder Dragon's members were only 2 in which they tried to contest. But overall, Lodimir secured that buff.
Yeah. I feel like nahihirapan yung Elder Dragon magsimula ng mga team fight dito. No? God Thunder really has to step up on his Poppy kasi si Hachi yung nagiging solusyon nila dito time and time again. Nakita naman natin kanina, literal, si Hachi lang yung tao doon sa Baron Pit. No? So, didn't have much options there than to look for a fight. Which resulted in yung Baron buff nakuha dito ng Lodimir. Intense pressure on the map na ubusan na ng outer turrets dito ang Elder Dragon. They need to look for a fight. Otherwise, base defense lang to sa ngayon.
Oo, base defense talaga ginagawa ng Elder Dragon natin doon. Pero pag nagkabay tayo pa sila, ito na nga, set up na pare.
Ayun na. Nahuli si Koy doon. I mean, it's a right idea mula kay Rebenga dito, no? Kaso nga lang, timing was a little bit off. So Elder Dragon, wala silang magagawa.
Honestly, they are trying to pick off that Rise. As we have said multiple times before, this Rise is a ticking time bomb in which already having that 3 items, that Roa with that Void Staff, running through the front lines of Elder Dragon is gonna be quite an easy task now. Especially, it's gonna be now 15 minutes into the game. And Baron already been taken down. No potential soul for each of these teams. It's gonna be really interesting on how they play out. Would they give that Dragon and make a pick-off for the side of Elder Dragon? Or would Lodimir actually find the pick-off specifically and go for that quiet play? And nakita nga natin dito, tamang setup sila dito sa top lane. Most members, actually all of the members, Elder Dragon and Lodimir, going onto the top side, checking out the jungle camps.
And the thing is, tahimik ang mapa sa ngayon, Sky, no? Kasi wala pa tayong big objective. It's 54 seconds until
Kitang-kita
the
sila
next
pa.
Dragon comes up. Tapos tingnan mo yung mapa from the point of view of Elder Dragon. Paglagpas mo ng river, darkness.
Ang dilim.
Wala nang makita dito ang
Walang
Elder
mirage.
Dragon.
Wala na talaga,
Brown
pare.
out.
And honestly, ayun yung mahirap, especially Elder Dragon pick-off type of composition sila.
Yeah.
They have that Talia to pick off things, Galio to engage things as well. And now, honestly, wala silang makitang kalaban kasi wala silang vision.
And ang ganda ng ginawa ng Lodimir dito. They effectively cut off the rotation. Rebenga, nahuli na naman ata. Has to flash and go golden para lang mabuhay. But that is big. Nawala ng flash yung Talia.
Napakalaki yun, especially jungle ka.
10
Ikaw yung
seconds.
tirang-tira na gustong huliin ng mga tropang Lodimir dito. Pero kita natin dito, gustong huliin na naman etong Rise. Ngunit hindi tatama ang ability na yun. And as we have seen, no, yung aggression ang kinikita ng Lodimir dito, engage sila with the Hextech ultimatum is
Drake.
so easy to actually get. Pero in which they have gotten that Ocean Drake, 2 tricks already been taken by Lodimir, pero walang soul eh. So still, stalemate tayo for both of the side, but still, Lodimir has that lead.
Yeah, medyo sinuwerte din yung Elder Dragon na Ocean Drake, yung final Drake natin dito. No? So, Elder Dragon not feeling compelled masyado na i-contest yun sa ngayon. Given the fact as well na walang flash at saka stasis na si Rebenga, no? Might have contributed to that fact. Pero yan na, this is the big objective. Baron, Nashor, LM, inuubos na yung pinuntiryan na nila yung vision on the top side of the map. Pero yung Elder Dragon, kailangan talaga nila magposisyon ng tao dun eh.
Kailangan nila i-check yun as much as they can kasi wala nga silang vision nga ni in which kailangan nila i-check from time to time yung Baron. Kailangan nila i-check out yun kasi maybe Lodimir might be taking it quietly from their backs. And honestly, Elder Drake's gonna be spawning as well. Elder Dragon, mga kaibigan, pero itong Baron Nashor, sinimulan na ng Lodimir.
Nakita na, but it's a little bit too late. Ang layo ni
Late
Rebecca
na, pare.
TV coming in. But that is too little, too late. God Thunder. Mahuhuli pa ata siya doon sa may top side.
Oo, mahuli pa. Ayun lang, rampage na. Etong si Koy on that Rise, taking that Baron, already in a deficit etong Elder Dragon sa gold. At sa miyembro pa, pare, 4 na lang sila, lalaban pa sila sa 5, in which makukuha yung Elder Dragon. Pero di natin sure, baka may gagawin pang pick-off itong Elder Dragon. But as we see now, Lodimir just gonna be putting in the pressure on to the top side.
Pasok na, hook shot. Yamada, kailangan tumakbo palayo. Freaky Nikki with the ulti.
Ayan na.
And that is 2 inhibs taken out already. Lodimir Binibilang na ang mga segundo dito ng Elder Dragon in the literal sense kasi diretso na sila sa Elder Drake.
Diretso na talaga. Ibang Elder Dragon ang gusto nila, pare. Ayaw nila yung nandun sa may Nexus. Dito tayo sa buff. Pero ito na nga,
Uy!
Bebe Koy, parang mahuhuli na nga. Mag-iisa na lang.
Sabante play will be able to get the shutdown. Si Rebenga nakuha yon, pero ang sagot ng LM Elder Dragon ang kinuha. Okay lang sa inyo na yung Rise namin. May Elder naman kami.
May Elder sila, pare. Hindi nila pinatay yung isa pang Elder Dragon. Mas pinili nila yung buff. Oo, pare. Parang mas worth it yun, honestly. Lodimir now has 2 buffs. Baron buff and that Dragon buff as well. And going alongside that's gonna be helping them out finish specific team fights with 1 engage. They're just gonna be waiting out on the timer on that Rise to make a team fight here. Or maybe they might actually want to seek out some more blood on their middle lane.
Ito na. Alright. Asserting vision muna wala sa Lodimir dito. No? They're trying to minimize the map movements ng Elder Dragon. Taking control of the red buff. Jisoo. So much pressure on this Bard. Lahat na ng ability niya ginamit na dito para lang mapalayo, papasok with the hook shot at Friki canceling the tower at papasukin nila sa loob ng torre ang mga miyembro ng Elder Dragon. God Thunder, sugatan at may iwang mag-isa si Hachi to fall prey to the hands of the bear. Friki goes towards Rebenga. Galit na galit ang oso ng LM at tatapusin nila ang Game 1 in favor of Lodimir.
Lodimir, pare koy! Nakaka-secure ng game number 1 on this first series in which they have succeeded on slaying the Elder. In which we would be seeing more matches from these teams. Napakainit. Alam natin, di ba? Underdog sila, pare.
Yes. Well, parang pinapatunayan nila na hindi. DNC, I am sorry I was not familiar with your game. That is a phenomenal performance doon sa Camille. Siya talaga yung nag-neutralize dito. I mean, here's the thing. Yung composition ng Elder Dragon was based around 2 things. Number 1, pick off. And number 2, rotation.
Oo.
Anong ginawa dito ni DNC? Well, parang pinutulan niya ng paa dito si Rebenga at Yamada. No? Pareho silang hindi makagalaw sa mapa. Particularly that Yasuo. I mean, the thing about a Yasuo matchup laban sa Rise, you need to get the early kills. But that's all it took. Hindi lang namatay si Koi sa mid and they just snowballed with the Rise.
Honestly, tama ka dyan, pare. Nag-snowball na siya. Nakapag-abot siya sa late game. Nakita naman natin yung damage niya. Tuloy-tuloy talaga, kumbaga. And kita naman natin dito sa mga replays natin. Yung pick-offs na ginawa ng Elder Dragon, they have succeeded on that. Pero tuloy na talaga nakapag-scale on etong Rise, in which we've seen on this particular team fight na yung Rise yung nag-showcase ng talent niya. Tuloy lang siya sa pag-fight at pag-ubos ng HP ng side ng Elder Dragon.
Exactly. And you love to see the proactivity na meron sila dito. No? I mean, yes, nung unang mga minuto ng mapa natin was Elder Dragon, that was calling the shots. Sila yung sumusubok kumuha ng early kills. But you have to remember, yung first blood natin was for that Lucian Bard combo. And it was eventually what led to an advantage para dito kay DNC1. So it was an all-out battle of attrition na, syempre, lumamang yung Lodimir because of that first blood. Yan na nga, nakita natin yung scoreboard dito. Look at that Camille. 6, 1, and 5. What a performance.
Oo, pero wag natin kalimutan din dito si Freaky Nikki, pare. Kita
Oh,
mo yung
yeah.
damage, 31,000. Even having no kills, pare. Wala siyang kills, pero ganyan kataas yung damage siya. Medyo naki-KS.
I mean, it's very impressive pa yun sa Lodimir. Alam mo, hindi ako naniniwala kanina, pinag-uusapan natin to. Pero mukhang may alam ka nga na hindi ko alam dito. Sky, congratulations, Lodimir. And the MVP of the game, of course, sino pa pa kundi si Freaky Nikki. 0 kills! Pero
Walang
tingnan
kills.
mo yung damage dealt niya, man. 32K.
Grabe, Freaky Nikki. Iba ka talaga mag-Volibear. And as I've said before, napakalakas ng Volibear na may Dust and Dawn. And
Yes.
binigyan mo ng Art Steal pa, pare. Grabe yung damage niya. Kaya niya magtangke. Kaya niya mag-damage. At pinakita ni Freaky Nikki yung kalakasan ng champion na to.
I mean, that's the meta, right?
Meta
That's the
talaga.
meta sa ngayon. You have to play the meta para ma-maximize yan ngayon. But the question is, kaya ba nilang ulitin? You have to remember, Sky, this is a fearless draft, so iba na yung kailangan ulitin mamaya ng mga champions ng LM.
Oo, pare. Makikita talaga natin yung tuloy-tuluyan na mangyayari. No? Nakita natin Lodimir has a potential to take this series off. But of course, Elder Dragon, knowing the experience that they have, they can definitely turn this into a game number 3 type of series.
Absolutely, no. Malalaman natin yan mamaya sa pagbabalik ng Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. Kami nga pala kasama niyo sa araw na to. It's Daydome and Sky. By the way, we'll be right back after this.
The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up! Every stone weaves a different story.
Witness my might.
we are back, ladies and gentlemen, dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. And of course, coming off of game number 1 between Elder Dragon and Lodimir, surprisingly, guys, may upset na tayo. Almost.
Oh.
Maybe. It might be too early to say, but currently, it's 1-0 in favor of Lodimir. And of course, I don't know, I'm a little scared for our veterans.
I'm actually a little bit guilty, no? Parang ginudge ko kagad itong Lodimir without actually knowing too much about them. And DNC just proving me that they are monsters in their own right. Di ba, Sky?
Oo, pare, yung prediction niya eh. No, lahat, parehas kayo, Elder Dragon. Ako lang
Sorry,
nagsabing Lodimir.
doubters kami. But I think that fuels them even more, right? You know, when so many people are doubting you, you need to prove the doubters wrong. So,
Of course.
they dumb, we've been proven wrong.
Yeah,
Pero
yeah.
again, it's still too early in the series to say. It's
Yeah,
still
of course.
currently 1-0. It's a best of 3.
Yes.
But of course, I have to say, yung performance ng Lodimir, they really look super solid. They look very confident in their moves, yung rotations nila and everything. And I would say maybe Elder Dragon is a little bit out of form today.
Yun na nga, no? I mean, particularly in the solo matchups, no? In the lanes, they got picked off dito sa ating gold lane, and then the mid lane, Yamada kind of got dismantled dito, Decoy. And I feel like nagsimula dito sa draft talaga. If they had picked a more robust composition, I would say, more favoring the late game, for example,
Yep.
or a more robust dito na pang team fight talaga, maybe they could have had better chances dun sa mga team fights natin.
Honestly, parang nakulangan lang ako sa late game potential ng side ng Elder Dragon. In which, yun nga, Lodimir has those specific champions from the early game until the later stages of the game. Unlike Elder Dragon, they are more focused onto the early game stages until the mid game only. They don't have that specific power spike of type of champions.
I think even sa champion picks pa lang, again, that Volibear and
Yeah.
Camille, I think was such a dangerous duo. And again, even though you have that kind of well-roundedness of a team, I think Lodimir just showed that you can kind of put, you can have like a one-man show.
Yeah.
1v2, 1v3, whatever, it doesn't matter. But of course, moving on to game number 2, again, we are in a fearless draft. So all of these champions can no longer be used in this series. So I'm very curious kung what kind of champions are we gonna see? What are they gonna be cooking up here? Pero I really wanna ask you guys, based on the performance we saw sa game number 1, who do you think is gonna come out on game number 2?
Feeling ko, calling it right now, Coach Reps, don't play the Talia, don't play supportive junglers, play Kha'Zix, play Vi. Gusto ko
Oo.
yung mga carry yung gamitin niya dito.
Pang setup eh,
Oh,
no?
exactly. And just become the tip of the spear para din sa Elder Dragon.
Honestly, I think there is still a chance for Elder Dragon to take this game number 3, especially from the experiences, the champion pool that they have. They can actually fix the draft from the first game and actually utilize it more onto this incoming second game.
Yeah, and I think also maybe we didn't get the power spike, diba?
Oo.
We didn't get the classic
No,
power
0-10.
spike. Exactly. Of
Kulang.
the powers of Yasuo will not be unlocked until then. But of course, I mean that means we won't be seeing any more Yasuo
Yes.
today,
Yep.
at least for this series. But I wanna talk to you guys about maybe some hot takes because we're on day number 1. We also saw the teams who qualified earlier. Based off of what we know so far, who do you think is like a sure ball all the way to the qualifiers?
Parang
Oh,
hirap sabihin
mahirap.
nun, no? But
Because I think earlier also, Elder Dragon was one of those teams, right?
pero after game number 1, I'm not as convinced as
Yeah.
earlier. I mean, if I had to put a name out there, Gensokyo would be in that
Oh.
conversation for sure. No? Yung
Gensokyo.
lalaro mamaya, no? As, that they were one of the best performers in the last split. Unfortunately, nagkulang lang ng konti.
Honestly, I think Cubao Korea.
Cubao
No,
Korea.
they have already re-rostered their team in which we have superstars incoming once again for Cubao Korea. We have Manyanalalam. We have also Chayanese One. We have been seeing
Oh.
him throughout the jungle, throughout the phases of this tournament. Pero yun nga, I'm really excited for the incoming teams as well. As we've seen before, Lodimir, bago sa inyo, no? Bagong mga faces. And honestly, they showcase their talent against the Elder Dragon.
Okay, we get it, Sky. Predict mo pa
Ah!
natin sila. Okay, fine. Fine. Let's talk about
We should keep score. Ano yung prediction rating? So
We should.
far,
So far,
0%, 100%.
100%, okay.
Okay,
Keeping
Sky.
score already. But again, we're here. Draft phase ulit. Again, here are the champions that can no longer be used because of Fearless Draft. And of course, Zillion, Nidalee, Renekton off the bench. And
Yeah.
Brian not.
Yeah, Renekton banned away dito, no? So, ito yung usually blind pick on the Baron
Oh.
lane side natin, no? Lee Sin will be the priority
Okay.
pick. I mean, we did talk about a bit more proactivity para ba kay Coach Rebenga. Maybe this might be it.
Honestly, I like that getting that leasing for Rebenga. No, early game wise, siya yung magsiset up ng snowball
Yes.
for the side of Elder Dragon.
You see Reyna's profile picture? What's special yung sa kanya? I can. A lot of the other players, they all have yung classic
The classic
esports
esports
pose.
pros,
Pero
yeah.
si Reyna, what is this thinking?
Brainstorming, kumbaga, parang habang nasa draft siya, ano kaya maganda dito?
Pero it's the perfect picture for drafting, di ba? It's like, wait lang.
Ano maganda?
Ayan, Corky.
Corky.
Not bad, actually. Corky, very safe pick all throughout dito, Sky. I mean, no matter what kind of support yung kasama niya dito, whether it be a promo or protective one, or maybe an enchanter support. But this time, I like the idea of a Corky na blind pick. Na hindi mo alam kung sino yung kalaban mo. Can
Oo.
literally play against anyone na okay lang.
Eh, honestly, I like that Corky pick, but I'm actually wanting to see an APC. No? And honestly, yun na nga, Elder Dragon gonna be taking up another dragon,
A little
which
dragon.
will be a smolder. No? Pero yun nga, katulad sinabi ko, APC, I think APC will be something else. We are quite actually innovating ourselves more onto the PC side. We have been seeing the tournaments taking those APCs more rather than the ADCs. I think sooner or later, some of the teams might utilize
Pwede.
those APCs.
I think I'm gonna echo yung thoughts ni Guma UC, my goat, na I think personally, I get the strength behind APCs, yung
Yeah.
builds and everything. Again, the burst damage, you can't deny. Sometimes you can pop another
Yeah.
ADC in like 2 seconds. Kaso at the end of the day, I like seeing the kiting, that you
kiting,
can see from an
oo.
ADC, the good positioning and things like that. So a part of me, I admire when an ADC main sticks to the
To
marksman.
ADC, yeah.
But of course, you know, Smolder is a little bit of a... Smolder and Corky both are a little bit of...
ability based.
Like, on the same side of the coin.
Yeah.
But of course, now we have a rumble here. I think Elder Dragon might be going for a different kind of playstyle for this game. But I'm a little worried they're playing too much into the late game
Yeah, that's true.
with this Smolder.
That's true.
Yeah.
Even with the Rumble, right? Puro scaling yung mga meron tayo. So far, apart from the Lee Sin, I mean, you asked for it. You asked for the late game insurance. And tinoble down dito ng Elder Dragon in the form of course, there's Molder and yung Rumble, lots of scaling din kasi, no? You need a lot of setup to maximize the Rumble kit, particularly the ultimate dito. So yun yung hinahanap ko para sa Elder Dragon. How much CC is there left on the table? Natanggal na yung mga likes ng mga Nautilus or Vi. What else can you put to this comp na pwede mong i-maximize so you can lay down that Rumble kit?
Honestly, I think Leona is
Leona.
still up onto the table for the side of Elder Dragon that they can pick up. Going for that Ornn though, that's quite interesting in which they are not gonna be securing. Actually, they're gonna be hopping in that Ari. Kasi syempre may support na sila eh. Ornn is not usually picked for the top lane. It's more onto the bottom lane side. Going alongside here, Elder Dragon is still wanting to get a particular mid laner and also a support. So, Leona is still up. Sabi mo nga, kailangan ng crowd control. Aatrox, especially, has that crowd control as well. No?
Oh my goodness. Okay, Aatrox also a really good fighter for Elder Dragon here.
Absolutely.
I think a good response to the Jace as well. But
Ayan na nga.
I can't tell. I'm a little bit more curious kung ano yung last pick for Lodimir.
Yeah, yung last pick dito ng Elder Dragon, they're contemplating the Maokai, they're going... It's actually fitting the memo very well para dito sa Elder Dragon, no? Lots of CC, you could get that point-and-click engagement para sa kanila. Pero Lodimir, a lot of
Oy!
pick potential.
Oh!
At yun na nga, ang pesa. More.
Pick off potential.
Oh my goodness.
That's actually insane. Picking up that Ambessa with the public execution, going for more of the backline, which is yun nga, yung Smolder na lang. I think Elder Dragon has that early game until late game strategy, but of course, Lodimir is now going for that pick-off composition with that public execution from the Ambessa, Jace poking out, and as well the charm from that Ari. Most of the champions of Lodimir has dashes.
Yes.
That's right. A lot of pick-up potential din
Oh.
here. And again, that's very dangerous sa side ng Elder Dragon. But I think a comp alone, guys, What do you think? Who do you think is gonna be the stronger team comp here?
Una na muna ako, Sky.
Sige.
I really like the comp ng Lodimir dito. Nakita natin yung individual prowess nila in that last game. If you take a look at their comp, you got the Corki, you've got the Ari, you've got the Jace, you've got the Ambessa. It's all champions really good at 1v1s. And if they can't take those isolated fights, I feel like they'll win most of the time.
Honestly, I'm actually wanting more on the side of Lodimir. No, as you've said before, they have more prowess on 1v1s to be exact. Corki can pick out this Smolder much faster, in which kasi Smolder needs to scale more, get those stacks, and particularly get more damage in onto the later stages of the game. Unlike itong Corki, kaya niya i-dish out yung damage niya from mid-game until late game, and actually already having that true damage in his kit.
Totally agree. And I think, again, it's gonna be down to the execution because, of course, this is also match life point here for Elder Dragon. They have to get this game if they want the series to go on longer. But, of course, it's game number 2 between Elder Dragon and Lodimir. We're going to see if it's going to be a game number 3. And, of course, back on the mic, we've got Tatum and Sky.
Thank you so much, Rebe. We're back in the Rift, dito, Sky. It is still the 2 competitors for our set or our match number 1. It's Elder Dragon versus Lodimir. Out for comeback yung Elder Dragon, mga kabawi ba, Sky?
Oo, parang they're out for blood, you know. One more win for Lodimir, and Elder Dragon is gonna be taken out for this series. And going alongside now, standard laning, it's gonna be actually a lane swap. ADC on the side, onto the middle lane for the side of Lodimir, wanting to get that priority on to the jungle. Pero kita naman natin dito sa top side, Freakin' Nikki, already low.
Okay, Freaky Nikki. I mean, lots of pressure para dito sa Elder Dragon. No? Gusto nilang bigyan ng magandang position dito si God Thunder. And Yamada, this time on the Rumble. Remember, last time, Yamada nahirapan siya on the Yasuo. Gonna have to find the scaling this time. Siya naman yung kailangan mag-survive sa lane phase.
Kayang-kaya yan, and especially meron na siyang more range on that specific champion on that Rumble. It's gonna be much more helpful. And going alongside bot lane though, Ari's gonna be picking up a fight against this Smolders. Of course, Core is gonna be trying his best to negate any stacks from the side of Sabante. Pero yun na nga, early game, standard laning tayo. Both of the supports gonna be on the middle lane. They want to have the priority to check out the enemy jungle so that they can pick off a fight. But honestly, Elder Dragon still has that Rebenga. Lee Sin-wise, more priority and also more advantages on to the early stages.
Let's take a look at this jungle matchup. No? Rebenga on a completely different champion kumpara dun sa gamit niya kanina. Earlier was Talia giving a lot of support and maybe setup. Pero this time, no, a lot more aggressive and hands down dito yung gamit ni Rebenga. And DNC, ibang-iba din yung gamit niya. No? The Camille is one that engages fights. Jace just wants to take as many fights as possible. So, I have a feeling na hindi makakahanap ng kasing daming effect dito si DNC on the early game unless allowed by his team. Talking about the charm ni Koy or maybe even a rotation ni Jaisu dito. So, kumbaga, mas kailangan ng team fight unity dito ng Lodimir.
Oo, kailangan niya talaga na more sync on to those team fights. And now we see both of the scuttlers are actually, the scuttler on the bottom side is gonna be taken by Lodimir kasi already Lee Sin or Rebenga gotten his scuttler on the top side. Akala ko nga magko-contest sila, maglalaban sila on that particular scuttler in which they haven't. Pero kita natin dito, Lodimir once again onto the attack.
Early invade, magagaling dito, and Hanchi forced to flash away with a twisted advance. Pero hindi siya mabubuhay doon. Hinabol siya dito ni DNC1. Barely staying alive. Up until mahuli siya ni Rebenga doon. Nagtawag na ng nanay sa Savante Flame pero wala siyang tinamaan. That's a 1-for-1 exchange. This is a red buff side ng AD.
1-for-1 exchange, a jungler for a support. That's more positive for the side of Elder Dragon. They have taken out the enemy jungle for the side of Lodimir, in which that's gonna be extra plus. But one thing's for sure, 450 gold din kasi yun eh. First Blood has more gold. And off-cap kill there already. God Thunder bringing out the Thunder on to that Ambessa.
Yep, the World Ender as well. Tinapos niya ang mundo ni Freaky Nikki dito. At yung sinasabi mong 450 gold kanina, wala na. Napunta na sa favor ng Elder Dragon. Hachi going in for the counter invade. DNC nanghampas ng martilyo pero malalaglag pa rin siya. Yamada going down for the trade as well. 1-for-1. Napanalimata masyado ng Elder Dragon.
Napakabilis ng mga rotation na nangyayari ngayon, especially for the side of Elder Dragon. They are picking up the pace here. More fights on the early game. As we have not seen on the first game though,
Yes.
atong side ng Elder Dragon at Lodimir, hindi sila masyado naglalaban-laban onto the early stages. They are just wanting to make those specific team fights on major objectives like Scuttler or specific buff. But now, we see Elder Dragon and Lodimir more on invading
Yes.
on the early stages of the
I love to see this, yung assertiveness na meron ngayon si Rabenga at saka si Hachi. They're counter-invading DNC1. Na remember, kanina, 2-minute mark pa lang, may kill na. So this time, Elder Dragon, pinupuntirya talaga nila yung jungle ng kalaban, which is crucial. Nag-iba tuloy ang timpla ng laro natin. Lamang ngayon ng Elder Dragon.
Lamang na nga po kaibigan ang Elder Dragon, pero wag natin kakalimutan, Lodimir na rin mga pare ko, nagro-rotate na rin, tamang reaction lang sila dito. And we see that Jace actually is lacking on the clear as well. Unlike Lee Sin, napakabilis ang clear niyan. Jace is having a hard time, especially Jace has been nerfed multiple times onto the jungle lane.
Exactly.
And now, objectives tayo pare, Infernal Drake na naman tayo. Potential soul for that extra attack. Pero ayun na nga,
Perfect execution coming in mula kay Freaky Nikki, pero mga counter-ult sa dito ni Rabenga. That is the Lee Sin creating his teammate, pero walang magagawa. Yung Baron lane dito ng Elder Dragon, pareho silang laglag.
nalaglag at nabigyan ng tatlong miyembro ng Lodimir Elder Dragon. Ang isa'y walang trade-offs at walang natira kasi ang ganda ng engage. Public execution agad dito. Passive ng Braum.
Yes.
Glacial Fissure. Samahan mo pa ng pumukpok ng Jace at tuluyan nang nalusaw ang side ng Elder Dragon.
Wala rin kasing ulti doon si Rabenga, no? So wala silang nagawang kahit ano na pantakas. And you have to remember as well, kapag na-lockdown na yung isang Aatrox, it's actually pretty squishy, no? Surprisingly, ang isang Aatrox, no? If nasisi mo na siya. So there you go. A kill para sa Lodimir, and that is the composition working. Remember, pick off ang gustong gawin nila dito at mukhang gusto nila i-pick off si Rabenga, nahuli, nahampas. At hindi na stun sa ngayon ni Jesu, so Rabenga stays alive.
Rabenga stays alive, but we see now Infernal Drake's gonna be spawning in 10 seconds.
Yes.
So most likely, Rabenga's gonna be pretty late on that objective and gonna be more eyeing on to the Rift Herald. Kita naman natin dito, Freaky Nikki against God Thunder. Of course, they're a bit having a bad time kasi honestly, God Thunder still having a lead of at least 300 gold.
Good call. Napunta ng Rift Herald dito ang Elder Dragon, no? Nakita mo yon. Pero the question is, are they gonna be unified enough para matapos to? Humiwalay si Smolder sa mid at hindi tumulong doon sa objective. Buti na lang nakuha nila on time. Okay, trade of objectives. Drake para sa LM, Rift Herald para sa Elder Dragon.
Oo, nagkaiba na nga yung laro dito pero engage pare!
Oy, Freaky Nikki, nahuli ka dyan. Walang matakbuhan.
Okay.
Assisted advance
Buhay po!
into the Valkyrie. Ult, bumalik lang! With a perfect execution, re-engage. Freaky Nikki staying alive. Kasama na ngayon si Regal. And he will stay alive. That Ambessa is bold.
Grabe yung aggression ng Ambessa na yun. Freaky Nikki is quite freaky with that engage. Nagulat kami, public execution. He was trying to kill that specific champion which is Hachi, in which they have not succeeded. Pero kita naman natin dito, engage na naman.
Hinampas na si Hachi dito at walang matakbuhan. Flashless Maokai. That is a lifeless Maokai. At magpupush sa mid. Sa Vante Flint, nagtawag ng mama pero na-block ni Bro.
Na-block lang ng isang shield pare. Nag-ultimate ka pero binlock lang ng isang Braum in which they have not succeeded on getting the third on the middle lane. Good ulti by Savante. But honestly now, the snowball once again onto the side of Lodimir. They are making good decisions after good decisions in which Elder Dragon still has an opportunity to take the enemy down. I think they still have that Rift Herald. So most likely, they will be eyeing more onto the middle lane of Lodimir. Pero ito na nga, Lodimir, tamang depensa lang sila dito. Yung ADC at yung support nila nandito sa middle lane. Pero do mind you, taking time bomb natin ngayon, Smolder.
Exactly. I mean, Elder Dragon, I was about to point out, no? They don't really have to do anything but survive this early to mid game. No? You have to remember, yes, they have the Rift Herald, pero hindi dapat nila puwersahin na gamitin yon. Lalo na kasi, yung composition nila is built for that late game. Kapag pinilit ng lumaban ngayon, lalaki yung lamang ng Lodimir. And the objective is just to stay alive. Kaya paulit-ulit ginagamit sa Vante Flint yung ulti niya. Pang-clear, Hachi, yun lang. Nahuli sa ngayon, pero buhay pa rin. Flashing in, Koi, nahuli yung puno. Maokai is going away, pero si Koi with the Spirit Rush stays alive just barely. Habang hinabol sila nung Aatrox flash in with the World Ender. God Thunder finds the one, finds the second. 2 kills na agad para sa Elder Dragon. At papasok na yung Rift Herald sa mid.
Ayan na nga, referral na nga po tayo dito. Public execution, hindi tatama for the side of Elder Dragon. Lodimir now on a deficit of 2 deaths now in favor of Elder Dragon. And we see being pushed in now. Lodimir dito sa middle lane. They want to take this tower down. Pero ito na nga si Rebecca going in and out. But gonna be taken down by that Brom's first kill.
Kung binoto ng yellow, Rebecca. Mapupok lang dapat siya dun eh, no? Kaso,
nalusaw.
Hindi naman siya nung Brom to get the kill. That is not good para sa Elder Dragon. At the same time, it's not the end of the day. God Thunder. Tatakbo pala yung papunta sa may Baron lane. That is a nice no skill too. Pero si God Thunder wala na matakbuhan at sa 3 versus 1 at walang malakas sa 3.
Commendable ang ginawa ng desisyon ng Lodimir dun, pare.
Yes.
Glacial Fissure agad, layering agad ng CC with the passive of that Brom. Continuously chain CC on that Aatrox in which wala nang pakawala pa.
Exactly. And I like this as well, no? Lodimir na-recognize nila na every time there's a team fight, yung umuupo sa kanila, yung sumasalba sa Elder Dragon is God Thunder. So they recognize that, pinuntiryan nila, they put 3 people, invested 3 people doon sa Baron lane para lang i-dive yung Aatrox ng Elder Dragon, and it absolutely works. Case in point, 2,000 gold lead para sa Lodimir. And the next objective, actually maganda yung position nila, no? 30 seconds for the next Ocean Drake.
Ocean Drake na nga tayo, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be a potential, once again, soul point for Lodimir if they get that particular dragon. But I think Elder Dragon will not allow that as well. Or maybe they want to actually give that dragon and give more scaling to the side on that Smolder. Kasi once that Smolder pops off with those stacks, matuloyin sila makakapaglaban ng tuloy-tuloy eh.
Yes.
Kaya ang kaya nila makapagpakbakan sa mga poke ng Lodimir. And now, first turret onto the middle lane. Public execution not connecting though.
Ang hirap. Ang hirap maglaro ng Wild Trip pag ikaw yung Elder Dragon. Hindi ka makapasok sa sarili mong red buff. And that is the Ocean Drake. Easily taken by Lodimir. I mean, nakita mo yun, ginamit nila yung public execution para lang mag-pressure sa may red side. Dahil doon sa paggamit na yun ng ult, hindi na lumapit yung Elder Dragon eh, no? Fades away from the Ocean, pero ngayon magda-dive sila sa top. And that is a dead Ari. As a dash over the wall, God Thunder activates the Darkened Blade. Nakakuha na isang nakap, pero kailangan mag-disengage ng Lodimir. Regal, tumakbo ka na. Si Jason na lang nasa harap mo. Wala siyang dingding na hawak. And here comes the Darkened Blade of God Thunder. Nakuha yung kill kay Brom. 2 for nothing in favor of Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon, Rebenga with the quick Dragon's Rage onto that Ari. Bursting it out, and now we see Elder Dragon in the position to take this Baron. Lodimir missing out on 2 members, and we see DNC1 wants to actually go for a steal, but Elder Dragon not allowing that entirely. Pero kita na nga natin dito, Spirit Rush by Koi will not be connecting the charm, and that's gonna be a disengage for God of Thunder. Pero yun na nga pare, nakita natin talaga yung quick engagement ni Rebenga, napakabilis, in which they have gotten an 1 kill and another kill for their side, in which resulted they have that Baron.
Exactly. Napakabilis ng decision making dito ng Elder Dragon. No? Take 1 kill, take a couple of kills, tapos diretso Baron tayo dito. And I think that is because of the difference in the champion na gamit dito ni Rebenga. No? Immediately, kapag may nakuha silang objective, lipat kagad sa isa. That is the power of the Lee Sin, momentum shifter. Davante Flynn, paulit-ulit pa rin binibigay yung pressure dito sa may mid. At naghintay ng minion si Freaky Nikki, pero hindi siya makapag-perfect execution sa ngayon. Yung side lane nila, napupush nilang Rumble. And here comes si Rebenga, Dragon's Rage, nakahanap ng dalawa. Pero si Rebenga isolated sa ngayon, malalaglag kagad. Into the backline, Freaky Nikki nakahuli ng Darkened Blade. And that is God Thunder in the middle of the fight. Walang matakbuhan.
Yes, Yamada!
Nasa harap si Jesu. Yamada coming in late to the party, but better late than never. Sinusunog yung backline. And here comes the Smolder. Davante Flynn with a kill. Elder Dragon magpupush.
It's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Elder Dragon once again. Yamada properly responding onto that fight but not securing any kills. But overall, Elder Dragon secured 2 kills for 1, in which they have favored on taking 2 towers already onto the middle lane and might be actually eyeing for that inhibitor, in which actually they're gonna be backing off kasi alam nila Baron's gonna be up soon, or actually their Baron's gonna be run out of time as we see now. And honestly, yan na nga yung Smolder, mga kaibigan. Yan na yung taking time bomb. Yung passive niya tuloy-tuloy nang nagsastack.
Yes.
And I think sooner or later, we would see an Elder Mini Dragon.
Yes.
for the side of Elder Dragon.
And at this point as well, tamang na ng 2,000 ang Elder Dragon. So, it's an exercise of restraint para sa EE. Kasi you have to remember, the longer the game goes on, palakas lang ng palakas ang composition nila dito. Even without the smolder, no, if you take a look at their comp, nagsiscale din naman. Yung Aatrox, nagsiscale din yung Rumble dito. No? So, the longer the game goes on, Elder Dragon are certainly going to reap the rewards. 64 seconds, lalabas na yung next big objectives actually. Kasi yung Baron, 72 seconds, no? Parang 12 seconds lang yung pagitan dito ng dalawang big objective. At kita mo yung movement sa mapa dito ng Lodimir. Sky, medyo hindi na sila sigurado. Medyo alanganin na. Kasi alam nila na kapag naghanap ng front to back ang ED, lugi sila.
Luging-lugi talaga. Hindi nila basta-basta nahuli itong Smolder. Pero kita natin kasi kanina, sila yung matapang. Sila yung nag-i-invade sa jungle ng Elder Dragon. Ngunit ngayon, sila ay natatakot na. Hindi nila basta-basta i-check yan kasi mahirap na. Kumbaga, may kalamangan na dito ang Elder Dragon in which that's already at least 3,000 gold lead for their side. And now, soul point tayo mga kaibigan. Lodimir, will they secure this streak? Or will Elder Dragon negate that extra buff?
Saan ka titingin ngayon sa Lodimir? Kay Freaky Nikki, kay DNC, backline access. Yun yung pinakamalaga para sa Lodimir. They need to shut down this Smolder one way or another. Kaya kailangan, tingnan mo yung green na tuldok sa taas ng mukha ni Ambessa. Kailangan meron yan kapag nag-teamfight sila.
Oo, yung public execution talaga. Kailangan niya kumonek sa tamang target. Para ito na nga mga Team Drake. Sinimulan na mga kaibigan.
Ang Elder Dragon dito, half HP on the Mountain Drake. Nasaan na yung Ambessa? Medyo malayo pa. Papasok na dito. The steal will not happen at papasok na ulit ang Lodimir para pumalag. That's 2 players down, 1 on each side. That is the Mountain Dragon slain by DNC. Double kill naman para may killing spree on the mini Elder. And that is going to be the team fight na lamang ng Elder Dragon dito sa Vanti Fleet. Perfect kiting, perfect spacing. That is another kill for the Dragon. Rampage on the Smolder. At si Yamada, walang pake sa Mountain Drake. Basta maubos sa mga miyembro ng Lodimir. That is the ace as Savante Flint goes unstoppable.
Unstoppable on this Smolder. Savante just continuously kiting, dishing out the damage. Todo bitaw lang talaga ng skills niya in which they have favored onto the team fight. Do mind you, Lodimir has taken the soul of Infernal, in which they have already an extra buff in. But they have lost because of Savante pushing through and kiting as much as he can, dishing out the damage in which they have won and ace Lodimir.
Ayun na nga. I mean, it goes to show you the power of scaling dito, no? Kahit tatlo pa yung dragon nyo. Pag may Smolder na baby dragon, medyo mahirap talagang palagan yan. Baron getting started by Elder Dragon. At si DNC, may flash pa naman siya sa ngayon to try and steal this Baron away yet again. Nilapag na lahat ng ultimate. Where is the steal? Wala. Si Rebecca with a nice smite. Bring Iniki looking for something. Ang nahanap niya, Dragon na dinuduraan siya. Godlike for Savante Flynn. Double kill pa nga. And that is an easy Baron take para sa Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon secures a Baron buff and secures 2 kills for that particular team fight. Lodimir was in a missed position from the Rumble ulti in which they needed to actually gain back control on their positioning and they have not gained that back. Elder Dragon now with that Baron buff, and do mind you, this Smolder has that passive.
Wow.
Yung stacks niya mataas na kumpare kasi late game na tayo, 17 minutes na and nagpukulang na ang miyembro ng Lodimir dito. Dalawang miyembro na nga ay patay pa. Pero ito na, nagpo-push na ang Elder Dragon.
Kumakatok, papasok, Rebenga, nag-iingay sa may tagiliran. That's 1 tower, that's 2 inhibitor towers down. Para sa Lodimir, yung pangatlo, binabakbak na ni Hachi, and that is an open base para sa Lodimir. Elder Dragon, at this point, iniisa-isa na lang nila mga objectives. Lodimir, kailangan pumalag.
Kailangan na talaga pumalag dito. Glacial Fissure, ginamit na nga po kaibigan. At tumama with another engage.
Hachi onto the backline, si Regal malalaglag kaagad. At ito na, yung lumilipad na dragon mula sa likod. Sa Bante Flynn, nakahanap ng isa, legendary. And that is 1 kill, 2 kills para sa Elder Dragon. Nasa backline pa rin sa Bante Flynn, down to 1 HP. At naubos ang nasa harapan niya. Jesu, flashing forward, pero masyadong malakas yung nasa harap nyo. DNC! Nalaglag na. And we are going to game 3.
Game number 3 mga kaibigan kasi ang Elder Dragon ay nanalo na for the second series of this best of 3. Pero yan na nga kaibigan, abot tayo ng Game 3. Mainit ang labanan ng dalawang miyembro natin dito. Elder Dragon, Lodimir, bakbakan kung bakbakan. And nakita natin nung sa last fight pare, todo bakbakan pa rin sila. Muntikan na maubos ang Elder Dragon. Ngunit, tuluyan nang natapos ang laro nila.
Yun na nga, and well, I think the story is quite clear para dito sa ating game number 2, no? It's the Smolder show. 0 deaths para kay Savante Flint. Perfect spacing all throughout. And all he had to do, sabi ko sa iyo, Sky, no? All they had to do dito sa ating early game is to survive. Let Yamada stay alive and become safe dito sa may mid lane. Tapos hayaan na mag-scale yung mga champion nila. At yun na nga, ang nangyari dito, no? Hachi kind of became a sacrificial lamb every now and then. Pero yung resulta, tingnan mo naman yung scoreline ng Smolder.
Oh, grabe. 10 kills, no deaths, with 7 assists. And honestly, Savante on that Smolder, as you have said before, grabe, kaya-kaya niya mabuhay. 40,000 damage. Siya pa yung nagtagay, pare. 17,000 ang nakuha niyang damage from the side of Lodimir. That's so commendable, especially Smolder, pare. Ang hirap i-scale off niyan. Mas na-nerf pa siya on the recent patches because now 175 stacks. You need to actually get that late game Smolder.
But it doesn't matter. Lalo na kapag ganun kakalamang in that late of a stage, they're just gonna take over the game completely dito. And Elder Dragon, I feel like nahanap na natin yung tamang timpla para sa team na to. No? Just play for the scaling. Malakas ang team na to when it comes to standard Wild Rift, the front to back, the team fight, and of course, the carry. Speaking of which, yung MVP ng game natin is that carry. It's going to be the Smolder player, that is Savante Flint. Ano pa bang papuri ang pwede nating ibigay kay Savante
pare,
Flint?
kung alam mo lang, pare, itong si Savante, normally, dati siyang mid laner. He actually transitioned now into the ADC role. And honestly, nakita natin yung potential niya onto the ADC. Even though just started out playing on that role, we now see the potential of that player on that role.
Not just the potential, no? Talagang fully realized na dito yung capabilities ng isang Savante Flint, especially with the direction na binibigay ng isang Rebecca dito. And I feel like, eto na yung tamang timpla ng Elder Dragon.
May gabay na.
Play for the scaling dito, no? Ang tanong, magagawa ko kaya ulit nila yun sa ating game number 3. Malalaman natin yan sa pagbabalik ng Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. This is Nadam and Sky. We'll be right back.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
Witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up.
And it looks like we're going to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. And of course, our first series of the entire Split 2 is not going down in a 2-0 fashion. Because of course, Elder Dragon, Rebenga, Yamada, they put up a fight and we are going to game number 3. Pero guys, Tatum, I want to ask, ano yung turning point? Kasi that last game almost looked like it was a 2-0.
Parang ano it's kind of like mind games dito, Repi, no? In the first game, hindi hinayaan ng LM na makapag-rotate sa mapa dito. Yung Elder Dragon, they did the same thing in game number 2, but they didn't need to rotate. They just needed to feed the Smolder Sky.
Honestly, yeah, they just needed to get to the late game, and honestly, yung turning point nila doon, yung engage ni Rebenga doon sa Ari,
Yes.
in which they have secured 2 kills and an extra Baron in which favored them more onto the later stages of the game.
I think we can agree now. We like seeing Lolo Rebs being a little bit more aggressive, more proactive today.
Absolutely.
So I think, again, the picks this time were a lot better. But of course, moving on to game number 3, I think may momentum pa rin yung Lodimir. They definitely are not gonna let this game number 2 slow them down. But what do you think they made any major mistakes?
Not necessarily mistakes. I feel like hindi lang nila na-maximize yung strengths ng mga players nila dito. No? Case in point, DNC, when he was on the engage jungler on the first game in Camille, ang lakas ng impact niya in the early game. Now, this time around on the Jace, he was still felt definitely getting as far as a Dragon Steal dun sa ating final Dragon. No? But then, you can't really see him as much on the team fights as you were nung game number 1. I feel like they need to put him on an engaging role.
Honestly, yeah, I think DNC1 needs to have more of capabilities of more proactiveness
Yes.
type of jungler. Unlike yung Jace, yung Camille niya nga was more on proactiveness. He was initiating those particular fights in which they have favored onto that game number 1. Pero ito na nga mga kaibigan, game number 3 na tayo. Drafting na nga. Ito na rin yung mga bans natin for this last game of the series.
That's right. Another, how many champions is this now?
20.
20 champions out of the champion pool, and of course another 10 going to be banned. But I think, Lodimir, these are one of the newer teams here in Split 2. I think a lot of them are new faces here, except I believe Reina is definitely very well known in the community. But it's very interesting to see what they're bringing to the table. I feel like they aren't really playing these conventional comps that we've been seeing from Split 1. But of course, I think I'm really excited to see how they handle the pressure here, of course, because ito pa lang yung first series nila. They are still playing a second series later in the evening, which means they have to keep their mental sharp. They need to keep their energy up. Charge your phones, kasi the whole series, we went to game 3, which means the battery life, of course. Make sure that that's ready.
Yeah, of course.
And again, this is their first day here in Split 2, and already, so much is happening to this new team.
Exactly. Kumbaga, welcome to Wild Rounds, Lodimir. Straight into out of the frying pan into the fire dito. Ang unang kalaban pa nga nila ito, Elder Dragon. I mean, the competition could not be more tight para sa kanila dito. And of course, it's going to be a question of perseverance as well. Paano sila tatagal ng ganun katagal, lalo na mag-game 3 pa tayo sa ngayon. Okay, we're going back into the draft and we haven't seen a Vi yet. I mean, if you take a look at the jungle bans so far, it's Camille, Jace, or jungle picks, Camille, Jace, Talia, Lee Sin. I feel like kailangan i-prioritize ng parehong team natin yung Vi kapag nakalusot.
Honestly, I like the idea that they want to secure that fight. The cease and desist makes it much easier to set up those team fights. And going alongside on the bans, Nautilus being banned as of the moment for the side of Elder Dragon. I want to see more of particular champions like maybe Mel, maybe, you know, our newer champions. And I think also, Renekton pare, hindi pa natin nakikita. Renekton is a priority meta pick as we have seen. He can be a tank, he can be a bruiser, he can do it all for the team.
True, and I think going off sa win rate natin from Split 1, I think Renekton was one of our top 3 champions. Highest win rate, so of course, definitely a prio pick here. And I think both of our top laners pretty good, but it looks like Lodimir will not have their first ban. I think they might have missed the window.
Maybe. Or maybe, maybe hinahayaan talaga nilang nakabukas dito, no? Para lang magkaroon ng bigger opportunities for these meta picks to come out. I mean, you talk about the Renekton, you talk about the Vi. Ayan na, hindi na sila naban. Pareho dito, no? So we might be seeing a Renekton priority pick mula dito sa Elder Dragon. Maybe even something like a jungler.
Honestly, yeah, a jungler would be most likely wanting, kasi especially Rebenga is one of the star players for the side of Elder Dragon. They want to secure that specific, but going alongside yun na nga, they're actually gonna be banning that Vi. In return, Lodimir actually picking up that Kragas.
Interesting, kasi I kind of thought mas priority yung Renekton in this case, but of course, I guess it is going to be the Gragas.
Oh, actually, baka may technical difficulties tayo dun, no? I think they're still thinking of it. It's kind of just...
Come on, it has to be
yet
there.
locked
Oh,
in.
Renekton!
Oh!
Okay, that makes sense now. That makes sense. Open Renekton, you have to first pick it. And of course, the answer to that is going to be an Ornn on the other side, as well as possibly a Saya?
Ayan na.
Okay.
Okay, team fighting. Yung definitive na sagot agad dito ng Elder Dragon. The Ornn, the Xayah, I mean, it screams team fight dito. They've got that AoE, the big ults, but the Jhin is going to come out para dito sa ating LM squad. Renekton will be there as well. I mean, sort of an all-rounder dito yung Renekton. No? But the Orianna, they're pulling out all the stops dito, Sky.
Honestly, that's a really interesting pick. Orianna and that Jhin especially.
Yes.
Jhin has been picked throughout whole wild rounds 5 times only.
5 times lang.
And the win rate is not quite as appealing. Yeah, of course. So it's gonna be interesting how Lodimir will utilize this Jhin on to this game number 3. Going alongside, Elder Dragon has a solid team fight composition of champions. We have the Ornn with the heavy CC, Dragon Flag from the side of that Jarvan, and of course disengage for that Xayah. Extra safety already for the side of Elder Dragon.
I'm a little scared here for that Jhin pick kasi, you know, wala siyang mobility compared to the other champions in the pool, and of course Orianna as well. And on the other side for Elder Dragon, you have an Ornn, you have a J4. Imagine hunting these two very, very squishy champions. But of course, I have no doubt, Reyna, again, one of their star players here for the side of Lodimir. Very good positioning. But of course, what do you do? And there's a Jax as well.
Oh,
my goodness.
I'm not sure what's happening at this point.
Maubos yung bala niya, pare.
Exactly. Exactly. And you have to look at the composition as a whole as well. Jhin is very good against squishy targets. Ilan yung squishy targets ang meron ngayon sa Elder Dragon? It's just a Xayah. Everyone else is so tanky. So it's gonna be hard to find impact as to Jhin, particularly early on in the game.
Ooh.
Pero at least meron silang setup, no? A lot of CC setup for LM with the Rakan.
That's true, and I think this might be the first Aurora pick that we've ever had here in Wild Rounds. So we're gonna see, is this first pick gonna be a 100% win rate or I won't even say the other part.
I mean, it's Yamada. Si Yamada yung pinag-uusapan
Si Yamada,
natin.
oo.
dito, no? Loves playing these scary mid laners. Pero nakita na natin kayo ng Yasuo niya. No? Not the easiest to pull off. And up against an Orianna, yes, Yamada can make some plays up against an immobile Orianna. But at the same time, you always have to remember yung roaming potential dito. There's a Hecarim and a Rakan in the map.
Honestly, yeah, the heavy crowd control for the side of Lodimir, having that ultimate from that Hecarim with the knockup from the Trakan and also having that charm as well. And do mind you, may bola pa ng Oriana na pwede niya imbigay sa Hecarim o Sarakan. With that, especially Shockwave.
That's right. It's a really, really good setup for the side of Lodimir. So I really enjoy the way that we've been seeing them draft as well. And of course, Elder Dragon, it's no surprise. They definitely know their stuff. But of course, eto na, it's the final game of our first series here for Split 2. Again, it's Elder Dragon versus Lodimir. Who is going to be our first winner of the split? And of course, Tatum, Sky, I believe it's time for you guys to take it away.
Thanks ever so
Thank
much,
you, thank
Revy.
you.
This is game number 3 of our first match of the day, Sky. Simulan na natin agad to. Kita mo naman yung comps, Sky. Let me ask you the golden question. Alin
Ayan na.
sa dalawang comps na to ang mas gusto mo? Sino sa tingin mo mananalo based sa comps?
Sa composition lang naman at wala pa yung execution, of course, mas pipiliin ko ang side ng Elder Dragon. No, kahit nagboto ako sa Lodimir na manalo, Elder Dragon tayo kasi napakaganda. They have the disengage, they have also the engage from their specific champions, and going alongside, they have proper scaling from that Jax until late game as well. Aurora can set up those AoE fights much easier, especially with that ultimate. And honestly, yeah, Elder Dragon has a better draft, but it just all depends on how they would execute.
Absolutely, no. Syempre, and you have to remember as well, Elder Dragon, this is a team that loves setting up for the team fight. And yes, they have the tools to do that, no? But at the same time, mataas din yung cancellation potential na meron dito yung composition ng Lodimir, no? We're just gonna fix up some things for you guys. Habang inaayos namin yun, pag-usapan muna natin ang mga what's at stake dito sa ating labanan dito. Remember, this is Group A? Tama ba?
Yep, Group A.
This is Group A. So, lalaban pa ulit mamaya ang Lodimir. There's total of 2 days for each group.
Yep.
So, kumbaga, kapag hindi ka nanalo today, you only have one more day.
One
para
more day
makabawi.
lang.
Yeah.
Oo. So, kailangan talaga nila manalo dito, in which that's gonna be adding more points onto them. And honestly, syempre, eto na yung first series. Eto na yung first na laban sa buong split. Kung sino man mananalo dito, it's gonna be quite memorable throughout the whole split. And honestly, from the composition from both of these teams, they are really pushing it through to game number 3 and really utilizing themselves to put the best performance.
Absolutely. No? Tsaka syempre, hindi mo rin mapagkakaila na merong gravitas yung pangalan ng Elder Dragon dito. Sino makakapagsabi? Ilang tao makakapagsabi, Sky, na uy, natalo ko si Rebenga sa isang tournament, natalo ko si Yamada sa isang tournament. No? I mean, just that fact already gives a lot of credit para dito sa Lodimir, and excited ako dito na sa resulta ng kanilang laban mamaya. Pero ito, konting recap, Sky, sa predictions natin. Yeah, we're split up. Kami ni Revy, we both predicted Elder Dragon to win. At ikaw, you predicted Lodimir.
Lodimir.
I mean, given what you know about these players from Lodimir, no, do you think realistically how far they're gonna get sa competition? Kaya ba nilang ipanalo lahat?
Honestly, I have trust in them to win more throughout the split kasi I've known them personally as well. Si Koy, si DNC1, they have been playing ever since as well throughout the seasons, and they are quite known as well throughout the scene of the competitive scene. But unlike Rebenga and Yamada, they are quite known more onto the international stages as well. Di ba naalala natin nung labanan ng Wild Rounds din?
Yes, sir.
On Vietnam, right?
Yes.
Yamada and Rebenga was there as well to represent the country. So honestly, of course, more recognition on the side of Elder Dragon, but Lodimir has experience as well. No, parang kaya nila sabayan yung Elder Dragon, and we've seen that before, no?
Exactly.
1-1 tayo eh, pare.
Yeah, kumbaga, despite the international experience and yung gravitas nga na sinasabi ko, nakikipagsabayan ng Lodimir, lumalamang pa nga sila every now and again. No? So, I'm excited to see just how far they can get with that talent, especially with how well they look. Hindi sila kinakabahan eh, no? Which is interesting to see, lalo na sa stage katulad nito. And what can I say? It's a really nice stage para dito na Wild Runs Pilipinas Open Split 2. No? A bit of a refresher lang. This is already Split 2, guys. Yung mananalo na top 4 sa ating Split 2 papasok sa playoffs to play against the Split 1 qualified teams. So far, meron na tayong 4 na qualified teams for the playoffs. And we're looking for the next 4 para maglaban-laban sila sa playoffs in the road to Smash.
Interesting yung pare kasi syempre yung mga teams ay maglalaban-laban to represent our country to Korea, and especially have a prize pool of 500k. If you're the first one, second place as well having 250,000 and third place as well 125. That's a huge task. Napakalaki ng potential mong ipanalo, pare.
Yes.
And especially having an honor to actually represent the Philippines on a different country. That is so nice. No,
Exactly.
parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam.
Exactly.
Especially Pilipino tayo.
Exactly. Tsaka remember, these are fresh faces sa scene natin. No? I mean, yes, they've been playing for quite some time, pero ngayon lang natin natutunugan yung mga pangalan ng mga TNC1, at tsaka mga Regal, no? So, walk me through what it's like. As someone na naka-experience na maging isang pro players, kaya ako, wala akong alam dyan hanggang silver 0-10 yaso lang ako eh. So, walk me through what it's like kapag kunyari, nasa isang tournament ka, tas yung kalaban mo, it's a known entity. It's a known name dito sa scene natin.
Oo.
So, kunyari, may Rebecca kang kalaban.
Yun
no?
nga eh.
For example, how does it feel like? May dagdag ba na pressure o parang baliwala lang sa inyo?
May dagdag na pressure yan, pero syempre, it's more exciting throughout the whole fight. No? Once you've beaten them, or say for example, once you're in that fight, you're more locked in onto
Yes.
winning. Because especially once you've beaten those type of opponents, yung pinakamahirap pa na makalaban, no? Parang ikaw si, kinakalaban mo si Goliath, pare.
Yes.
It's
yes.
so pressuring, but in fact, it's gonna be quite a task. Once you get that done, it's so good.
Yes.
It's such a nice build.
Siyempre, no? I mean, it's parang kumbaga idolo mo yung kalaban mo, no? Tapos
Oo.
natalo mo. So, it's kumbaga gratification for yourself. Pero on the other side of the spectrum naman, when you have someone na ilang taon na naglalaro ng competitive scene, ilang taon ng pro player, personally, sa'yo ba, over the years of playing competitively, nababawasan ba sa tingin mo yung excitement or yung kaba or the emotions that come along with the professional games?
Yeah, definitely, man. Throughout the whole time you're playing competitively, it's gonna take you more and more of yourself, because the scrim, of course, having to compete, and of course, losing is quite, it sucks, man. It's gonna be taking a toll on me, and in which yun na nga, dito na tayo, jumping in once again to our game number 3 of this first series. Match point for both of these teams. Whoever wins this will have extra advantage.
Exactly. Points on the board para sa mananalo sa game na ito. Because it is game number 3 between Elder Dragon and of course Lodimir. Okay, grand entrance. Pumasok kanina si Jay-Su, pero siya yung napuruhan dito sa my bottom side. The matchup on the bot end, it's Zaya Orn going up against Rakan and Jin. And it's very similar power point between these two, pero si Hachi, mamananakap na naman ni Jay-Su dito. Heal pop by Regal, and Hachi down to 1 HP, 100 HP that is. Kailangan na mag-recall dito, no work.
Oo, kailangan niya na mag-recall. And honestly, nakita natin yung matchup sa bottom side. Magjowa, magkaaway sa jowa, no? Yung Rakan versus that Zaya, we already know they are quite known as a couple, but now they're gonna be fighting onto the bottom side. Leading on the charge here, Oriana against that Aurora. Once that Aurora has that level 3, the poke king of that champion, and also chipping damage from the electrocute rune as well, is quite massive, especially going against that Oriana. Oriana is more on the scaling type, no? Para baka mahirap-hirapan pa siya, kailangan niya lang talaga i-play safe yung laning phase niya dito.
And more on the setup side din dito yung Oriana. No? You can make the most out of an Oriana when it comes to the team fights, yung shockwave niya, yung bola niya, and of course the extra mobility na ino-offer ng kit niya dito for the team is a very good all-rounder for the team fights. But when it comes to the laning phase, not the easiest to pull off. Ang hirap din kasi gamitin ng isang Oriana. No? Micromanaging the positions of your character and your ball. Medyo nakakalito yan minsan, no? Kaya hirap na hirap akong gamitin yung Oriana na yan. But it's all about the macro para dito naman sa Hecarim. One of the fastest pull clears in the entire game. Pero kapag nag-level 5 power spike na dito yung mga champion ng Lodimir, that's when we get to see a bit of action. Ang tanong, saan natin una makikita yun?
Oo, will it be on the top side or will it be on the bottom side? It depends on what jungler. Pero kita natin yung rotation na ginawa ni Hachi dito, actually helping out God Thunder, especially this Renekton is leading more on the gold and actually pushing out the lane much faster than that Jax, because that Jax is still a scaling type of champion. He needs to get those specific items. The Shin, regardless as well, it's gonna be needed for this Renekton matchup. And kita naman natin dito, standard laning lang sila, nag-aantay sila ng misposition ng mga tropa, kasi kita natin dito yung Rakan din ay tamang tingin-tingin lamang kung sino pwede niyang ininakap.
Yes. And I would say, no, in the Renekton versus Jax matchup, yung danger level dito, facing up against the Renekton, is highest in the first 3 levels. Nalagpasan na ni God Thunder yun without going down. Albeit, kinailangan niya i-prioritize yung plated steel caps dito. It's okay because he's alive. Knockout coming through. Regal, nahuli na kagad dito. At ito na yung onslaught of shadows onto the backline. It's not enough to save the ADC of Lodimir. Nalaglag si Regal.
Regal been taking out quite so easy. Flag and drag from the side of Rebenga. Cataclysm locking him down. And knowing that Regal has no flash, in return, they have successfully killed that AD carry.
With
Pero
another
kita
knockup.
natin yung invade, ha? Woo!
Okay.
Quick
Yung-
and easy.
Yung or natin dito, alistar na dito, no? The double knockup to start off the fight. And that was a bit of a late response pala dito kay TNC1, no? Which is something we don't see a lot of. Usually siya yung naghahanap ng laban, pero
Oo.
ngayon siya yung late dun sa scene.
Nagulat kasi sila sa biglang pagsugod ni Rebecca dun eh. And especially yung knock-up from that Ornn was so impactful. And noting that Jin or this Regal has no flash. As we have said before, pag wala kang mobility, you can't go out of that Cataclysm. And as well, heavy crowd control ang support nila on that Ornn. And now, honestly, Elder Dragon securing that first blood and also invaded the NC1's red buff.
Actually, this is the best idea as well to start off lethality para kay Regal dito, no? Given the prominence of the front line ng Elder Dragon, might not be the best course of action damage-wise. So tingnan natin anong plano dito in terms of itemization ng Lodimir. But then again, it's a bit too early to call the shots para dito. Elder Dragon already walking off with a 1,000 gold lead. We have 1 minute bago lumabas yung early objectives natin. And look at Hachi. Kakaiba yung productivity sa mapang yun ni Hachi, ha?
Oo, alam niyang makunat siya, pare. Alam niyang pwede siya maging walking ward doon sa side ng Lodimir. Kaya nakikita natin talaga yung aggression niya, pagbigay ng extra vision, extra information, in fact, on to his team. And now, Mountain Drake gonna be spawning in. I think Elder Dragon might be eyeing more on a team fight type of thing onto the early stages because, honestly, they want to get more blood. They have the capabilities of their specific champions to actually win that first team fight. And now, they having that recalls, reset timers tayo mga kaibigan kasi maglalaban-laban ata tayo dito sa object.
In 20 seconds, lalabas na dito ang unang Drake natin. It's gonna be a Mountain Drake on top of the Rift Herald. And yes, iba yung shuffle ng ating elementals dito. Jesu, we're gonna have to take a look at Jesu, how he plays this Rakan. No? The quickness, absolutely impactful to cancel dito yung proactivity na meron si Rebenga and maybe even Yamada. No? So, that's one thing to watch para dito sa ating Lodimir is that Rakan. Rebenga starting off the Drake triggers the response of the Rift Herald para sa Lodimir. And it's gonna be a trade of objectives, hindi pa pala ng Lodimir.
Lodimir dito actually don't want to have a fight on the early stages. They want to scale out more. Securing that Rift Herald now, and we see Rebenga once again invading the red buff of the side of Lodimir.
I like
In
this.
which Koi has not successfully gained. And kita naman natin dito, Elder Dragon pushing out the bottom lane. Once get that tier 1 tower, already taking that out. Extra bounty onto their hands. More gold once again pouring into the pockets of Elder Dragon.
A pretty smart decision as well na iiwan si Savante Flint dito sa mid, no? I mean, all things considered, isipin mo Zaya mag-isa doon, no? Pero it's a Zaya. It's one of the best wave clearing champs or ADCs that is in the meta. So okay lang na siya yung iniwan dito sa may mid, no? Even with the Rift Herald. Flash forced away mula kay God Thunder. Could start a fight dito sa may top side ng mapa natin kasi ini-invade na naman si DNC1. Yamada around the area. That's a knock-up coming in from Hachi. God Thunder, nag-helicopter mode na pero lang tinamaan sa stun. Regal coming back into the back end. On the Forge God, nakatama ng dalawa pero si Tricky Niki coming in for the turnaround. The shockwave into the onset of shadows. DNC on the board. Nakaisa na nalaglag na si Rebenga. Tatakbo pa pala yung Elder Dragon and that is the Blade Call from Savante Flint to find the execute onto Freaky Niki. 1-for-1 exchange. At yung Elder Dragon nakakuha ng isa pero nalaglag din ng jungler nila.
Grabe ang nangyari doon. It was a back and forth of throwing out the crowd control, the quickness, the knockup from the Trakan, and a re-engage from Freaky Niki. We've seen the ultimate of that Hekra landing on 2 members, in which it was a follow-up from the shockwave of that Oriana. And honestly, it's just a 1-for-1 trade for both of these teams. It's still a good one for the side of Elder Dragon because it's still a stalemate of a match. We see still that Elder Dragon has that gold lead. Lodimir, though, still lacking on what's needed to be done. They actually need to find more pickups onto the side lane. Eye more onto that Aurora, especially kasi squishy siya eh. I think TNC1 needs to actually be more proactive, find those specific fights, or find pickoffs that are easy to pick off, like this Aurora, or maybe this Jax. Honestly, side lane-wise talaga kailangan nila. Pero kita natin dito si Hachi-1.
Ang bilis ng movement speed ng Orb na to. Hindi siya mahuli. Ito naman, no grand entrance, and Hachi-1 still somehow staying alive.
Nakunat yan, pare.
Walking word nga talaga to.
Oh my Lord, pare. Kayang-kaya tangkihin kung ano man ibigay mo dito. Pero kita naman natin dito si Rebenga at etong si Sevante wants to go for a tower dive here on Lodimir's side.
Gusto i-dive si Freaky Niki. Nag-activate ng Dominoes. Forces out the ulti from the Croc. And that is Freaky Niki staying alive, pero nabait out yung ulti niya dito. Pwedeng mag-reset sila Boss Rebs and go for the re-engage. Pero tingnan mo, walang bawas yung Jin natin dito kay Hachi.
Oh!
Shadows coming in from the Heka. Rip, DNC
Predator
trying to
Storm?
be proactive, but the Predator Storm will keep them at bay. Papasok na si Rebenga, dinangkan. Dito si DNC1, double knock-up coming in from the Ornn. And Elder Dragon taking over the mid lane. DNC nalaglag, Freaky Niki nag-flash into the slice and
Maganda
dice.
pa.
That's a double kill for the Renekton. At babawi ang LM. That's a 2-for-1 exchange. Rebenga trying to run away pero wala nang stun yung Renekton. So lalamang 2-for-2. It's just an even trade.
Another even trade for both of our teams in which we have seen Lodimir engaging onto that team fight and another re-engagement from the side of Elder Dragon with the Cataclysm. And knowing the fact that that was a really good ultimate from Yamada, no one has been bursted out though. And we see Regal being taken out onto the backline by God Thunder on that Jax. And now, spawning na mga kaibigan, Infernal Drake. It's gonna be second Drake and potentially a soul point for Elder Dragon. Lodimir needs to deny this Drake. But do mind you, Regal has no flash. Koi has no flash. Meaning to say, one Cataclysm can pin them down.
Yun na nga, no? Yung backline access dito ng Elder Dragon is actually very good. And Regal, being the immobile Jin, is very vulnerable in this conjuncture. I mean, meron pa naman ditong ulti ulit. Si DNC1 to engage another fight, pero yung Dragon, sisimulan na ng Elder Dragon.
Yan na, yan na.
Freaky Niki coming in closer, finding a bit of vision, nag-activate na ng S3 dito, yung Hecarim natin. Here comes the fall of the Forge God. Nakanakap ng isa yung kabayo. Freaky Niki nasa gitna ng apat at walang palakas sa apat na yan. Cataclysm goes down and Freaky Niki is out for the count. Pero sasagot ng isa dito. Si Rebenga, he will go down as well. Pero 1-for-4 and it is just Regal na makakakuha ng dalawa bago siya malaglag. It's an ace! And Elder Dragon diretso sa Baron.
Elder Dragon with so much sustain, heavy crowd control, just tanking all the damage from the bullets of that Jin. Honestly, now it's overall Elder Dragon's noble lead and will be taking this free Baron for that ace. And do mind you, Infernal Drake is still up. There is still in a position to actually take a soul. So Lodimir in a deficit, pare, of gold and also resources now. Honestly, item-wise, kita natin dito, 2 items for the side of that Hecarim and on that Jarvan. But do mind you, napakakunat nila, hindi kaya punitin ng isang Jin or Orianna.
Exactly. Especially with the itemization, collector pa lang yung item ng ni Regal dito. No? Doesn't have any form of armor penetration apart from a little bit of lethality. Pero at least makuha yung Inferno Drake dito ni DNC1 for Lodimir. So a bit of consolence para sa kanila dito no, nakuha nila yung Infernal Drake, pero yung mid nila pinapasok na. Hachi coming in with the charge. Pero wala na sila magagawa dito. Sky, basag na yung Tori
Basag
nila.
na yung mga Tori nila, pare. Dalawang Tori na agad ang tuluyang babagsak for the side of Elder Dragon. Pero napakagandang ginagawa ni Freaky Niki dito, pare. Nagsa-side lane dun siya sa bottom lane to actually deny or actually get more gold onto the players of Lodimir. But one by one, second tier turrets by second tier turrets being taken out by Elder Dragon. Now, Lodimir trying their best to actually clear out the wave but with that Orianna clearing.
Mega lang yung gold lane natin, Elder Dragon. Nakalimutan nyo ata na may Renekton. Di sila nag-recall. Papasok sila sa base ng kalaban. That is a flag and drag from Rebenga. Saktong tatama sa kalaban niya. And that is the first in-hit tower down. Nag-TP pababa si God Thunder para sagutin si Renekton. And that is an easy kill para sa Elder Dragon. Mukhang mahuhuli pa nga si Freaky Niki dito. Wala na siyang flash. But the slice and dice will keep him alive for now. That's God Thunder coming in for the kill. And Elder Dragon, diretso lang sa loob ng base dito ng Lodimir. That's a double grand entrance na kapula kay Jay Super. Sasagot ng kanya si Hachi. Here comes Rebenga as the Aurora goes on a killing spree. Yamada seals the deal. Elder Dragon with the win. Laban sa Lodimir.
Elder Dragon wins this whole series, taking it all back with the reverse sweep that we have seen earlier on. And now Elder Dragon just pushing through and through, showing it off, and yeah, they have won.
They have won. Welcome back, Boss Reps. Welcome back to the competitive stage and welcome back to Wild Rounds Pilipinas. And what a way to start off itong match na, itong araw natin na to. No? Elder Dragon taking the win just by a hair. And what it takes was a lot of, well, actually a culmination of mistakes dito ng Lodimir. But at the same time, really well execution mula sa Elder Dragon. No? Parang wala silang kinuhang maling fight nun eh. Lahat tama.
Oo, lahat tama. Tamang trades lang eh. Mas nagkakalamangan na nga po ang Elder Dragon sa bawat teamfight na nangyari. And honestly, this teamfight especially, we've seen that Elder Dragon with the re-engage, no? They have won it all and secured those particular kills that they needed to secure. And especially now, having that lead of that gold to more items, they were so tanky. And kita natin yung Jax doon, no? Namumukpok lang, hindi pinapansin, pre. At tuloy na talaga nilang napanalo yung teamfight na yun. And going for their KDA, oh my.
Yeah.
Sevante pa rin.
Siyempre, 207. I mean, the talent that Savante Flint has is just immaculate. No? Talagang pinapakita niya every game, whether it be in the losing or the winning end. Maganda yung kiting at positioning niya lagi dito. And when you have that extra layer of safety on the Zaya ulti, talagang hindi mo na mahuhuli yan. No? 0 deaths yet again on the ADC. At sumama na si Yamada dito sa mga numero natin. No? Second highest damage in the entire roster.
Yun.
At ito ang potential ng isang team na Elder Dragon kapag lumalaban ng malinis.
Oo, lumaban na malinis. Ni-reverse sweep nila eh.
Yes.
Parang binigyan na muna ng panalo itong Lodimir. No? Sige, patikin muna namin kayo ha. Baka kailangan nyo eh. Siyempre, yung mga idol nyo kami. At ngayon, sila na ang tuluyang nanalo for this series. And honestly, they've tried their best. Props to Lodimir as well. Still getting a win against Elder Dragon. And we will see you more later on actually on your fight against Gensokyo.
I do have to say, no, respectable pa rin naman yung numbers dito ni Regal despite the criticism that we've had sa mga ginawa niya dito in terms of itemization. Koi also dealing a decent amount of damage on the Orianna. Pero ang problema kasi hindi niya na-neutralize si Yamada, no, katulad ng game 1 natin. MVP of the game for the second time of the day, Savante Flint. 0 deaths on the Zaya with a whopping 17,000 damage dealt. Mukhang mababa, no? Pero bilis kasi nung game natin, kaya akala mo mababa yung
Mabilis
damage
eh,
niya.
mabilis talaga eh. Parang tinapos agad nila. Go next na tayo mga kaibigan. And etong si Sevante talaga, tuloy na talagang pinapakita yung talento niya sa pagka-kite. Especially properly using that Feather Storm at the right time. Kasi nakita natin mga engages ng Rakan. Tamang timing ng Feather Storm. Quite good reaction time for this kid.
Right, Savante Flint. I'm gonna watch you from here on out. I mean, kapag kasi pinag-usapan mo yung Elder Dragon, no? You think about Yamada, you think about Rebenga. Savante Flint, minsan na-overlook siya ng mga malalaking pangalan sa team niya. But this is him asserting his name onto the leaderboard from day number 1.
I totally agree with you there. And guys, grabe, reverse sweep talaga for our very first series of Split 2. And of course, I think it's no surprise that Elder Dragon was going to go down 2-0. So of course, props to them. And of course, Savante, of course, another name to be watching out for. And of course, again, really, really standout performances. And of course, we also have a winner's interview. So I'm very curious to see who we're going to be hearing from Elder Dragon. But, you know, baka, it could be a familiar face or maybe perhaps one of the newer players. Because I think, you know, we want to get to know the new faces of Wild Rift and, of course, our possible representatives all the way in a Wild Rounds Smash. So.
Possibly. I mean, it's a bit early to call that, no? Pero it's what we're fighting for dito. So it's the end goal eventually, you know. And I would love to talk to Coach Revs. I'd love to talk to Savante Flint as well. Paano niya ba nahanap itong batang to na napakalakas mag-ADC? But it's a nice day para kila Coach Revs dito. No? Kumbaga, welcome back to Wild Rounds Pilipinas. And of course, it's a nice display of a right mix ng decision making, and talent, pag pinagsama mo, you're gonna get results.
Honestly, yeah, no, nakakatuwa yung pagbabalik ni Rebs, blowing out with another win once again and showcasing his talents once more na kaya niya pang makapagsabayan sa mga bata, mga atabs natin dito, pare. Props to Rebenga, and of course, his team is showing off quite good colors from the start of this split number 2.
That's right. And of course, you know, Rebenga, it's no surprise that he also managed to scout really, really good players.
Oo.
Not just any players would be on this team. So, of course, you have a lot of potential here. And, of course, potential is nothing unless you really put it to work and show the evidence of that potential. And, of course, from this first series, we can definitely see that. And, of course, for Lodimir, although they didn't win this series, they still have a chance to come back later tonight. But at the same time, they are coming off of a loss, which means, of course, they need that reset, that mental reset. They need to adjust and figure out what their mistakes were. And, of course, I think they're going up against one of the stronger teams that we've had from Split 1. If I'm not mistaken, it is Gensokyo.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if it cannot get any worse for Lodimir, it's one of the strongest teams from Split 1 nga na mga kalaban nila. Actually, two of the strongest teams in the entire split dito, no, is Elder Dragon and Gensokyo, which they're gonna face off in one day. So, kumbaga, not only do they have to brush off the negative vibes from game number 1, but they also have to face off against one of the best. So, kailangan makabawi dito ng Lodimir.
Oo,
Yup.
tamang reset talaga ang kailangan nila dito, especially fighting against from Elder Dragon. And honestly, we would see more from Lodimir later on, in which we hope to see that they are properly resetted and actually noted out the mistakes.
Exactly. And of course, before all of that, I think we have a special interview waiting for us. So I believe we are going to be talking to our team captain from Elder Dragon. So,
Yun!
Yung Dragon?
Ang buhay naman yan.
oy, all right, we've got Rebenga
Hindi ako
here.
yan, hindi ako yan.
Yes.
Rebs!
Boss!
Ay po,
Hello,
hello.
Lola
Good
Rem.
evening, good evening.
Well,
Yun lang.
I'll start first.
Same prod.
Yeah, really, really team prod. Well, I think it's good that we still
show na
got.
agad
Well, of course, first off, Rebenga, congratulations on the win. First series of Split 2, and you guys are the winners.
Thank you, thank
And
you.
as Rebs Junior, so Rebs Senior, I have a question for you.
Rebs Senior!
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. But, of course, we want to ask, you have a lot of new faces sa team mo. Can you tell us what made you choose these new players for your roster?
Actually, ako yung nahugot eh. Ano lang, parang, wala lang. Gusto ko lang mag-try testing lang para painit lang ng daliri, ganun. Naghahanap lang ako ng thrill sa mundo. Kasi,
Parang
tawa na ako
nagsa-side
sa solo
quest
queue
eh,
eh. So, kompe naman para maiba.
Alright, so side quest, side quest.
Boss Rebs, may tanong ako sa'yo. First off, yun nga, congratulations. Welcome back to Wild Rounds, no? As a player. Ito,
Thank you,
tanong
thank
ko, Boss Rebs, how does it feel to win again? Nagbabago ba yung feeling ng excitement, ng kaba, na tumigil ka maglaro, tapos bumalik ka, tapos ganun pa rin ba yung feeling?
Siyempre, masaya pa din. At the end of the day, a win is a win, kumbaga. And siyempre, if pag nanalo, maganda yung mood. Pag talo, ano na lang, bawi next time. Only bawi na lang, ganun.
Okay.
Buti na lang nakabawi pa kami.
Yes.
Grabe yun. So ako naman, honestly, congrats once again, Rebs. Welcome back dito. Ang tanong ko lang naman sa'yo ay, may kinakatakutan ba kayong team na ikakalaban nyo for this split number?
Wala kami lang.
Uy,
Parang sa galaw din namin. Wag lang kami mag-choke, wag lang pumitik. Wag lang magbida-bida. Clean Wild Rift, clean League of Legends, mga ganun.
I like that answer, and especially they showed off that clean tactics with the reverse sweep that we have seen earlier on.
Oh nga, a river sweep. Again, a very, very fashionable way to start Split 2. Parang again, like we're the highlight for Split 2 opening day. So thank you, Rebenga. And of course, before you go, any
Thank you.
shout outs to friends, supporters, to your teammates?
Ay, shoutout sa mga kambi ko. Salamat sa buhat. Huwag niyo na ako pabuhatin, natatalo eh. Kaya bumubuhat sa akin.
All right. Well,
Ayun.
there you have it. Again, congratulations, Rebenga, and welcome back to Wild Rounds. We're looking forward for your performance and for your
Oh.
team. And of course, we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you.
Bye, Reb.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye.
Di ko in-expect yun. Na the team was already formed and they picked up Rebenga.
Siya yung siya pala yung...
Siya pa yung pinili pala.
But I do like the answer. Sabi niya, sino yung kinakatakutan niyo? Wala.
Oh.
That's a bold statement to say, given the talent na meron tayo ngayon.
I mean, at the same time, you know, if you have this sea of talent, this pool of talent in the Philippines, what do you do when you're one of the biggest fish in the pond, right?
Exactly.
Of course, you know, it's kind of hard to find those new names, but I think Lodimir definitely gave them a little bit of a scare with that game #1. So again, they can't just let these series slide like an average day in the office. But of course, that is going to be it for our first series here today for day #1 of Split 2. Of course, we still have 2 more matches coming up, but we're going to go on a very, very short break. But of course, up next, we have Gensokyo versus Revenge for match #2.
The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up. The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up! Every stone weaves a different story.
Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, welcome back dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. And of course, we are here at our second series of the day. Once again, my name is Rebixco, and of course, joining me dito sa panel, and of course, your casters for today, we have Datum and Sky. And guys, alam ko, we just came back from a very, very exciting first game. Pero ngayon, we are moving on to our second series, and we are getting a second look at one of our returning teams from Split 1, because up next is Gensokyo versus Revenge. So again, it's gonna be an old versus new. Gensokyo now a chance for redemption, but of course, Revenge. Parang, I think Gensokyo needs to get revenge on these teams.
I mean, Gensokyo, you have to remember, one of the best performing teams no Split 1 natin. No? Barely losing out dun sa ating qualifier for the playoffs top 4. So now, they're back for revenge. And it's quite fitting na revenge yung una nila mga kalaban dito.
Oo nga eh. They're out for revenge for specific teams as well. But they're gonna be going against revenge. Will they come out of the top against revenge, or will they actually, we don't know. So honestly, it's gonna be a really interesting fight against these two teams. Especially Gensokyo is quite well known ever since Split 1. And now we're going to be seeing them once again on Split number 2. And we see here, Gensokyo, we have still Jay, Chemical Kid, known as Yuan as well, Sincerely on the middle lane, Carlsu on their ADC, and of course, Ayagin.
That's right. Honestly, parang fit na fit yung name for Gensokyo of all teams for this matchup. And of course, this team, again, one of the best teams, especially stats-wise on paper. They were always on our weekly leaderboard. Even yung individual players were always showing up. Some of the highest numbers put up in Split 1. But of course, those numbers did not get them over the finish line to qualify them for the actual qualifiers. But of course, yung opponents nila for today, of course, we have Revenge. And, Revenge could be here for their own revenge for not being in Split 1.
Yeah.
They're gonna fight for their place here in Split 2. And of course, here we have Odessa, Yaji, Kudo, Tempo, and Nona.
And I feel like Tempo is gonna be filling in big shoes para dito sa Revenge, considering the opposition. I mean, yung gold lane ng Gensokyo is a very pivotal part ng kanilang success back in Split 1. I'm gonna take a look at how they're gonna perform against that gold lane, particularly Tempo. Paano niya papalagan dito yung kalaban niya?
Honestly, yeah, it's gonna be interesting as well. Some of the players from Revenge, I actually know them personally. So I think on the ADC or on the bottom side, we're gonna be seeing more action because Nona has been playing as well from quite some time. And also, he is a streamer partnered as well with Wild Rift.
All right. Another Wild Rift partner here. Of course, we have so many creators dito sa Split 2 and even from Split 1. And it's really nice to see yung content creators natin are also really, really good players of Wild Rift. And again, this is the highest form of competitive play we have here for Wild Rift in the Philippines. And of course, it'd be really exciting to see some of these players, fly to Korea and represent the Philippines. But of course, when it comes to predictions, all of us went for Gensokyo just because we have seen them already. But of course, Revenge, we don't know what they could be bringing to the table. It could be another Lodimir. Baka, this could be the actual dark horse here, giving us an upset.
Maybe. I mean, it's unsurprising, no, na Gensokyo yung pinredict nating lahat dito in the talent pool, given just how much we put a highlight on them back in Split 1. I wouldn't be surprised kung sila yung mananalo, but I'd be open to it. I'd love to see an upset. I'd love to see some. I'd love to be proven wrong.
Honestly, yeah, same here. We've seen Gensokyo before, but now Revenge is here. So I'm really excited on how they would play out this specific series. Especially they are coming up against another team that is well known ever since Split 1 and almost qualified on that specific split.
Pero Sky, because you said that you know some of the players from Revenge, any other interesting facts? Because you were talking about Nona earlier. How about the other players of Revenge?
Actually, the top laner as well has been competing LoL PC wise as well.
Oh.
He used to be a LoL PC player as well, and now he transitioned into Wild Rift. Has been playing more on the ranked games, and now he's now on the competitive scene.
So mga ilang years you would say that they have been playing Wild Rift?
Wild Rift, I think Nona has been playing at least 2 or more years. Honestly, I'm not quite sure. But for their top lane, it's gonna be much more, of course. Kasi syempre, LoL PC pa lang. I think he really transitioned right away to Wild Rift. So we would see him showcase his talent right now.
So from release,
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yes.
Pero diba, I think you also mentioned earlier that you also have some pro experience, diba?
Yes.
Yeah.
So fun fact here, Sky has also been playing since the very, very beginning of Wild Rift.
Yeah,
right?
ever since the beta test has came out, I've been playing Wild Rift ever since then. So I know a couple of players, of course.
So
I
you know
met
these
them.
guys.
Yeah, some of them. Some
Okay.
of them. Not all.
But a lot, I mean, it's pretty good to see na a lot of these players even stuck around with Wild Rift. And through the years, they waited up until this point. And of course, it's really nice to see them here. And of course, parang you have a little reunion. You're here on the caster side, and they're playing over there. So, question actually, why didn't you go for Revenge
Yeah, that's
for
a
your
good question.
prediction?
Oh, for my prediction, honestly, I think that Gensokyo is a really, really good team.
Okay.
I'm not siding more on friendship-wise, of course.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna be looking more on their skills.
All right, skills, stats, objective tayo dito. And speaking of objectives, same bands as earlier, of course, but this time we have a rise here for the side of Gensokyo. And I think, no surprise, they pick up the Ezreal, one of their best champs from Split 1.
Yes.
But now, of course, Revenge, really excited to see what they have. And look, they even have special player pictures. Bakit yung mga new teams dito sa
Thumbs
Split 2,
down.
they have special poses?
Favorite ko pa rin yung kanina.
Nag-iisip.
But here comes the picks though from Revenge. We've got the Camille locked up. I mean, this does make sense. Vi being taken out makes Camille a prime choice para dito sa ating engaged junglers. Talia, I don't think we're gonna be seeing a Talia unless we see a Camille flex.
Oh.
Okay, so Talia yung pipiliin nila dito. So Camille might be going to that top lane, to that Baron lane rather. And quite surprising na mas prioritize nila yung Camille over the Renekton.
Honestly, Camille is very flexible. Camille has been being played onto the middle lane, can be played on the top lane, and also on the jungle. So that's 3 lanes already. And do mind you as well, Talia jungle is viable for this patch. So both of those picks from Revenge are really, really flexible. Unlike from that Renekton. Renekton can be played on the middle lane or the top lane, but honestly, that's still a good pick. Going for that Bard Ezreal combination.
Oh my goodness. Parang Gensokyo's comp is already scaring me.
Yeah.
The fact that the Ezreal Renekton is there with the Bard, again, you can dive with confidence and then the Bard ult to save you. But of course, we're gonna see how Revenge responds to this one. But I think right off the bat, I think Gensokyo's like, we want to win this 2-0 right off the bat.
Ooh.
Jax. It's a classic matchup. It's ating Baron lane. No? It's a Jax versus Renekton. See this time and time again. I mean, nakita na natin siya kanina in the Elder Dragon matchup. No? So, no surprises there. But Gensokyo actually putting a lot of priority on that bottom side means totoo yung sinabi natin kanina. No? They have a lot of backbone riding on their Dragon lane. The Bard and Ezreal combo also very impressive in the early game. No? Lots and lots of poke. So, it's a big question mark. Ano yung pipiliin ng Revenge pang sagot dun sa poke na yun ng Bard and Ezreal? There's not a lot of options.
Yeah, honestly, yun nga, Ezreal has being taken out already, Bard as well. And honestly, what will Revenge get? Will they still get a Lucian probably? Or maybe pick another ADC quite safe? Maybe Saya once again with the Feather Storm. But for their support, it's very versatile as well. They still have that, or Nautilus being banned out though. And also they still have specific engaged type of champions. Orn, Brom is still up onto the table that can help out. But it really on depends what they are eyeing on. Honestly, we would see it later on.
Okay. 2 tanks banned for the side of Gensokyo.
Yeah.
And of course, now we're gonna look at what we have for the bot lane for Revenge. So again, yung history nila, their bot lane is their, you would say maybe the stronger side here for Revenge. Ano yung playstyle nila? Do they like to go really aggressive or?
Honestly, Nona is a really aggressive support, so I feel like he's gonna be more on engaged type of champions. And there we go, that's gonna be an actually illusion that can really poke or fight against an Ezreal onto the early.
Wait, Sky, Nami is still open. Nami is
Oh.
not banned away. That could be the perfect roundup para dito sa Revenge. So, although it does make their composition a little bit squishy if they lock
Honestly,
up the Nami with the Lucian, but it's a tried and tested combo if they want to lift the early game. Laban dito sa Bard and Ezreal now. Could be something to explore para dito sa Revenge. But Gensokyo, they're gonna be pulling out their own plan instead. They're gonna go for the Nunu and Willump. I mean, that is a curveball and a half. I love seeing the Nunu and Willump. The Assault too!
Oh no!
No! We were saying like, oh yes, but
Finally!
I think it's not gonna be an ASOL because of course Gensokyo is gonna be eyeing more onto that win, and in which they're gonna be eyeing for that Ari with the pick of potential with that Spirit Rush on the Charm as well. You know that Revenge has pick off capabilities on that Camille, on that Talia,
Bro.
and now Gensokyo adding up to their kit, the Ari.
That's true. Oh, now whenever I think of Arya, now all I can think about is Leo Miho. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, guys. Very, very cute cosplay, by the way. You should check out Leo Miho's latest Arya cosplay. But of course, Revenge, they pick up the Braum. I think rounding it up, giving them some tankiness that they definitely needed.
It's like a classic 1-2 punch here. The Lucian and Braum combo. It's just a perfect stacking up of the Braum passive with the Lucian passive, and it's just a bread and butter here, but it's still gonna be oppressive nonetheless. So yung Bard and Ezreal combo on the other side, just gonna have to find the right timings with the Braum S3. But here we go, both compositions locked up dito, and I do have to say, I'm excited to see these Nunu and Willump because honestly, I love seeing my Nunu and Willump, Sky.
Yeah, honestly, with the huge snowball that he has and the ganking capabilities, we're gonna see a much more of a tankier Nunu on the side of Gensokyo.
Yes.
That's gonna be helping out Ezreal and that Ari dish out the damage as much as they can. But going alongside here, Revenge have that engage from the Camille, engage from that Jax, and as well a pick of potential from that Talia. I like their draft in itself because it shows promise throughout the early stages of the game.
That's true, but I think, you know, both teams drafted absolutely beautifully.
Yeah.
I really like that. You can't really tell whose game it is yet based off of the comp. I think they both did a really, really good job, as we're going to see how they take it out on the server. But of course, a final look at our teams. Again, new faces here for this match. Some returning faces, and of course, many new faces here for the side of Revenge, and really, really excited to see what they show us here in this first game. But of course, that means it's about time that we get into the action, which means Tatum, Sky, I think it's time for you guys.
Thank you so much, Revy. It's time yet again, Sky, for us to go back into the Rift. It's another set of faces. It's Gensokyo making a comeback in Split 2, and Revenge hoping to stop them here sa ating unang araw ng Wild Runs Pilipinas Split 2. The golden question, Sky, of course. Siyempre, it's at this point tradition. Tatanong ko na sa'yo, as a former pro player, one of the best players in the world of Wild Rift, Sky.
Okay.
Alin yung mas gusto mong composition dito sa dalawang ito?
Honestly, I'm eyeing more of the composition of Revenge. I like they have the crowd control, the engage capabilities that they have, that they can start off from the early game, can really, really snowball them a lead. But going alongside here, Gensokyo still has that particular thing of that Nunu that can invade earlier on with his double smite kit, you know, with the chomp that he has, and the smite can really go on through that fights.
Yes, I do have to agree with you, Revenge. I feel like ang dami nilang tools dito, particularly in split pushing. Jax is a power pusher. Camille is the same thing. You could push very, very quickly with the Camille isolated. No? And I feel like mas cohesive yung plano nila dito. Camille goes in, engages, and then you have the safety net of the Braum that can also engage as a sort of safety net while also having the tool to rotate around the map with the Talia. I feel like with Revenge, they're putting a lot of eggs into the Ezreal Ari basket that when it comes to the team fight, I'm not sure if they have enough tools to sustain dito yung isang Jax tsaka isang Lucian Braum combo. No? So I double down on your argument. I like the Revenge composition, but again, it's gonna boil down into the execution, and there's a lot of turnaround ability dito sa composition ng Gen. You got the Guard ulti, you've got the Nunu ulti, and of course you got the big potential as well dun sa Ari. No? So it's all gonna boil down to the execution. Gen have an opportunity, Gensokyo, para kumbaga, para lituhin yung Revenge dito. They can move around the map pretty quickly. They can play around with their health bars given the safety of the Bard. But at the same time, that's not the easiest to pull off yung comp nila.
Oh, it's not easy to pull off with that composition that they are having. But both of these teams already pushed through, and now here on the qualifying stages, we would see how they would execute on their specific drafts. Going alongside yun nga, mas makunat nga ang combination ng Gensokyo. But now, Revenge is still gonna be thinking on how to utilize that Talia engage, the Camille with the Hextech Ultimatum, and as well the Glacial Fissure of that Braum. And honestly, it's really exciting. This is still the second series, pare. No?
Absolutely.
Best of 3 pa rin tayo. Hard, fearless draft tayo, guys. So once they have picked that specific champion throughout the whole series, they cannot pick it once again.
Yes, it might be the reason why we're getting a Nunu this early on. Baka since nililigtas dito or sinasagip ng Gensokyo yung mga jungle picks nila or later on. Guys, so just wait a second, no, bago tayo magsimula ng game natin. We're just talking a little bit about the draft dito as we're trying to fix things up sa ating Wild Rift. But again, going back into the conversation of the play styles na meron dito yung mga players natin. No? You talk about Nona being an aggressive support. How aggressive can he be on the Braum?
Yeah, how aggressive can he be? But now we are back on the Rift. Technical difficulties-wise, but already Gensokyo having that 3-kill lead.
Wow.
That we haven't seen. So honestly, they are putting on more pressure on Revenge. Gensokyo now just leading on the charge 2-0 already on that Ezreal.
And we talk about Karsuno, one of the best in the league in terms of being the ADC. And that is the Bard ulti hitting downtown into the blue buff. But there's nobody there. It's Chemical Kid trying to poke at something that isn't there. But at the same time, Gensokyo, it's barely 4 minutes into the game and they're already invading the enemy blue buff. Here comes the snowball and here comes the glacial fissure. Nakanakap na rin sa si Chemical Kid, wala nang kasama at malalaglag kagad yung Nunu and Willem. As Revenge find their first kill of the game.
First kill of the game. Once again, I think it's going to be another trade-off for the side of Gensokyo across the map. And now we see another engage here on Ayagil. Ayagil flashing out to stay alive. But going alongside, they've invaded the blue buff but have failed. But Gensokyo's top laner in return solo killed Odessa on that Jax.
Grabe ko, impressiveness talaga to. Yung Ezreal tsaka Bard combo, no, it's really hard to counter it even with the Braum wall. You can see, nag-recall na force agad yung recall dito ni Nona after rotating towards the middle side at lumalabas na yung mga ping dito ng Gensokyo. It's the movement across the map from Ayagi. Nakitang-kita, nandito si Nona, si Yaji.
Invade na naman!
And Nona not allowed to recall. Here comes the Golden Bard. And that is the red buff stolen away. Pero hindi na nako yun. Si Odessa nakakuha. It's the Lucian going on a rampage, getting a kill. But that is Chemical Kid going down after the double kill of Tempo. So that is Revenge punishing Gensokyo.
Gensokyo continuously invading Revenge's jungle camps, and now we see they have been taken out and been punished by Revenge. Tuloy na silang nabigyan kasi tuloy-tuloy sa aggression nyo. Tigil naman kayo, kumalma kayo. Teka lang kasi. Eto na yung Revenge. Tamang back off lang, tamang pagbabalik lang, and they secured 3 kills on that particular team fight.
Exactly. Odessa medyo nahihirapan siya dito sa matchup niya laban sa Renekton. No? And this is a very telling sign para sa Revenge na yung laning phase natin heavily favors Gensokyo. Jay, picking up a free turret in the process. And that's solely because napuwersa niya mag-recall dito yung Jax. By the way, look at the gold differential between Jay and Odessa. That's around a 1.4 thousand gold lead in favor of a mid-game Renekton.
Oh my goodness, already 1,000 gold lead. Dun sa top side, alam mo na talaga may lamang ang Renekton against on this Jax. And especially Odessa having a really hard time. And we see this Ezreal continuously getting platings from the middle lane, having more money, 150 gold at least, back onto the table. And now, Ocean Drake's already spawned in. Ultimate by the Bard.
Ay, yun lang. Sincerely, hindi na itama yung charm niya doon. The timing was a little bit off, kaya nahuli siya nung kabil ng kalaban. Kudo, trying to stay alive as he gets a shotgun on the Ari. Chemical Kid nahuli din. And that's a nice stun from the Jax. Jay, slice, dice, call, Meek. Nakabuhay pa yung Renekton.
Oh my goodness, it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of revenge, but Gensokyo already taking the referral and spawning it into the middle lane and secures that first tier tower onto the mid. But now, Ocean Drake-wise, Revenge will be taking it as well. So it's a battle of objectives.
Yes.
Tamang take-offs lang sila, trade-offs kumbaga, but in which Gensokyo still has that 3,000 at least gold lead as we see now.
Exactly. No? Despite losing the team fight, despite losing the Dragon, because of the trading na nakukuha lagi ng Gensokyo, they still come out on top. They got more map control, nakuha nila yung first 2/3 in the mid and top and the Baron side. Kaya lamang pa rin sila sa ngayon ng 3,000 gold. No? And this is the power of macro para dito sa Gensokyo. They're just moving across the map. And
Another
there's
invade.
nothing that Yaji can do dito sa kanyang red buff.
Oh.
And si Odessa mahuli na naman ata dito. Flash is available. And here comes the Bard as well. Tatalon papalapit si Yaji. Pero meron diyang tatlo na kasama yung Jax. Gensokyo will be backing off.
Tamang back off lang doon, kaibigan, kasi nakuha niya na yung red buff na gusto niyang makuha, in which Gensokyo has successfully secured on their own. And honestly, they are being pressured out. Parang nagiging jungle na ng Gensokyo, yung jungle ng Revenge. Anong nangyayari? Kasi we know this Nunu can secure objectives in specific jungle camps so easily as well. Para siyang may second smite, pare.
Exactly. Not to mention yung survivability ng isang Nunu dito. No? Tagal niyang kailangan bago mag-recall. Nice big shot. Tumama kay Ayabil and he will go down. Ayagi rather will be going down without a fight. Hindi siya nakagamit ng abilities doon. And that's a nice execution from Yaji.
Oo, napagandang engage ni Yaji doon once again. No, nakikita natin potential pick-off opportunity from that Aliyah in which they have gotten the kill. They used at least two ultimates there, but in return, they have secured more gold onto their packets, diminishing the gold lead from the side of Gensokyo at least to only 2K.
Things coming in. Grabe talaga yung movement dito ng Gensokyo. No? Even without objectives, naghahanap sila ng mga fight dito, which goes to show you just how eager they are para tapusin agad yung game natin dito. And that is the results ng pagkuha nila sa first 2 towers. Now they're going for the Dragon side, kung saan yung 1 HP Ratore malalaglag na sa kamay ni Sincerely. They're going to the blue buff invade yet again, and it's Sinona trying to help Yaji out. But at the same time, yung pressure laging napupunta dito kay Yaji eh.
Oo, tuloy-tuloy talaga yung pressure sa jungle side nila. And kita naman natin, masyadong nagsasayang minsan ng oras itong side ng Revenge natin to react on what's happening on Gensokyo's side. Sila yung gumagawa, sila yung gumagawa ng momentum. Kumbaga, react lang ang ginagawa ng Revenge dito. But we know they have the pick-up potential from the Camille once again and that Talia. Any misturned calculation or miscalculation of Gensokyo can really turn the tide. Ayan na nga!
Yung seismic shove nakatama kay Chemical Kid, but the Bardo might just save his life. Sincerely with the charm, hindi tumama at papasok na si Jax Odessa from the back end. As the Rampage comes in from Tempo, yung Lucia nagwawala at nalaglag si Chemical Kid.
And Chemical Kid goes down without a fight with the crowd control that Revenge used on that champion. Hindi na siya makagalaw kahit angke siya. Kasi we see this Lucian already. 4 kills. 1 death only. He has at least 500 gold lead against this Ezreal. But do mind you, Gensokyo still has that lead.
Pa rin, no?
Oh my goodness. Tuloy-tuloy kasi yung gold na nakukuha nila sa mga jungle camps, sa minions. They are making the plays. Before they make the plays, they clear out those specific minions that they need.
But at the same time, I can't help but feel Sky na medyo naging masyadong aggressive na dito yung Gensokyo. There's 2 times in a row na nahuli si Chemical Kid just because Yaji is hiding inside the bush. Kumbaga, sinice mix shove niya lang habang nagsisteal dito si Chemical Kid. Tapos hindi na siya nakatakas. Gensokyo have to minimize these mistakes. Kasi lamang na sila eh. They only have to keep this lead. They don't need to find more. Kailangan ma-realize nila yun.
Oo, kailangan nila ma-realize yung perfect na execution. Medyo na may miscalculate nila.
Exactly.
Hindi nila na-predict na baka nandito yung Talia, baka pwede akong ma-pick off basta-basta. And honestly, it's gonna be a quite difficult task if they keep doing that. But now, Gensokyo still has that lead. They can still commit and fight for more. And now, Mountain Drake.
Labas na nga dito yung Bard ulti pero walang tirmahan. 2000 HP and that is a double spike coming in from Chemical Kid, stealing away the Mountain Drake. Killing spree comes in mula kay Jay. Into the backline sincerely. Ipaghihiwa-hiwalayin ng revenge. At nalaglag na ang apat sa kanila. Kudo running away. Gensokyo with the Drake and the team fight.
Grabing team fight yun with the quick steal from Chemical Kid. Having at least 1,700 smite percentage on that Drake, stealing it. Parang nagnakaw lang siya sa bata, pare. Ganon lang. Yung nuno.
They're gonna take this Baron as well. Chemical Kid, grabe ka naman magnuno, boss. The objective control has been immaculate para dito sa Gensokyo. And speaking of immaculate, tingnan mo naman yung mga numero dito ng Renekton, man. 10k gold. No one comes close.
Oh my goodness, 10k gold lead, at least 3,000 gold lead against his opponent, which is this Jax, and having a hard time building that AP items, still scaling, but is falling off behind because we see now Gensokyo once again with another blue buff invade dictating on where to fight. And honestly, ito na naman yung revenge. 4 na miyembro nandito para lang pigilan pero hindi nila mapigil-pigil kasi yung mga minions sa side lanes nila, sa middle lane nila, nagkukuha na ng Tori. Pero kita natin, engage naman, pare.
Nahuli na naman dito si Nona, Glacial Fisher and Flash just to stay alive habang hinahabol siya dito.
Step
Nikotsu, that's the flash in! At nang nahuli niya, iba! Dalawa! Double kill for the Ends as the prom stays alive. Nabuhay si Nona pero 3 kasapi niya ang nalaglag.
Grabe na nga, ito na nga po kaibigan, Gensokyo. Parang gustong tapusin na 2 miyembro na nga lamang ang revenge. Lucian Barrage connects on 1. Absolute Zero killing out Nona. And Odessa goes down as well. I think this is it. Pansit, Gensokyo will be taking game number 1.
In a 13-minute game, tinapos kaagad ng Gensokyo ang kwento ng laruang ito. And it is Chemical Kid showing us exactly how to play the Nunu and Willem. Magagalit ako pag hindi siya yung MVP dito. Pero we have to give credit to Jay as well on the Renekton. As I know, wala siyang deaths dun sa game na yun.
Wala siyang deaths at ang laki ng gold lead niya against sa laner na katapat niya.
Yes.
Having that gold lead already, having a lead on your specific lane is quite a good task. Immaculate performance for Gensokyo, finishing the game for 13 minutes only, man.
Yun na nga.
Ang bilis.
Exactly. And look at the goal differential between Chemical Kid and Yaj. 2,000. Same can be said para kay Jay at Odessa, no? 2,000. More than 2,000 nga ilamang no-renect dito up against the Jax. And that's the thing, right? Yung golden window na sinasabi ko kanina in the first pre-level 5 mark, kapag nakakuha ng first blood yung Renekton, that's when he gets a snowball sa may mid-game. Kung yun ang kayo nangyari dito, unfortunately, hindi natin nakita yung first engagement dito ng Renekton and the Jax. But Jay obviously came out on top. I mean, isa din yun sa mga problema, din sa Dusk and Dawn build on the Jax, you're kind of softer. Mas mababa yung HP na nakuha mo, which leaves you more prone to the early game kills.
Absolutely. Napakahirap kasi i-build yung Dusk and Dawn and be so vulnerable because he needs to scale more onto the later stages of the game. But going alongside here, most tanky is Jay, of course, on that Renekton. Chemical Kid, even though a tank, still dealing good amount of damage, man.
Na-out-damage niya pa dito yung 4-0 na Renekton. No, what a performance from Chemical Kid. And the Nunu and Wolaf just maximizing that kit to its maximum dito, no? Lahat ng objective, siya yung nauna, siya yung nakakuha ng kill. Even in crunch scenarios na inaagaw ng kalaban sa kanya, yung objective control, he still gets it.
Oo, siya yung nagdidikta kung saan maglalaban eh. Kumbaga, okay, invade tayo dito tayo maglaban, magsama-sama kayo, samahan, tawagin mo na mga tropa mo, dito tayo maglaban sa blue buff mo. Kukunin lang namin yan. And which Gensokyo have successfully done multiple times and they have that 1 point.
Absolutely, no? At ito yung dahilan, guys. Kung hindi kayo nanonood ng Split 1, ito yung dahilan kung bakit 2-0 or rather 3-0 in favor of Gensokyo ang prediction namin tatlo.
Oo.
Ito sa talent pool. Pinakita nila agad kung gaano sila kalalakas dito even without relying on Karlsu, the star ADC. Pero syempre, hindi pa naman tapos ang kwento. Pwede pa makahanap ng revenge ang Team Revenge.
Ayun!
Masalaman natin yan sa pagbabalik ng Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. Magbabalik kami. Huwag kayong alis.
The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up! Every stone weaves a different story.
Witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up.
And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, Gensokyo is exacting the revenge on revenge. 1-0 ang series natin ngayon between Gensokyo and Revenge. And Gensokyo, again, looking as good as ever. Parang it's another normal day for them. They show us what they can do on the server. They show us the stats. The numbers are absolutely insane. But of course, this is still game number 1. Revenge still has a chance to come back. Pero guys, I think it was a little bit of a one-sided match.
Yeah, I mean, we hate to say that as casters, no? It's a one-sided affair. But in this case, I think no other phrase can describe what just happened dito, no? Gensokyo, pinag-usapan din natin yung comp before the game started. We were favoring, we were glazing the out of the composition.
Comps for both sides, in fairness.
Exactly.
In fairness.
But when we picked sides, sabi namin, Revenge, ang ganda ng comp nila, no? But the Gensokyo just said, to heck with all that, we're gonna kill them all.
Yeah, they dictated definitely on when to team fight, especially on their specific buffs. And especially, we've seen that Gensokyo was so aggressive, continuously invading their jungle camps. And Yaji was just lacking the gold that he needed throughout that game. Yes.
I think ito talaga yung games, yung playstyle for the entire team of Gensokyo. They're bloodthirsty, they want control of everything, and they will not give you an inch of room to move. And of course, unfortunately, on the receiving end, Revenge, they're having a taste of that. But of course, you know, Gensokyo, we have to give it to them. My experience na sila here in Wild Rounds, while on the other side, Revenge, this is it's their first day out here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So of course, it's a little bit maybe first day jitters, you could say. So really hoping that they can have a little bit of a comeback here. Pero, you know, I want to highlight ano yung mga like really good plays that we have seen from Revenge.
I mean, I feel like we have to consider yung saving graces na palaging lalapag ni Nona kanina on the Braum. I mean, of course, the Braum was kind of a necessity given the Bard and Ezreal combo na meron yung kalaban nila, no? But then, there was a lot of times as well na siya yung nagiging dahilan bakit nakakatakas yung ibang teammates niya. To a point where sometimes they are the ones saving him just so he could save them. Saveception. But at the same time, I feel like if Revenge want to get an upper hand laban sa Gensokyo, they need to be more proactive, less reactive.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen that Revenge, actually Gensokyo was dictating what or when to fight a specific team fight. We've seen that Revenge was quite good on actually punishing them, but it was so still staggering that we see the side lanes being pushed by Gensokyo. The proper macro management that they have been showcasing on that game was so immaculate, in
Totoo.
which they have won that game number 1. Pero ito na tayo, game number 2 na tayo mga kaibigan. Anong gagawin ng Revenge?
That's right, of course. You know, again, very fitting yung name nila. Of course, coming off of the loss, they have to get revenge, come back for game number 2, and possibly take us to a game number 3. But fans, it's gonna be all the same this time. Pero, based off, basta sa mga ginawa nila in the past game, their playstyle and everything, what kind of team comp do you think looks good on Revenge?
For Revenge, I feel like a team fight composition wouldn't be too bad to start with para sa kanila dito. No? Find a lot of CC, find a lot of setup, maybe an engaged support. Contrary to the Brom kanina, maybe pick something like a Nautilus or a
Yeah.
Leona or something of that essence para ma-enable dito yung bot lane nila. I mean, I did say it earlier, no? Malaki yung shoes na kailangang i-fill dito ni Tempo as the ADC, and it's still the same thing para dito sa ating game number 2. Now, a new challenger emerges, kumbaga, in the form of Chemical Kid that really took the stage by storm. So, that's another big challenge for Revenge. What jungler can they pick to neutralize dito yung jungler ng kalaban?
Yeah, I feel like they need a specific jungle champion that can match early game stages like Chemical Kid has done. Kasi syempre yung Nunu, ginawa niya, he already invaded the early stages of the game.
Yes.
Through and through. Yung blue buff ni Yaji, parang di niya na nakuha basta-basta. It was continuous fight after fights for that buff. So it's gonna be, I think Revenge really needs an early game type of jungler, maybe a Lee Sin, maybe a Xin Zhao, Jarvan at least, you know, that can actually fight off onto the early stages of the game.
Actually, that's what I was gonna talk about. Kasi again, I think that Revenge needs to look out for the jungle. Kasi again, they can't let that happen. They had no control of their jungle earlier. Again, the experience deny, the gold denial, and of course, no ban here on the Lee Sin. So I hope that Revenge plays something that can at least keep their own jungle safe this time around. So I'm a little scared. Oh, okay.
All right.
Something different.
Nidalee?
I'd say even better than the Lee Sin dito. No? Nidalee has a lot of mobility. Of course, one of the strongest junglers, if not the strongest jungler.
Pero pare, ano kasi, Nidalee has been nerfed continuously throughout the patches. So I think it's gonna be a hard thing to match against Gensokyo.
Ayun lang. May Poppy. Immediately, I mean, we were talking about mobility and then there's the Poppy that shows up.
Yeah.
If there's a Lee Sin, guys, if there's a Lee Sin, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Pero it looks like it's gonna be the top lane pick this time. I don't think we could go for a Lee still. I think
Yeah,
we need to protect that jungle.
yeah, there's an opportunity pa naman for the next rotation. Para sa Gensokyo, no? But Chemical Kid seems like one of those players, very versatile in the picking department, no? And there's still a lot of options available for the jungling side. So I would imagine at this point Gensokyo exploring options on different parts of the map. Maybe yung ADC kanina, prioritize nila yung Ezreal Bard combo. Maybe they'll do the same thing this rotation around. Which is what's the plan para sa Revenge. Corki, the safe pick. I mean, if there's an Ezreal again, I mean, I know there wouldn't be kasi fearless tayo dito, but Corki is of the same vein and can play safe, can go well with any support as well. The Gwen is a good idea. I mean, there's already 2 tanks on Gen side.
Yeah, very good idea, especially with the Dusk and Dawn being involved with that Gwen having extra passive that can give off the first kill. But yeah, oh my goodness, Gensokyo!
No!
Don't do that!
Guy, I'm having flashbacks to game number 1.
The Lee
Oh
Sin.
no! The jungle. I think at this point, it's no surprise. Gensokyo is going to be super aggressive. They're going to
Once
invade the
again.
jungle. I think Revenge, the whole team, has to work on keeping that Lee Sin out.
Yeah.
And you have to consider as well, when it comes to compositions na maraming tanks, you love making the most out of that early game. You have 2 tanks and the Lee Sin sa Gensokyo
Oh
dito.
my
no?
goodness.
It's as good as it can get. And they've got a lot of canceling prowess as well. No, if you take a look at the comp of Revenge, all 3 so far, may dash.
My dash.
And the Poppy is right there. So, it writes itself.
Honestly, yeah, it's a good counter already. First pick by Gensokyo on that Poppy, denying multiple dashes against Revenge. And honestly, even though they have that Gwen and that Corki to dish out the damage on those specific tanks, do mind you, as we have seen, that Lee Sin, Chemical Kid, specifically on that champion, can really dictate a snowball lead for Gensokyo. So Revenge needs to keep an eye on their jungle and properly react or actually innovate on what they need to do.
That's right. And I think for the bans, I think we were talking about this earlier. Yung Leona would have been a really good pickup for Revenge here, but it's gonna get banned out. And Revenge is gonna be ending up with a Kai'Sa ban. I think we haven't really seen so much Kai'Sa lately.
Yeah, could be a case of them knowing the playbook dito ng Gensokyo. Targeting the personal favorites dito ng mga players ng Gensokyo. I mean, we know Carl Su, very versatile player. But Kaisa, also it's a very pocket picky kind of champion. No? So pwede na isa to sa mga pocket picks ng isang Carl Su. Pero, the point I want to bring up dito, Sky, is I'm very worried for Revenge kasi wala silang sagot so far dito sa mga frontline ng Gensokyo. I've been racking my head anong pwede nilang i-pick para ma-counter yung frontline dito ng Gensokyo. And the conclusion I have in mind is maybe something like a control mage, which is not the meta at this point. It's very hard to play a control mage at this current state. So, ano yung sagot nila? It's gonna be a Rel and a Gragas, so it's gonna be frontline on frontline.
Oh,
Olaf.
actually, an Olaf. Because we already know Gensokyo has heavy crowd control in which we have that Ragnarok to actually push through out that damage. Pero alam natin, continuous damage, yung ultimate ng Rumble, that's gonna be a hard thing to push through with that Olaf. And especially they have that Rel with that engage. Do mind you though, Rel is quite a bit lacking on the tankiness, unlike the Poppy or that Orange. So that's gonna be a quite problem. But we still have that Gwen to actually negate any tankiness from the side of Gensokyo. So it's still going to be interesting for Revenge and Gensokyo's match.
Exactly. I think yung Gwen is a really, really good pick up here for Revenge. And I think, although there is the Rumble ult, I think perfect yung pick for the Olaf with the Jin on the other side. Again, you can just run up at the Jin, throw some axes, and then that's pretty much it. But of course, we know Gensokyo, they're very, very skilled, especially Micro. I think when you talk about Micro, Gensokyo is one of the teams that has a very, very talented roster of players. So we're going to see just how well they can keep that Olaf out. But of course, this is game number 2. Possibly the end of this series if Gensokyo is able to close it out. But what do we think that Revenge can do with this team comp, Tatum?
They need to invest everything on their carries. I mean, it's the Gwen, and of course, they've got the Corki and Revenge. That late game is something that they need to get to. Otherwise, I feel like they just don't have the numbers. They just don't have the tankiness to fight the players of Gensokyo.
Honestly, parang nakikita ko rin sa side ng Revenge, kailangan makakuha ng lead itong si Yachi.
Yes.
You know, one thing that need the lead that champion can do is help them snowball or help them get to the later stages of the game to actually fight off against those specific tanks against Gensokyo.
That's right. And of course, we're heading back to the Rift for game number 2 here between Gensokyo and Revenge. And of course, to bring you the action, we've got Datum and Sky.
Thank you so much, Revy. All right, here we go. Match number 2, game number 2, Sky. And it is Revenge fighting for their lives. Laban sa Gensokyo dito. I do have to say, this is not my favorite composition from Revenge. I feel like they're relying a little bit too much on Kudo and Tempo on this one, that they don't have a lot of fallback options. But what do you think?
Honestly, yeah, they are lacking more of like engages, especially they only have the engage from that rail.
Yes.
No, once that rail has been picked off, or say for example has been taken out by anyone from the side of Gensokyo, it's gonna be much tougher to see them prevail on this second game. And honestly, Gensokyo is quite a balanced champion picks. They have the early game as well. They have the Jin to actually help out, negate any engage. But do mind you, Revenge still has that Olaf. No, the Ragnarok continuously running throughout the crowd and hunting down that Jin.
Exactly. Only problem is, intayin pa natin mag-level 5 dito yung Olaf, no? Bago siya magkaroon ng Ragnarok na dito. And by that time, damage might already be done by Ayajin dito on the rotation, as well as the listen ng Chemical on Chemical Kid's hand. So, again, it's all theory dito. Makikita natin paano sila mag-execute later on. Pero guys, konting antay lang tayo bago magsimula yung game. This is the Wild Rift getting set up muna dito bago tayo magsimula. So pag-usapan muna natin, Sky, a little bit more of this matchup. No? Again, Sokyo, I mean, this team sort of making a story for themselves. So nagsimula yung split 1 nila with one of the strongest performances up until the qualifier. Doon sila natalo sa qualifier. No? So that could be a kind of weakness from them kapag humahaba yung mga matchup natin. No? When it comes to game 3s, when it comes to game 5s, maybe doon nanghihina ang Gensokyo. So how do you address something like that? Kung kunyari coach ka or pro player ka pa rin, how do you address something like that? What is the weakness of a team kapag di sila manalo ng long series?
Honestly, they need to take in mind, kailangan nilang isipin, especially pag mga long matches, is that every loss is still comebackable, you know? especially like a best of 5, pag natalo kayo, huwag kayong panghihinaan ng loob. Anything is still possible. There is still a reverse sweep. And of course, as time progress or as matches progress, meron tayong fearless draft kumbaga.
Yes.
So that's gonna be helping out to negate any type of champions, to help out on the specific drafts. Because do mind you guys, League of Legends itself, the game already has started before the Summoner's Rift has been spawned in. Nagsa-start agad yan sa drafting pa lang. So
Yes.
parang drafting pa lang, naglalaro na kayo. Anong gusto nyo i-counter? Anong gusto nyo i-prioritize? Palakasin na lane. Anong strong side? Anong weak side? So that really depends on how you draft. Especially now we have fearless drafting.
Exactly. I mean, apart from that, kailangan mo rin palawakin yung champion mo
Oo.
given the fearless draft. I mean, you can only play isang champion per matchup. So, that's where creativity comes in as well. I mean, at
Oo.
this point, kailangan na more than 5, I would say, yung comfort picks mo. Kasi apart from the fearless draft being active, syempre, meron pa rin tayong bans in each round. So, there's a lot of things that come into play. Kumbaga, the tournament psychology could be what is missing mula dito sa Gensokyo. Kasi kita naman natin, andyan yung talent, andyan yung movement, and andyan yung macro para sa kanila. No? Maybe it's just the tournament psychology na pwede pa nilang pag-practicean dito laban sa ating Revenge squad. But then we circle back into that squad that is Revenge. I mean, I feel like this team that is budding, kumbaga, growing pa lang sila in terms of talent, trying to foster into the Wild Rounds environment. And when you are a new team, wala pang expectation sa inyo. And it's kind of hard to set the pace, kind of find the personality para sa team nyo. So, maybe that is the question mark para sa Revenge. So, how do you find your place dito sa Wild Rounds Open? Maybe just keep playing and playing?
Honestly, they just need to keep in mind that, just play, man. Honestly, you get better as long as you keep on playing tournaments, scrims, of course. Practice those movements. And especially now, nag-grow pa yung Wild Rift on the champion pool side.
Yes.
We have gotten the new champion, which is the Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath,
No,
oo nga pala.
napakaganda ng Cho'Gath, pare. Kung na-try mo na ba?
Yes.
Na-try,
I feel like it fits Wild Rift.
yeah.
It fits Wild Rift really well, yung Cho'Gath natin. And I feel like it's one of those things na makikita natin in pro play, hopefully. I'm not sure.
We're not sure. Especially yung sakit
Not
ng
sure.
Cho'Gath Parang ano pa siya more on solo-based type of thing, no? Not
that's true.
on a team fight. But it really depends on how you recognize what champions are good for these types of team comp. No, say for example, APCs and whatnot. And of course, no, parang ako kasi tinry ko na rin yung Cho'Gath, pare. Parang sinubukan ko siya sa jungle.
Kamusta?
Goods naman. Parang akong halimaw, pare. Naalala ko, kasama ko pa si Kapitan Pugo, lahat. Sasabihin niya pa, main ko yan sa PC. Kahit di naman talaga. Laptop talaga yun si Kapitan Pugo.
Shoutout, boss. Shoutout, boss, Kapitan. By the way, guys, meron tayong ongoing tournament as well, a show match dun sa League Classic naman. Do check out the page ng League of Legends natin habang iniintay natin na magsimula yung laban dito ng Gensokyo and Revenge. I believe the game is happening right now. Balita ko na Game 3 pa nga no? Hindi ko alam anong balitang nangyayari doon, pero parang masaya. So guys, check it out habang nag-iintay tayo. Actually, bakit hindi nyo buksan parehong stream, no? Simulcast.
Oo nga
Kumbaga,
naman.
Panoorin nyo ng sabay. There's a lot of familiar names. Kung naglolol kayo 10 years ago, maybe even more, may makikita kayong mga pangalan doon na mga pamilyado na.
Oo.
na
Pamilyado,
na nagbabalik ngayon
Oo.
sa League of Legends. Guys, masaya. Do check it out.
Check out that tournament that is being undergone right now. And while we're waiting for our match to start, guys, no, sino ba yung binoboto nyo dyan? Sino yung gusto nyong manalo?
Yes.
Will it be Revenge or is it still Gensokyo since they already have that 1-point lead? Anything is possible. Do mind you, it's a best of 3. Kayang-kaya i-reverse sweep. Katulad nung nangyari nung first series natin against Elder Dragon versus Lodimir. So
Yes.
it's really gonna be interesting on to this game on how would it happen, especially the team composition. Medyo siding lang talaga tayo. Ako, personally. Gensokyo, pare.
Ooh, I mean, same. Honestly, I can't disagree with you, no? Especially dahil dun sa ganda na pinakita nila sa ating game number 1. It's just a very clean game para sa kanila, no? I mean, yun na nga, hindi natin napakita yung first couple of minutes ng ating game 1. But at the same time, nakita natin yung result.
Yeah.
First blood para sa Gensokyo, and then the Renekton somehow, some way, napatulog yung Jax doon sa ating Baron lane. I feel like the pieces are just there para sa Gensokyo. Pero ito based Sky sa ating game number 1, and based sa match kanina ng Lodimir at Elder Dragon, let's make a bit of theory craft. Di ba yung ating match number 3, Gensokyo going up against Lodimir.
Yeah.
And Lodimir, medyo pinahirapan nila yung Elder Dragon kanina. But do you think kaya nilang patumbahin ng Gensokyo given the current form ng Gensokyo?
Current form of Gensokyo, I think it's still gonna be interesting. It's maybe not totally one-sided because we've seen Lodimir, nakita natin yung laruan nila, nakapaglaban din sila sa mga experienced player.
Yes.
They're quite well known, especially with how good they are, especially on the Rift. So I think it's gonna be a good, fair fight, I think. Gensokyo versus Lodimir, it just really depends on what they would do or what will happen later on. Kasi makikita natin yun eh. So, syempre, antayin natin. Pare,
Syempre,
malalaman
antayin
natin
natin.
din yan.
Absolutely. Pero ito, huwag na nating intayin pa. Balik na tayo dito sa usapang Gensokyo. Going up against Revenge. Konti na lang papasok na tayo sa ating Wild Rift. Sky, a bit of a rundown no, ng composition nila kanina. We got Nidalirel, Olaf, Gwen, and Corky on the one end dito kay Lanona. And then we've got Lee Sin, Ornn, Poppy, Rumble, and of course, our final champ. Kung nakita yung isa,
Jin?
Jin. Yung Jin.
Yes, man.
Jin. Si Carl Su. No, so it is the compositions na nilabas dito ng Gensokyo. And nakita naman natin kanina, kahit na nagpapambor yung composition sa kalaban, nanalo pa rin ng Gensokyo. No? I can't imagine the same thing happening dito.
Oh, honestly, they pulled off another trick out of the hat, which is that Nunu jungle, in which gave that win. Kasi yung Nunu talaga yung nagdikta kung saan lalaban, kung saan sila magsa-start mag-invade.
Yes.
At tuloy-tuloy nang talaga nilang na-snowball yung lead na yon, in which we would see now, they have a really good combination with Poppy, Lee Sin, Rumble mid, and Jin. Oh, we see another flash already being run through.
Oy.
Carl Su burning that flash already.
No, na sinuplex doon si Ayagil noon. Carl Su now. Medyo vulnerable dito yung Gen. That's the problem with the Gen, right? Kapag nagamit mo na yung summoner spells mo, you're kind of vulnerable. Kaya may enable nito na mag-rotate around the map sila Tempo at saka si Nona. So there is a bit of leeway para makapasok sila ng mid. Pero tingnan mo yung position ni Chemical Kid. Manggagaling sa Tribush.
Oh.
And Tempo walking straight up to it.
Ayan
Sonic
na!
Wave connects. That is the second part of the Sonic Wave. Pero si Tempo, nag-flash, nag-heal, ginamit na lahat para mabuhay.
And oh my goodness, we have not noticed actually Chemical Kid
Okay.
invading once again for the side of Revenge,
Yes.
securing, kinuha niya yung red buff pati yung Krugs and quick invade at gank ang nangyari dito. Pero ito na nga, Yaji now reacting properly, did not actually go and react on what's being invaded, actually done something new, invaded himself as well. Nakuha niya yung red buff at yung Krugs din ng Lee Sin dito. Pero kita natin dito mga miyembro, nagre-reactan na.
Flash in mula sa kalaban and si Yaj having to pounce away.
Flash.
Jay nag-flash over the wall din pero si Kudo naiwan mag-isa. Dito
Oh,
on the
easy
Gwen.
punch.
Wait, yung snip. Hindi tumama. Chemical Kid. Papasok ka ba ulit? Ang sagot ay Kudo. One nahuli ni Chemical Kid. Yaji one. Mahuhuli
Mamatay
din.
pa.
And that is the double kill for Chemical Kid.
Double kill already onto the hands of the members of Rumble, and on that Lee Sin having leeway, snowball lead once again for the side of this Lee Sin. But though in fact that Yaji still invaded and secured the jungle of Chemical Kid's red buff and Krugs, pero in return, they sacrifice 2 members' lives.
Oo nga eh. I mean, kitang-kita mo din talaga yung diferensya when it comes to wave clearing nitong dalawang champion na to. No? Chemical Kid, mas mabilis siya nakakaikot sa mapa no? Compared to the Nidalee. And that really gives a bit of an advantage para dito kay Chemical Kid. Enough so para mauna siyang makarating doon sa laban na yon, even while kinukuha pa ni Yaj yung Krugs. Fight sa bottom side. Naku po, hindi tumama yung stun.
Di tumama yung stun. Napakabilis ang movement speed on that Rumble. But now, we still see Gensokyo having that lead and giving the lead on Chemical Kid on that Lee Sin is gonna be tremendously much more harder to do because we see now once again Gensokyo eyeing on the jungle camps of Revenge.
Hindi makalapit si Revenge. Rather si Nona dito. Kudo, with all the help in the world, will be enabling Yachi na makalapit sa blue buff pero sinisimulan na to ni Chemical Kid. Charging up Jay.
Oh!
That is gonna be a miss from the Poppy ult pero magagaling sa likod dito yung Olaf going Ragnarok pero wala siya makuhang damage. Hindi siya makapili ng target Sky. At si Odessa tatakbo na lang papalayo. At least nabuhay ang mga member ng Revenge.
Nabuhay nga ang mga miyembro ng Revenge pero nakuhaan na sila ng blue buff pati Grump pare. Gold negated once again for the junglers of Revenge. And another one. Chemical Kid invading once again on the red side. We see a fight being happen once again. Invaded na naman ang tropa nating si Yachi pare. Kulang-kulang na talaga. At kita natin dito, Sonic Wave.
Uy!
Oh!
Forcing Nona to run away pero kahit nakatakbo, tinamaan ng Forge God. That is a fade away and a half mula sa Gensokyo. At ang ganda rin ng ginawa nila dito, no? Kahit nag-i-invade sila sa red buff, saktong-sakto may Baron lane priority si Jay. So kahit na malayo dun sa top lane, o malayo dun sa Baron lane si Chemical Kid, may map control pa rin nakuha yung Gensokyo noong oras na yun.
Maganda yung point out mo doon, no? Having that extra priority on that lane to actually properly react on that invade really helped out and added more gold onto the packets of Gensokyo themselves. And we see gold lead-wise once again, Poppy still has that lead. Listen, no, Chemical Kid just already make it a suffering, no? Ubos, pati pantubos ng pare kong si Yaji. Wala na siyang ma-farm-farm pa and we see a Rumble ulti not landing on anyone though.
Okay lang, mag-zone out lang yung equalizer na yan para ma-isolate si Nona. At nalaglag na ang kabayo ni Rel. Nona is down. Saktong-sakto, 1 minute for the Dragon Timer.
A quick and easy kill by Gensokyo once again. They seen the opportunity to use that Dragon's Rage to kick back to their teammates, in which they have successfully done and secured an easy kill against Nona. And now Yaji still hoping to find jungle camps on their jungle.
Grabe. Grabe pati yung paglatag ni Sincerely doon ng equalizer. No? Kumbaga, pinagliyab na yung River. Bawal kayong pumasok dito just to isolate na one player. By the way, si Nona yun. One of the tankier players dito ng Revenge at pinapapak lang ng Gensokyo. Ganan kalamang ang mga membro ng Gensokyo sa ngayon who already has priority of the Drake. 17 seconds bago mag-spawn yung Ocean Drake.
Ocean Drake na nga po kaibigan, pero mukhang gusto ng Gensokyo ang referral. Oh, actually, yung blue buff!
Blue buff pala.
Naman, eto na pare ko.
Call of the Forge God, nakatama na sa kayaj pero medyo malayo yun. Chemical Kid into the backline, kailangan tumakbo palayo at papasok dito si Odessa going Ragnarok, tatakbo ang Gensokyo. Iintayin mawala yung Ragnarok but Odessa now down to 1 HP, forcing the flash away mula dito kay Chemical Kid. And Jay acts at the front line. Here comes the equalizer and Gensokyo hindi makapag-re-engage. Pero si Chemical Kid, crucially half HP, diretso referral na.
Diretso referral tayo mga kaibigan. Low na nga po si Chemical Kid, pero napagandang ultimate on that Poppy, and now we see another kill being taken down. Yaji flashing out just to stay alive, and Sonic Wave not gonna be landing, but it's gonna be a kill onto the Rumble. Snip gonna be used now by that Gwen, flashing out. Nasecure naman ng Lee Sin. Ito na nga po kaibigan, 4 laban sa 3. At ito, tuluyang mamamatay na ang tropa natin. And now, 3 members for 1.
Desperation para kay Odessa. Mag-isa siya doon, pinasok niya yung 3 in hopes of stealing away the referral. Nakakuha siya ng isang kill. At the same time, it was not worth it at all. Yes, he got a shutdown gold onto the enemy Rumble, pero at that point, a loss is a loss. You have to minimize losses, and Odessa unable to recognize yung fact na yun. Dahil dyan, makakapag-reset ang Gensokyo to be able to contest the Ocean Drake. So pwede magkadalawang objective ang Gensokyo.
Dalawang objectives pare ang potential na makuha. We see now Gensokyo really dictating the snowball that they already have already taking the first tower on the top lane, and we see Jay with the TP.
my
We see now
Eto
all
na
of the
naman.
forge!
Eto na naman tayo. Yung
Oh!
Forge God, dalawa yung nanakap at Lee Sin goes on a rampage. At sumama na rin si Carl Su. Sasama siya for the kill, for 2 kills that is in Gensokyo's hands. Kudo, naku po,
Di pa.
bakit andyan
Di
ka
pa
pa rin?
tapos.
Andyan na silang lahat. Flash out, pero walang mapupuntahan. Nag-crash out na lang tuloy. It's 3 kills for Gensokyo. May kasama pang Drake.
May kasama pang Drake at tuluyan na rin talaga ang pag-pressure. Tuloy-tuloy yung nangyayaring pick-off ng Gensokyo, pare koy. Nilapag yung referral doon sa middle lane. Already 63 HP left, and we see now another blue team turret on the bottom side
Wow.
being taken out. We see Gensokyo utilizing the macro, the micro, continuously taking the first tier tower one by one. And honestly now, the gold lead has ballooned by so much. And Revenge, what will they do now?
Mababa yung Sonic Wave, no? Nanakap na nga. Tamang kiliti lang para doon kay Rel, no?
Invade na naman!
Kumbaga, hayaan nyo namang mabuhay si Nona sa ngayon. 0-4 na nga yung tao. Sige na, ibigay nyo na yung blue buff para mabuhay si Nona.
Para mabuhay si Nona, pero paano naman yung farm ni Yaji, pare?
Uy, stun comes in, pero kulang yun. Nona nalaglag na din na para pang ginawa siyang basketball. Inihagis sa backline ng kasapi. And Nona is down, tempo down as well. Tumaman na naman yung S1 dito nung Lee Sin. And Odessa will be the target. Pero buti na lang medyo makunat siya sa ngayon. But at this point, kulang yung kunat. Sky, it's a 9. It's an 11,000 gold lead para sa Gensokyo.
It already ballooned by so much. And my goodness, flashing in, Rumble takes the solo follow against on that win. And we see another game being one-sided on the side of Gensokyo. Revenge needs to get back on their gold lead, needs to actually farm. Kasi we've seen 5k gold pa lang itong nidali natin. At itong Lee Sin already 9,000 gold in.
Aray, halos doble.
Wala na siyang ma-farm, pare.
Oo nga eh. Wala siya mapuntahan. Literal na ward lang ngayon. Si Yaj, I mean, no disrespect para kay Yaj, no? But this is absolute disrespect from Gensokyo, from Chemical Kid. At ito na nga yung sinasabi natin, no? Imagine kung ganun yung Nunu performance niya, paano pa sa isang katulad ng Lee Sin? Ito na pinapakinakan tayo. Sonic Wave, di tumama. Pero nakakatakot pag tinamaan ka nun. Insta-flash, insta-pasok yung Lee Sin eh.
Insta-pasok talaga eh. Tamang set up ng Dragon's Rage. Yeah, kickback sa mga kakampi. At nakikita natin dito, 10,000 gold lead na tayo mga kaibigan for the side of Gensokyo. Actually, pulling no breaks against Revenge. And honestly, just waiting for that Baron Bomb to start. Revenge, though, still has an opportunity to strike back. Maybe go for a steal or probably make a pick-off on one member that has a huge gold lead bounty.
Ang problema, Sky, paano mo gagawin yun kapag nalulusaw yung engage nyo? Kapag nawala na si Nona dito,
Wala eh, no?
there's nothing else. I mean, that's the problem as well sa composition dito ng Revenge, no? Kapag nalaglag na si Nona, what else do you have in the way of engage? Si Olaf papasok? Walang sisi yan eh, slow lang. What else can you do? Maybe yung Valkyrie ni Tempo dito, but at the same time, there is no position para kay Tempo na mag-engage ng fight sa ngayon. Lalo na dahil yung matchup niya laban dun sa Jin, lugi siya ng 1.5k gold. At ito naman si Nona
Ayan na
nahuli. He will
Oo.
survive for now, dismounting on the rail. Pero paano mo ulitin yun? Yung blue buff nyo, wala na ulit.
Wala na naman. Parang di na nakaramdam ng mga buff itong si pare kong Yaji. And now, Baron buff being taken by Gensokyo. Honestly, you're right about that, pare. Wala silang masyadong crowd control.
Yeah.
As we have seen way before. That's why we are pointing out that Gensokyo has a major lead on the drafting. And we see now Call of the Forge.
Dito tama sa ngayon, pero
Oh!
si Jay magpa-flash paharap. Uy, Yaji with a counter flash para mabuhay over the wall. Pero naiwan na naman si Nona. Pwede siyang mahuli dito sa may baba. That's a
Oh!
beautiful
Ang
Dragon's
ganda!
Rage from the backend. Chemical Kid, inali-yup yung mga kalaban niya dito to get the godlike triple kill.
Sunod-sunod na, pare!
Tempo flashing to the end of his own life. The rampage para kay Jin. And it is sincerely looking for the ace. Si Odessa na lang ang buhay. Inihagis yung axe pero wala na siyang matakbuhan.
At kita naman natin sa instant replay, the Dragon's Rage with the double knockup and the double knockup once again from that Ornn and continuously bombarding, engaging through and through etong Gensokyo and now eyeing for that end And honestly, now is the members of Revenge back again and alive. Para kakabuhay lang. Kakabuhay pa lang ata, baka masaktan na naman kasi nandito pa rin ang mga miyembro ng Gensokyo sa bottom lane turret nila. The one and only turret!
Oh! Triple knock-up na rin mula kay Ayaji sa start of the fight. Laglag kagad si Nona. Nasaan na ang CC ng Revenge? Wala.
Walang
Tinakbo pa palayo
punat.
ni Jay, si Olaf. At yung base, pinuputak din na dito ng Gensokyo.
Parang nanlalambot na lang si Nona, parang hindi tangke, kumbaga. Pero ito na nga, Sonic Wave, tamang out na naman itong si Chemical Kid. And we see now the Minions has been pushing in.
Oh! Knock-up na naman mula kay Yagi to catch Odessa off guard. Na-force out na lang yung Ragnarok at yung base. Inuubos na yung buhay. A legendary kill. Pa-fade away lang ni Chemical Kid. That's Gensokyo 2-0.
2-0 on this best of 3 series against Revenge, and Gensokyo having that experience earlier from the split 1 and showing off their dominance now here on split 2. It's something else to be seen.
Ayun na nga, no? And the fact that it is just day 1.
Oo.
Match 1 pa lang nila dito. Pinapakita nila kung sino sila dito. Gensokyo, I feel like may goal sila. Gusto ko itanong tumamaya, no, sa interview natin. I feel like may goal sila this season. At tatanong ko sa kanila kung ano yun kasi mukhang galit na galit yung player nila eh.
Galit sila, pare. Parang they're out for revenge.
Literal.
They are not pulling any breaks on their team fighting, their macro prowess, actually giving off more advantages and just actually demolishing Revenge with a 2-0, and it's definitely one-sided, guys. Walang kabayas-bayas, ha?
Chemical Kid yet again. Siya na naman yung naging catalyst para dito sa squad nila. No? I mean, very much so like in the Lulu, pero this time mas evident yung ano niya yung impact niya as the Lee Sin, going absolutely legendary with a 10-1-8 score line. You know, kita na.
my
Spoiler alert,
goodness.
si Chemical Kid yung MVP.
Spoiler alert, spoil pa rin ba yung pare? Parang siya yung nagdidikta kung saan lalaban. Inuubos na talaga yung jungle camps ni Yaji. Pag sumusugod siya, syempre, nakaka-respo naman itong mga tropa nating sa Gensokyo, in which they have done miraculously or actually immaculately throughout the whole game. Si Jay nakakuha ng lane priority. Ito naman si Sincerely having that lane priority to react and help out their jungler.
Yes. At yun na nga, no? Sino pa ba maging MVP ng game natin other than the Lee Sin himself? Chemical
Seryoso
Kid,
siya, no?
90% participation. Siyempre, men.
Pro player po siya, pare. Seryoso po, seryoso talaga si Chemical Kid.
Siyempre, ganun talaga. Kita mo na yung damage dealt. Seryoso yan.
Seryoso yan, pare.
And you have to ask again, at this point, Sky, bakit hindi pinig ng Revenge yung isip?
Oo. Parang hindi yata nila pinili yun kasi para naisip nila, Nidalee, no? May sibat, may potential. Pero syempre, iba't pa rin yung clearing speed ng Lee Sin in which Nidalee lacked on, no? Especially being invaded level 1 on the red side, he had no information on that.
Exactly. And here we go. Back sa ating game. Revy, what do you think?
Well.
Well.
I think it's not a surprise para sa ating lahat. You know, Gensokyo's performance from Split 1 definitely has translated over to Split 2. And again, they are out here with a vengeance, or revenge rather. And I think very, very fitting that they come out very, very strong here in their first showing in Split 2. They didn't take a break. You can tell na they're warmed up. They're ready to go. And I'm really, really excited to see what else they're going to show us through the rest of Group A. But of course, you know, it was a very, very, you know, a dominant series, and you could see talaga yung synergy of Gensokyo and how experienced they are as a team. And speaking of that team, I think it's about time we interview one of their players. So let's see who we're getting from Gensokyo today.
Sino kaya yan? Oh.
Bossing!
Hello, Ayagil. Congratulations on the win. Super, super big showing dito sa day 1 of Split 2. So I want to ask kasi, you guys are the first returning team from Split 1. How much did you prepare a lot going into Split 2, or kind of just testing out the waters for day 1?
Opo, pinagandahan po talaga namin tong split. Wala pong araw na di kami nag-scrim.
Wow! Not a
Natin.
single day without scrims.
Palong-palo.
Grabe.
Yeah, well, Tatum.
Okay, Boss Agil, first off, congratulations. Welcome back sa ating split.
po.
Congratulations sa unang win natin. Napaka-dominating. Kita ko yung preparasyon na ginawa nyo. Pero ito boss, may tanong ako. Parang iba yung gutom nyo this split. Parang may ibang motivation. So ano ba yung goal this split? Anong goal this Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open ng Gensokyo?
Well po talaga namin makapasok sa play hanggang Korea po.
Hanggang Korea. Okay, I like that. That's all I want to hear. That's all I want to hear.
They are actually aiming for the top 1, no?
Siyempre.
Straight, diretso sa goal. Wala nang kupas-kupas pa. Palong-palo talaga kayo. Commendable din that you guys have been screaming every day because
Yes.
not a lot of teams has been doing that. So props to you guys and congrats on your win. So ang tanong ko lang naman, pare ko, Ayagil, ano sa tingin mo ang mangyayari for your next series which will be Lodimir? Oo, mamaya.
Try po namin 2-0.
Yun!
I like that.
Okay. Gusto
Okay.
namin yan, syempre.
I like the confidence. Now, normally, for my last question, I usually say, you know, anything you want to shout out to everyone at the end of the day. Pero I think we might be seeing you guys again soon.
Mamaya.
If you guys do the 2-0. So I'm going to save that question for later. I'm going to give you guys more time to get ready for your next match. And, you know, maybe we'll see you again here on the panel again, Ayagil. But again, congratulations. First game, first win. Let's go for a 2-0.
Yun!
Good luck later, Boss
Good luck.
Agil.
Abangan namin yan,
Thank you. I like the confidence. I really like the confidence here for Gensokyo. I think they know that they're one of the strongest teams here and they have to prove it.
Gusto ko rin yung modesty ni Ayagil. No? Kumbaga tinatago niya yung confidence niya.
But he's so shy.
But you know what's there? Sabi, try po namin ni 2-0. Lumalabas na yung ngiti niya sa tabi.
No, kontrolado muna.
Yes,
They have to make sure that they secure no jinxes yet, of course.
Yep.
But that means we're gonna be seeing Gensokyo again after this break for their second game in a row, and Lodimir is gonna be coming back, coming off of the loss from Elder Dragon, trying to come back with possibly revenge and, you know, starting strong here for day number 1. But for that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break before our third series of the day. Get some snacks, grab a drink, because you definitely don't want to miss our next series.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
Witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up. The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up! Every stone weaves a different story.
Already lost. Witness my might.
Visayas, and Mindanao. Welcome back dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. And of course, we are moving on to our third and final series of the very, very first day. And once again, ako nga pala si Bixco, your host for today. And joining me on the panel, of course, we have Datum and Sky. And of course, we are coming back with two teams that we've already seen today. Gensokyo coming off a win, and Lodimir coming off that loss from earlier during their match against Elder Dragon. Guys, who do we think has the momentum in this match?
Gensokyo. For sure.
Gensokyo.
Yeah.
No hesitation.
Yeah.
Walang pause at all, seriously.
Wala talaga. Kasi nakita natin yung mga laban niya. It was a sweep overall. Gensokyo against Revenge was a complete sweep. One-sided throughout those two games. And honestly, judging by the fact na mainit na yung daliri nila, papasok na naman sila on to another fight against Lodimir, in which Lodimir has been defeated by Elder Dragon.
Exactly. Tapos meron din tayong konting lull time between the last game
Yeah.
we played and then to going to now. But I do like the fact na ito yung final match natin for today. Given the playstyle of these two teams, very similar. No? Mahilig silang mag-cut off ng rotations ng kalaban. Although, I have to say, it's more abrupt para dito sa Gensokyo. No? So I feel like kailangan i-ramp up ng Lodimir yung playstyle nila with the same sense to keep up or even catch up or even overtake Gensokyo.
That's true. And of course, you know, taking a look at Lodimir, although they did get one game off of Elder Dragon, parang medyo close nga yung game number 2. I do think that they still have a chance here. But of course, we're talking about momentum here. And obviously, momentum is on the side of Gensokyo coming off of a series just now. But I don't want to count these guys out just yet. I think Freaky Nikki and Arena especially were two very standout players sa side ng Lodimir. And I don't know, a part of me believes in them. Maybe it might not be, even if they don't take the win, I think that they have a good chance against
Absolutely.
Gensokyo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's gonna heavily rely on the individual players. Apart from the ones na sinabi mo, Reby, no, I want to see the performance of, well, their players that stepped up kanina laban sa Elder Dragon. I want to see just how well the NC1 will perform, especially dahil si Chemical Kid yung nagiging star in sa Gensokyo. The NC1 needs to find the same magic as Chemical Kid.
Yeah, honestly, from the matches from way before, Lodimir has a potential to actually push this through to game number 3. But it all depends on Gensokyo now. We have seen their gameplay that they have already prepared throughout the split and scrim continuously every day. So that's something that we can point out, and we would see how that can pan out against to another team, which is Lodimir.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot yung interview natin kanina with Ayagil.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Every single day, not a single day that they missed out on scrims. And I think yun yung isang weakness. I think one of the players told us that during Split 1, I think it was one of the players from SKL who was talking about usually the downfall of so many local teams is the fact na nakamute yung GC. They don't practice.
Yeah.
And it's just small things like that, kasi at the end of the day, it really is practice and being able to commit to something like this. So you have to respect teams like Gensokyo that they really do it every single day. And of course, Sky. Let's talk. I'll address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, honestly, I think Lodimir can make this happen. Maybe push it through, or maybe secure the win against Gensokyo.
Oh.
We have seen already that Lodimir fought against one of the best, which is Elder Dragon, and maybe we could see this Lodimir a new shining star for this series.
Oh
You
my
know what?
goodness.
I think I can see it. I can see a world where Lodimir can win against Gensokyo.
Yeah.
I mean, the DNC1, when he performs, he absolutely performs. But I feel like kung mananalo sila, it's not DNC1 performing. It's everyone else. It's everyone fighting on all cylinders.
And actually, if you think about it, parang it's a nice way for Lodimir to train. Kasi yung first match na Elder Dragon, one of the most veteran teams that we have here. And of course, yung second match na Gensokyo, another very, very strong team. So, if anything, after these two games, everything should be easier, right?
Yeah.
They will level up so much, and that's the whole point of something like Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. It's for these teams to get exposed to the highest level of Wild Rift gameplay. And ito, trial by fire for Lodimir. Parang, you know, you just threw them into the water, no floaties or anything. Just go swim.
Go fight it out as much as you can and experience the highest level of competitiveness in Wild Rift. And, you know, we're gonna see it soon because now we are jumping into
Oh.
the drafting phase.
All right. Of course, bans, I think it never really changes. But at the same time, I hope that they
Ooh.
don't give Gensokyo freedom in the jungle again. Kasi I think that has been the strong suit for all of the teams so far today. A really, really good jungler.
Absolutely. But the question is, will you ban the champions na ginamit kanina ni Chemical Kid? You ban away the Nunu and Willem, the Lee Sin. Those are
Yeah.
champions that you want to play yourself, no? So how do you target something like an entire role dito of Gensokyo? They will ban away the Lee Sin, but like again, it feels like there's a plethora of options. If Chemical Kid can play Nunu that effectively, I know this sounds biased, but I feel like he can play most of the jungle champs effectively.
Honestly, yeah, especially from what we've seen from Chemical Kid pulling out his magic out of the hat. We've seen the Nunu being played so precisely. He was the MVP. Second game now, Lee Sin still was the MVP, was dictating most of the team fights throughout from start to finish, in which Chemical Kid was already dictating on what particular thing they need to actually do. And that's one thing that they need to take note of. How do they fight against Chemical Kid's jungle? Because he has been dictating on what needs to be done. And going low side here, it's a zillion.
Wow. I don't know the pick. Okay, pick rate is. We've had 3 picks so far.
Yep.
This is the entire split 1 and 2. So
Yeah.
this is the 4th pick now for Zillion. A 67% win rate, of course. But again, we rarely get Zillion on the Rift. So
Yeah.
very interesting that Gensokyo took advantage of it and picked it up immediately. They didn't even get a 3rd ban.
Yeah.
See, they left it open and they went for the Zillion. I don't know if that was a mistake, if they accidentally locked no ban and then they went for the Zillion, but I think it's a good pick nonetheless. But of course, on the other side, we do pick up 2 very, very powerful picks, the Renekton and the Camille.
Yeah, Gensokyo have to somehow neutralize the Galio. Maybe pick it up for themselves, maybe ban it away, but somehow they have to take that option away from their opponents here, unless they want the challenge. I mean, this signals to me the fact na hindi sila nag-ban ng 3rd champion could be them challenging Lodimir. Sige, labas nyo na yung best champions
I mean,
nyo.
Carlsu is pointing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I challenge you.
I challenge you, Lodimir.
Galio's open.
Yeah, they're leaving Galio open and actually taking up that Corki and Ambessa. That's pretty good since they already have that Zillion. Ambessa with the public execution can fight against a Renekton, especially in this meta.
True.
And do mind you, yes, that's correct. Lodimir still has an opportunity to actually secure maybe a Galio support or Galio mid that can actually utilize with the Hextech ultimatum. So honestly, we would see how Lodimir will pan it out. What are they thinking? Is there still a priority pick that they want to get, especially an ADC? But Galio is being hovered right now.
Please. The Galio, I think we definitely need this. A team like Gensokyo, again, we cannot underestimate just how
Yeah.
strong they are as a team. And again, every point, every game matters here, especially when you go into the group tallies for these points, because only 2 teams are going to be leaving their group.
Exactly, and you only have so many chances. There's 2 days total where you can play in your group, and every game counts, especially itong high-stakes games. Nakalaban mo yung mga tournament favorites like Gensokyo. Alright, we
Yeah.
have pretty good picks already para dito sa Lodimir. No? Really good synergy of the Galio, Camille, and Renekton. Even more importantly, no, kahit anong bot lane, pwede mong ipagsama sa tatlong yan.
Oo,
True.
kaya pwedeng kombohan ng Lucian or Ezreal. Still, there is still up supports that can be utilized here. Maybe a Bard that can be picked off. Multiple pick-off champions are still available for the side of Lodimir since Gensokyo already secured their bottom lane, which is the Corki Zillion. And now they're actually going to be banning that Ziggs, which is a good ban because
Yes.
of the ultimate that they have. Neutralizing with the Hexic Ultimatum, Hero's Entrance, and also the ultimate from that Ziggs.
Yeah, it would have been really good. And on the other side, we get the Rumble ban. I think I really like the way that both teams are doing their draft. It looks really, really strong for both sides. I still feel like maybe we need a little bit more damage from Lodimir.
Lodimir?
That's true.
And we get an Akali ban for the final one.
And Gensokyo thinking about their final two options dito sa ating draft now. Meanwhile, Lodimir will be starting off the second rotation with their bottom side, with their rather Dragon Lane side of things. There's a lot of options din na safe pa dito. Apart from the Ezreal, Karma could be up for grabs as well para sa kanila dito, just to provide that extra bit of player. Or maybe double down on the aggressive.
I like what I see. A Nidalee pick once again. But it's gonna be picked up by none other than DNC1.
Okay.
Do mind you, DNC1 is still a micro-base type of player.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, showing that off with that Nidalee. But
Wait.
teka lang ha.
What is happening?
Teka lang ha.
Wait. Warwick? Hello?
Guys, it's still game 1.
Okay.
We have all the champions
Oh
open.
my goodness.
I know.
Nidalee, Warwick, hello?
Hmm,
What are we cooking? Are we cooking or are we cooked?
I'm not sure. There's Keisante as well. Why not? I mean, you got the Ambess already.
Oh
Why
my
not put it
goodness.
the Keisante in the roster? There you go. But here's where I'm not sure. The Jin?
The Jin, yeah, that's one thing that we can point out, that it's actually something else. Since you have already the lockdown with the Hexic Ultimatum, with the Hero's Entrance as well, and the mobility from that Nidalee, that Jin can be lacking and can be actually left behind from those engages from Lodimir's
Oh my
teammates.
goodness,
Right?
imagine the Ambessa ult, Warwick as
Oh,
well. Oh
yeah.
my goodness, parang there is no safe space
Exactly.
for this Jin unless the members of Lodimir do not forget about him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, yun yung sasabihin ko sana, you know. I mean, Jin, yeah, you can poke from long range, you can use your ult, even if you get left behind, but there's no safety net. Look at the backline access of Gensokyo. You got the Warwick, long range engage, you got the perfect execution on the Ambessa. Even the Keisante can go in and lock you down. Even the Zillion could cancel your ult as
Yeah.
the Jin, right? I mean, in theory, there's a lot of things working against a Jin. I would prefer something more safe. Maybe something like a Zaya, for example, which was available
Yeah.
as well, to be able to just stay alive for longer. Maybe even something like a Kalista for a little bit of extra mobility. But a Jin would have been the last of my options, so it's gonna be a big challenge for sure for Lodimir to pull this Jin off.
Honestly, I've noticed we've seen Jin throughout the series for today, and it's
Yeah.
something else. It's something new, because I'm not quite sure that Jin is actually in the meta of the ADCs right now, and Lodimir actually prioritizing that Jin is something else. You know, one thing that we could think about is actually having any mobility for that ADC, because judging by the fact that Gensokyo actually picked the Warwick and the Ambessa first, they are thinking about that they need to actually have mobility on the ADC.
That's right, and again, this is the third Jin pick of the day, but we're gonna see just how they play around this. We never know what they could be cooking here, but of course, this is just game number 1 of match number 3. Once again, another look of Gensokyo versus Lodimir, and of course, your favorite day 1 boys here. We've got Datum and Sky.
Let's go.
Thanks ever so much, Revy. We're back in the Rift here, Sky, and it is the final match of the day. Gensokyo, can they pick up the perfect day to end this off, or can Lodimir take these behemoths down? Tingnan natin, no? Nagpupunta na ng bot lane dito ng gold lane, dragon lane rather, ang mga miyembro ng Lodimir.
Invade
And
already
they will
on
invade
level 1.
already. Chemical Kid getting closer and closer into the blue buff, and the flash forced away. Ambessa trying to get the kill sincerely from flash as well. And that is Chemical Kid down to 1 HP. Malapit na si Regal dito to try and get the blue buff for himself, but it is just danger territory, because here comes the hook shot from Koi. At nakita na si Chemical Kid flashless, helpless, and the dog is down.
Chemical Kid, you are not in your territory. And now Lodimir answering back with the Gensokyos actually getting that blue buff and secure the first blood on the hands of Jin. So that's a good first blood already. Freakiniki against JJ, already quite so low as well. This Crocodile.
Wow.
And honestly, Lodimir reacting properly. They know that there's something wrong. Gensokyo is quite an aggressive team. In fact, they actually reacted properly onto that invade.
Exactly. But here's the problem with the Warwick pick na meron si Chemical Kid dito, no? Medyo madali siyang i-kite, especially kapag high mobility yung mga kalaban mo. And basically, lahat ng champ dito ng Lodimir, no, apart from the Jin, has high mobility, kaya nahirapan talaga dun sa early engage si Chemical Kid. Especially dahil wala siyang flash, no? The Ghost the only thing that he has, and it was popped a little bit too early. So yun, for the first time today, yung first engagement, natalo si Chemical Kid.
Yeah, honestly, Chemical Kid thought that he could actually take it for free against Lodimir, but Lodimir answering back, you can't do that, my friend. Para kita naman natin dito, DNC1 wants to gank this top lane, not in a position because freaking Nikki now with a DC. Oh my goodness, using our ultimate.
Goes all out. Freaky Nikki na force magamit yung dominance niya. DNC1 will be coming in for the aid. And that is the power of the Zillion. Stunning out Jay, and he will not go anywhere. The Galio is down.
Galio has been taken out. And almost Freaky Nikki on that Renekton has been taken out by Jay, burning that flash and ultimate as well. And do mind you now, Gensokyo picking up the pace earlier on, even though having a death on Chemical Kid, they are now reacting once again and making kills back and gold back on their own.
Yep, 1 for 1. Yun ang score natin sa ngayon. Uy, muntik kang tumama yung spear doon ni DNC1. Just barely dodged by Carl Su.
Ayan na!
Pero mapasok pa rin sa DNC1, but there's just not enough damage para sa Nidalee ngayon, no? So medyo nahihirapan mag-map control ang Gensokyo.
Oo, mahirap na talaga ang nararamdaman ng Lodimir dito. Gensokyo, alam na nila na burn lang naman yung heal ni Ayagil, pero in fact wala naman yun masyadong mangyayari kasi kita naman natin dito, gold lead wise, parehas sa team natin ay parehas yung gold. Walang naglalamang, wala ring naglalak sa gold. And honestly, I like this. No, it's a stalemate on the top side. Earlier on, we've seen that Revenge versus Gensokyo. Gensokyo having so much lead on the top side itself, but now it's stalemate. Both of these teams are actually quite fair on their lanes. And kita na naman natin dito, Chemical Kid eyeing on that blue buff.
Gusto niyo talaga nakawan yung blue buff ng kalaban dito, no? Chemical Kid, FYI, may blue buff ka rin, ha? In case hindi mo alam. 2k HP, Chemical Kid, may ulti, ginamit na yung ghost wall. Tinamaan, Chemical Kid goes wide, and he goes to the back line, pero may katulong siya dito with Hextech Ultimatum on the other side. Napasok na rin yung Hero's Entrance, pero wala nang matakbuhan si Chemical Kid. He will go down in the middle of the fight, will survive for a second, but he will go down eventually. Carl Su having to flash away, pero si Regal hahabulin siya, and that is the Death Lotus slowing down Carl Su. Yung curtain call, hindi tumama, and Carl Su is still alive until Jaisu hits him with the wings. That is 4-1 the scoreboard in favor of Lodimir.
Lodimir securing that blue buff once again because Gensokyo, medyo umaasim na kayo Wala kayo sa teritoryo nyo. Panay invade kayo at tuluyan ng pinanish ng Lodimir. Pero kita naman natin stand dito. Chemical Kid wants to actually fear that Regal out. But instead, they stayed alive and successfully got those kills. Earlier on doon sa blue side, Chemical Kid was actually engaged on that Nidalee. In fact, Public Execution was supposed to be hitting on that Nidalee, but it didn't hit, in which made that fight fail for Gensokyo. And punished out na ngayon Gensokyo. Lodimir now has that team.
Siguro ngayon, pinagsisihan na ng Gensokyo yung ginawa nila sa drafting, no? Hinayaan nila yung Galio na makuha. And then they went for the Warwick. Kita mo naman immediate result. Chemical Kid struggling for the first time today. And if there's any team na pwede sana nilang palitan yung draft nila, why do it against one of the better teams dito sa ating day number 1? I feel like Gensokyo hindi nila napanood yung ating match number 1 where Lodimir actually gave Elder Dragon a run for their money. Kaya ngayon, hindi nila alam na, wait, respectable pala tong team na to, and they're actually pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, new bloods ang Lodimir. Underdog sila, especially on this series and on the first series. And they are showing off that they have skills as well.
Of course.
Nandito kami sa Wild Rounds. Nandito na rin kami sa qualifying stage. So maalam nyo na may bitaw kami.
Salamat. Prioritize dito ng Gensokyo, no? Kasi Ocean Drake yung unang dragon natin, which makes sense for them. Kasi nga, ito yung team na gusto ng early fights dito sa ating labanan. Gensokyo will be getting the Rift Herald. And the dragon will be picked up by Lodimir. Papasok dito sa may mid lane, and that is the lockdown from the Warwick. Pero kahit na lockdown yung Jin, namatay pa rin si Chemical Kid. 1-for-1 exchange, and the Rift Herald pop. It's a mid. And that's the tower going down already. Jay, 1v2. Nandito siya sa gitna. Goes all out kasama ni Carl Su. And he will chase the Galio down. Pero kulang yung move speed dito ng isang Kaysante. Papasok na si Freaky Nikki on the dominance and Jay is just gonna go down. There's nowhere to run as Kaysante will get popped 2-for-1 exchange for Lodimir.
Lodimir reacting quite well on what has been an engage for Chemical Kid. Chemical Kid reacted with an ultimate with the referral onto the middle side and securing that turret. But in return, Lodimir secured 2 kills. In fact, getting a kill on the jungle and also the top laner of Gensokyo. And do mind you, DNC1 continuously kiting in and out, stacking up the Dark Harvest. Dark Harvest meaning to say, once you have more stacks, you deal more damage.
Exactly.
And honestly now, it's stalemate for both of these teams because both of them have gold leads. Actually, Lodimir now, gold lead-wise, they have it.
Exactly. I mean, yung reason naman kasi kung bakit may lamang kanina yung Gensokyo, is because of the winning matchup nung kay Sante laban kay Freaky Nikki.
Yeah.
But because si Jay yung nahuli doon sa bid kanina, nawala yung gold lead and experience lead niya kay Freaky Nikki, therefore, nawala din yung gold lead dito ng Gensokyo. No? So that was a crucial pick-off from Lodimir. At ngayon, magbo-blue buff
Sila
naman
na mag-i-invade.
ang Gensokyo. Lodimir with the invade. Chemical Kid with the smite. Pero papasok pa rin dito si Jay-Su to try and turn the fight towards their favor. Ito na yung Hero's Entrance. Kasi no knock-up kasi si Chemical Kid. Knocked down na. That's the Warwick down yet again. And the Gensokyo jungler can't find anything.
Gensokyo failing to actually defend the blue buff now. Even though Lodimir did not secure that blue, in fact, they have something in return. Is that Warwick shutting down Chemical Kid once again? But pero nakita na nga natin dito, Regal has been taken out by Sincerely on this Ambessa. I think public execution actually connected there in which Regal has no summoner spells to react and actually disengage from that engage.
Yun na nga, medyo nag-fade into the limelight dito si Sincerely na nakalimutan na natin siya i-point out. Dash is still an Ambessa in this game and that big potential present pa rin para sa Gensokyo. Here comes Freaky Nikki yet again with a slice but there is no dice. I-defend lang ng Lodimir dito yung kanilang Baron lane turret.
Oo, tamang depend lang sila, tamang react lang kasi kita naman natin ang may kalamangan dito, kaibigan, ay yung Lodimir. 2k gold tayo at least for the side of Lodimir. In fact, that's really good. Having a lead against one of the top teams ever since Split 1 is quite commendable for Lodimir. And we see now they have a potential soul point as well.
Yes.
We see Sincerely here on the top side going for Freaky Nikki.
Aray, ang kate nung Renekton dito.
Public
Isang
execution.
pero yung public execution ginamit
Ganda ng
siya
Hero's Entrance.
for the perfect timing. Hero's Entrance onto Chemical Kid pero walang backup sa ngayon. Ang Gensokyo, they will go down to the curtain call. Ay, Agi, nasa gitna. Kailangang isalba ng mga kasapi niya pero wala nang matakbuhan.
Ayan
Karsu
na.
is there. But what can he do? Absolutely nothing. 2 kills para sa Lodimir at walang napala. 3 kills pa nga, walang napala ang Gensokyo.
Gensokyo, ano nangyari? Sila ang sumugod, pare koy. At tamang reaction lang ng Hero's Entrance ni Jaisu dito. In fact, they engage on a Croc that is tanky with the ultimate as well and has a capability to survive as long as he can as Lodimir's teammates come by and saves him all. And we've seen the curtain call being called there, hitting those specific shots on low targets and secured those kills. Pero kita natin mga Team Drake, kinukuha na.
Gensokyo, masyado mabilis to. Walang may sagot ang Lodimir and that is the decisiveness na kailangan ng Gensokyo para makabawi sa larong ito. At this point, it's a 4,000 gold lead. Pero Sky, sasabihin mo ba na too big na yun para makabawi?
Hindi pa naman too big yan para makabawi. Anything can happen, especially it's still now gonna be a Baron. Kita natin dito, Death Brush, pare!
Tama dito ng isang stun and Aya Gil is down. Wala nang pupuntahan yan kahit may ulti ka pa, boss. Zillion is taken away. Pwedeng mag-Baron. Pero ang gusto ng Lodimir ay pumasok na sa shutdown for the Corki. Crucial kill para kay Karsu. Look at the kiting. Corki from the back end. Buhay pa rin. Kahit si JP Suhan na. Andito pa rin yung Corki. Regal down to 1. At nahuli na with the knockup of the Justice Punch. That's justice for you and 4 kills para sa Lodimir.
4 members already down for the side of Gensokyo. Lodimir now starting this Baron buff. But in a position now, 2 members of Gensokyo can still buy time. Will they contest? Well, they're gonna be just giving that off. That's gonna be a free battle for Lodimir. Nakita natin yung teamfight na yun. Nag-dead crush sila. Once natapakan yung trap, second skill ng Jin, binded that enemy and continues lockdown on Ayagil. In fact, even he even used his ultimate just to survive. And now he is on the deficit side because Gensokyo will be on a diminished gold of at least 5,000 gold lead against Lodimir.
Exactly. And Lodimir, I feel like medyo naging excited sila dun sa engagement na yun. No? Medyo malayo yung stage kaya nahirapan silang ipanalo yung teamfight na yun. At mo nga, it's the binding from the Jin that started off the teamfight, but at the same time, medyo nasa blue back.
Yan na!
Here comes the engagement. Perfect execution onto the backline. At si Sincerely, pinapapak yung Nidalee. DNC1 is down already. At si Koy nasa harap. Isante goes all out. Jay, hinatak pabalik yung kalaban niyang Camille. It's a 2-for-1 exchange so far, pero yung mga HP dito ng Gensokyo pulado na. Karlsu on the back end gets triple kill by Regal. That's the quad. At isa na lang ang buhay para sa Gensokyo, pero naghahanap pa rin si Regal ng kill. 4 for 3. Pero yung Lodimir gusto nang tapusin to.
That was a quadra kill for Regal on that Jin. And do mind you, we were actually questioning his pick. But now it's so showing fruition through his talent on this champion and getting that 4 kills in return. And now, honestly, Lodimir marching onto the middle lane wants to take more turrets down because now Regal is hot as fire. Quadra na yan, pare.
Exactly, hot and heavy. Actually, no, medyo lugi pa nga yung Lodimir dun sa fight na yun kasi nagsimula yung laban nila out of position si Regal. So imagine if tama yung position ni Regal doon, mas mabilis pang mauubos yung mga membro dito ng Gensokyo. That's how big of a lead 5,000 gold translates into na kahit na hindi full on yung damage conversion dito ng ADC nila, they still win the fight. Kaya kailangan talagang humanap ng Gensokyo ng favorable na laban para sa kanila. Maybe look for a pick-off. Maybe hanapin muna nila dito si Regal on the Jin. But it's not the easiest thing to do.
They actually tried to pick off Regal earlier on with the flash public execution, but in fact, it was not enough, my friend.
Yes.
And now, Lodimir gonna be still marching on, securing another inhibitor tower now onto the middle lane. So that's super minions continuously pushing onto the middle side. Infernal Drake though, there's no potential soul for both of these teams, but still, Infernal Drake can give extra damage.
Uy, nagpipig.
Oh,
Papalay. Sincerely, tatlo yan. Nasa Tribush. At si Sincerely, napaka-guts. He's 1 HP. Ginamitan siya ng silin ulti dito.
Maganda.
Here comes the hero's entrance from Lodimir. Breaky-Nick is staying alive in the middle of the fight. At yung Gensokyo, hindi nabubuhay. Nalusaw na mga buhay na dito. Here comes Regal with the curtain call. At sinarhan na ang kortina ng Gensokyo. That's LM with 4 kills.
Lodimir, mga kaibigan, already finishing off 4 members of Gensokyo. Isa na nga lang po, kaibigan, na magde-defend ito. Kakayanin niya pa ba? But I think Lodimir is gonna be just eyeing on that Nexus and will secure this game number 1.
Gensokyo taking a taste of their own medicine. Ininvicted sila ng Lodimir. Paulit-ulit kinuha yung blue buff. Hindi na nakakuha ng kill dito si Chemical Kid, effectively neutralizing the jungler of Gensokyo. Lodimir! Wow, what a start to this season already. Nakuha nila yung unang talo, but then they won against one of the best prospects dito sa ating Wild Round Split 2. So,
Once again, pare.
yes.
No Elder Dragon, they won against that team. And once again, they won against Gensokyo, which was almost qualified to the playoffs of Split 1. And now, that is a sight to see for Lodimir. Honestly, having that 1-point lead against this good team, which is well known as well throughout this tournament.
Uy, tingnan mo yung mga numero dito, no? It's actually Regal taking the highest numbers, 10, 3, 11 in terms of the KDA respectively. And look at the gold. Walang lumalapit, no, sa gold dito ni Regal. And that is the power of a snowballing Jin. I mean, DNC1 enabled his teammates to be able to do this. More importantly, may suporta si DNC1 dito. Kaya nila na shutdown si Chemical Kid. Never naging mag-isa si DNC1. And look at that, highest damage dealt para kay DNC1.
Oo, pare. Nakita kasi natin na Nidalee actually paid off onto the hands of the NC1.
Oo.
Earlier on, Gensokyo was not, was thinking, oh, maybe this is still Nidalee's Yaji. But in fact, it's now into the hands of the NC1. In fact, Lodimir countered out Gensokyo's early invade and they have prevailed. And now, nobody else but Rega, the MVP of the game, with 10, 3, 11, damaging 21,000 against Gensokyo.
The thing that impresses me the most dito no, is the 95% teamfight participation.
Grabe.
Given the fact na sobrang daming laban, sobrang daming engagement sa laban na to, the fact na naka 95% teamfight participation dito si Regal is mighty impressive para dito. No? This is what you need to take down the likes of Gensokyo. But at the same time, I take that with a grain of salt dito, Sky. Kasi I feel like Gensokyo are doing a little bit too much. Hindi nagban ng isa, hindi binan away yung Galio,
Yeah.
and then going for a Warwick. Come on, guys. This is not the way you normally play Wild Rift, and we know it. So why don't we just go back to the standard, to what we know works. Pero bago yun, guys, bago natin makita kung makakabawi ba sila dito, Sky, magpapahinga muna kaming dalawa dito. This is Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. We'll be right back after this.
The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up! Every stone weaves a different story.
I am Eastall. witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up.
Welcome back mga ka-Wild Rift dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. And of course, we are going into our second game of our final match of the day between Gensokyo and Lodimir. And gentlemen, parang may upset tayo today. Maybe. It's too early to say. But of course, I think everyone is surprised by the outcome of game number 1.
Ayun na nga, no? Particularly us in the talent pool because we all predicted Gensokyo to win.
Except
Except for Sky, by the way. But it's I don't know about this win from Lodimir. I mean, not to discredit them of the win,
Yeah.
but Gensokyo, ang dami nilang ginagawa that they usually wouldn't do.
Honestly, from the drafting itself already, the Warwick against Galio Camille setup is a no-no, honestly. Once you jump on in, of course,
Gets stunned.
and easily chain CC'd by that Galio. Heroes enters to respond properly already from the engage. And honestly, they're more on engage, and they just really got countered out by Lodimir.
I think it was because, they had the Nidalee pick. Lodimir had the Nidalee pick.
Yep.
So Gensokyo was like, okay, you guys have a cat. We will
Yeah,
pick
have
a
a
dog.
dog.
So it's going to be Warwick. And then in the end, I think cats are just better. Cats
Oh,
win.
You're a cat person.
Yes, I am.
Sorry.
Are you a cat person?
No.
Dog person?
Yeah, I'm a dog person.
A
Tatum?
dog person. Dogs are obvious.
Dog person?
Yes.
Oh my god.
They're much more cuddlier.
Okay, that's true. I used to be a dog person.
Oh,
Pero ngayon,
yes.
cat. Once you get a cat, you never go back, guys.
I mean, in this case, it absolutely worked, right?
That's
And
true.
It came
Cats
out
won.
on top, so yeah, okay, fine, touche.
Okay.
We'll see. Maybe we'll have a Yumi later on. Para it will be a 2-0. But of course, moving on to the draft space between Gensokyo and Lodimir. Wait, ayaw mo ng Yumi?
No, not
Have we
fun.
had? I
Not
You're not.
wonder.
You're not.
Not
Do
fun
we
to
have a
watch.
Yumi?
Not fun to play. Not fun to do anything. But please don't play.
I don't think we have. I don't know if we have data on Yumi. And guys, if you guys want to see the data on a Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open from Split 1 and Split 2, we do have an official website. If you see the QR code that is played during the break, you guys can check out the official standings and of course all of the data presented here for Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. You can check out the teams, you can check out the players, the player information, you can see all the champions that they've played, their builds and everything if you want to study. So maganda siyang, research instrument
Yeah.
for
Exactly,
our
definitely.
teams out there who want to scout ahead of time. But of course, we're in the banning phase. Poppy and Nautilus. Not surprising.
Okay, so far so good for Gensokyo. They haven't
Yeah.
pulled out anything out of the blue yet. No Warwicks in the horizon.
ban.
Yeah, no more Warwicks throughout the whole series, man.
Yeah,
So,
it's no Warwick. So the Rise will be banned away. Gensokyo predicting a Renekton first pick, if there isn't.
oh, a Renekton first pick. Honestly, it's already been
Orange.
picked,
Yeah.
last game. So, no more Renekton.
Renekton.
So I feel like there might be going for an Aatrox kind of thing, or maybe prioritizing another jungler, by which Lee Sin already being banned, Bard has been banned, or
Ooh.
maybe a potential top laner being picked. Oh, there you go, Gensokyo, going back to their roots. A probably Nezreal here.
Safe pick, Ezreal. I think this is probably the best
Yeah.
ADC pick that we've seen. Coming on from split 1 over to split 2. But of course, Lodimir, again, they're riding that momentum. And it's gonna be a Lucian.
Oh,
With
and...
the okay.
Yep.
The classic.
Yeah, yeah. It's more of the safe pick, right? I mean, I would have preferred something like a Nami or a Leona to give a
Oh
little bit more
man, we haven't been
aggressiveness.
seeing any, enchanter supports
Enchanter
that
supports,
much,
yeah.
right?
Exactly.
What happened to Rebenga's video, huh?
I don't know. Let's ask him.
Guys,
Hopefully we get the chance
they're
to
not
ask him.
watching the video.
They're not watching the
Rebenga
metas,
works
huh?
very hard on these videos.
That's true. That's true. Man is a one-man production team, but no control or no enchanter supports as bit. Maybe we'll get to see one from Gito.
Oh, I like
Open
that.
Akali.
Okay.
I like that. I like that Gensokyo picked up the Akali to actually extract the Lucian or the backline of Lodimir. And once again, an engaged tank. They're not exactly watching Rebenga's video, but they want more engage actually, which can be a rel or Ornn already.
And I think they used Ornn in their series earlier.
Yep.
And I think a really, really good performance on that Ornn. Hopefully they can try to go for a comeback here.
And actually, that's one of the things they used earlier to create that early momentum is that
Ooh.
Ornn. That tankiness, parang kailangan ni Chemical Kid lagi ng backup na macho
Backup,
boy
oo.
dun sa likod in the form of an Ornn. So this is actually a good idea to put at least one of those right alongside Chemical Kid regardless kung ano man yung ipipick niya dito. So it's gonna be a preemptive rumble para naman sa Lodimir. Again, it's just very solid picks all throughout for Lodimir. The rumble, kind of like a blind pick as well, like Lucian and Braum. Very solid by themselves and also kind of flexible. So kumbaga, they're putting the ball on the court of Gensokyo. Pick who you want, we can respond in kind.
Yeah, honestly, I like their pickings. They're actually can actually negate or counter the picks of Gensokyo with that Rumble, with that Braum, with the Glacial Fissure.
Yeah.
They have multiple slows and have AoE damage from that Rumble as well. And mobility from that ADC. I'm questioning now for both of these teams, what jungler will they pick now? There's no Lee Sin, there's no Hecarim, there's no Nidalee as well, and no Vi. There's still a potential Jarvan for Lodimir to be taking it. But I'm not quite sure will they take that because there's still a lot. And ooh, Volibear.
Okay, I like the Volibear pick. Again, meta siya ngayon. A lot of items really work around Volibear right now. And I think this also answers that kind of lack of tankiness and ability to fight dito sa side ng Lodimir. But of course, Gensokyo answering back possibly with an Aatrox.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Aatrox laid out, but it's against Gensokyo. No, and again, we go back to that question of what
Oh.
jungler
Oh-ho.
would they bring
Riven.
out?
Is it gonna be a Riven jungle possibly? No,
I was thinking something like a Sinjao would be.
Oh,
Oh!
there goes
good at
Xin
this point. There you have
Is
it.
it the lock-in?
Gensokyo considering the Sinjao. I think this fits the bill really, really well. And there's a lot of engage potential here on the Volibear. Rumble as well can be countered. The damage of the Rumble that is can be countered by the Crescent Guard of the Sinjao. So I think it fits the bill really well, especially if the Braum comes in. Sinjao can just push him away.
Yeah, that's a good idea, honestly, on the Xin Zhao. By going alongside here, Lodimir actually reacting back with a Jarvan, quite tanky champion as well. We have at least 4 tanky champions for the side of Lodimir. Gensokyo still has the Akali that can dissect the team fight and actually go through the backline. So it really depends on who engages first. Honestly, it's gonna be interesting. We have the Braum shield countering the Ornn's ulti. So it really depends on when and how each team engages. But honestly, both teams have really thought about their drafts.
Okay, thoughts on the draft for jungle control.
Oh,
Because we have a Jarvan and a Volibear over there, but Xin Zhao and Aatrox are still pretty strong.
yeah.
Who do you think?
I'm favoring the Sinjao this time for sure. Because imagine a world where Jarvan goes in for the Cataclysm.
Uh-huh.
Sinjao
Tapos?
just gamitan niya lang yung ulti niya. And he's out.
It's over.
He's out of there. Yeah, exactly. And
Sky?
Yeah, I like that idea for your ulti, but I think Jarvan's a lot more tankier though. That's do mind you know, once he uses that Cataclysm, that's gonna be extra tankiness into him, and that's gonna be locking down Shinzown inside the Cataclysm. Even though he has that ultimate, anyone can still deal crowd control into him.
I feel like I'm a little bit more worried about the assassin
Yeah,
side.
yeah,
here.
that's-
Oh,
After
that's
Akali,
true, that's
'cause
true.
You have to
Akali.
remember, yeah, there's 4 front lines here in the other side. So if you are unable to shut down the enemy carry, what do you do then?
That's true. It's going to be really tough for the Akali, but of course, we're now moving into game number 2 of our 3rd series of the day. It's Lodimir versus Gensokyo, and possibly the last game of day number 1. And of course, guys, it's time to pass the mic back to you. So Datum, Sky, take it away.
Thanks ever so much, Revy. All right, here we go. Potential final game of the day. And it is sincerely showing up with an Akali, Sky. Yeah, I'm going to be blunt, my friend. I am not sure about this Akali pickup, if I'm being completely honest. Yes, you have backline access, but to what extent? There's so much CC on the side of Lodimir. And there's even a Braum dedicated specifically to protecting that Lucian. So, not so sure. I mean, and this is what makes me feel about Filipino Wild Rift. I feel like Gensokyo, sila yung epitome of Filipino Wild Rift. They pick what they want when they want.
Yeah, honestly, they picked that Akali just to finish out that Lucian, but honestly, Lodimir still has damage without the Lucian. So Akali pick-wise, I think he's gonna be leaning more of a kiting or tankier type of Akali, because we see that roles are actually lane switch. Oh my goodness.
Sincerely, is just getting disrespected from the get-go.
And yeah,
Immediately, we see the effects of what we're talking about. No, hirap kagad si Sincerely dito sa laning phase pa lang natin. And a part of that is because of the sheer oppressiveness na meron dito, yung Lucian Braum combo.
yeah, that's true. And honestly, even though Sincerely is being punished as well, we see that Koi on that Rumble being punished by that Ezreal Horn. So back and forth with the platings of both of these teams. But in fact, Gensokyo gets more since the minions are more close to the tower as well. And we see one plating already left for the side of Lodimir.
There's actually so much pushing power here from the Dragon Laners of Gensokyo. Carl Su having already a ton of gold over the enemy Lucian. This is a good thing.
Oy!
And the first blood for the Volibear just swoops it back in favor of Lodimir.
Lodimir, as you were saying, man, as you were saying, Gensokyo was getting all the gold on the bottom side onto Karlsu, but Lodimir reacted, or actually engaged on Jay on that Aatrox and secured the first blood. 450 gold already into the hands of this Volibear. And do mind you, we've seen this Volibear way before on the first series against Elder Dragon. I think we saw a zero kills, but he dealt the most damage. So I think he can really tank out and actually deal most damage onto this game. But it really depends now, what will Gensokyo do? It's another lane swap for the carries of each team.
And if you think about the matchup ng Aatrox versus Volibear, no, it actually is really hard to pull off an Aatrox laban sa Volibear. Because the thing with that Aatrox is you need to have perfect spacing para may tama mo yung hotspots ng Darkened Blade. Volibear just goes in, straight to your face. So it's really hard to counter the Volibear as an Aatrox. Ayan, with the knockup at si Regal na force mag-flash away. And here comes the Horn of the Forge God to shut down the Lucian. Regal is down at ito na yung jungler ng Gensokyo.
Gensokyo now, Chemical Kid making it worth flashing in, and with the double knockup from Ornn's ulti, we see Chemical Kid bringing back the action. And now flag and drag in on Karlsu. Karlsu 1 HP, flashing in with the Cataclysm, and Karlsu stays alive, but burns both summoner spells as well.
That's alright, that's worth it in my opinion. No, the burn niya dito, yung flash and yung cataclysm ni DNC1 in the grand scheme of things. As long as you stay alive after that fact, it's worth it. Given the fact as well, tinan mo yung lamang dito ni Karlsu over Regal, around a 400 gold lead. It's not nothing. It's parang isang buong longsword and a bit and ilang potions na yan.
It's already like one kill, man.
Exactly.
Or one kill lead in pack of gold for the side of Karlsu, and that's a really big thing, especially you're an ADC, attack damage carry, in which you are the carry for the specific lacking damage. And honestly, yep, you need to funnel in the gold onto your ADCs in particular, because now Carlsu is leading on the 300 gold against Regal. But overall, the golds are still stable for both sides. 1-1 on their scoreboard, and the gold-wise is not quite so big for the side of Gensokyo.
Dito natin makikita yung standard wild gift. For the most part, yung nakikita natin na playstyle ng Gensokyo all throughout the day is early engagement, early picks, and early fights. Ngayon, hindi nila pwede gawin yun because Lodimir is making it hard for them. Chemical Kid going in, Crescent Guard is activated, pero 1 HP na siya dito, wala naman
He got
tatambuhan.
stunned!
And that is the Sinchow going down, Ayazil having to back away, flag, drag, flash, and that is gonna force Carlsu to back off, and here comes the Freaky Niki slaps away at Ezreal at nahuli niya yung ADC ng Gensokyo dito. Jay, mag-isa, World Ender active, but the only thing he's gonna be ending is his own fight.
Already ending that fight, but now sincerely quite late. Has that perfect execution, engaging on Freaky Niki, blast cones away, and stays alive. That's gonna be a trade-off of kills there. 1-4-1.
Here we go, look at this fight yet again. No? Napaaga yung engagement dito ng Gensokyo because they had to bail out one of their teammates. Nahuli si Chemical Kid doon, which is why they had to invest all of their ultimates reactively, particularly yung Call of the Forge God. But Jay, trying to help his teammate out, nahuli din siya. He can't even use his flash to stay alive, kaya yung, well, Lodimir, sila yung nanala dun sa fight na yon as they gear up towards the Baron lane. Chemical Kid in the Tribush, cleared out so far, so wala pang objectives eh. So yung Gensokyo can't really look for a fight unless they go towards the Infernal Drake.
Honestly, yeah, so far so good. Now it's gonna be trade-off for Rift Herald and Infernal Drake, because we see Lodimir starting out that Infernal Drake. Already have HP here though, Rift Herald. But I think it's gonna be a trade-off for both of the teams. All objectives. Lodimir gonna be leaning more onto the domination side, but Gensokyo will be leading on to the snowball capabilities of opening the map more to destroy that middle lane turret.
At nakita na natin ito ulit-ulit, Gensokyo favoring the Rift Herald more so than the Drake. I mean, kanina kasi Ocean Drake, pero ngayon, Freaky Niki hahampasin yung sahig dito ni Ayajil, who will be staying alive for now. But Freaky Niki, this is very dangerous territory. Pero tinan mo, sobrang ahead kasi ni Freaky Niki na hindi iniisip ni Chemical Kid na i-dive yung Volibear.
Yeah, you can't really dive a 2-0 Volibear, my friend. With the Bramble Vest, has that anti-heal, and soon to be getting the Dusk and Dawn. And judging by the fact the gold lead is still on the side of Gensokyo, because of that Rift Herald and also extra turret onto the bottom lane, they have that extra gold. But still, it's still anyone's game. Lodimir has the prowess to win those particular fights. Because do mind you, most of the front line of Lodimir has some gold. And this Rumble as well has a 300 that can burn away the frontliners with his equalizer as well.
Pare, sasabihin ko pa lang, no? I mean, gold lead is one thing, pero kapag kinonsider mo yung mga ultimate dito ng Lodimir, medyo nadi-dismiss yung advantage dito ng Gensokyo. There's the equalizer present, there's the Cataclysm present. Kapag nahuli lahat ng players ng Gensokyo, they're all gonna melt anyway, regardless of the gold lead. Kaya kailangan maging careful dito ng Gensokyo. Case in point, sincerely, hindi niya alam na yung tatlong nagtitagos doon the brush. Has to use the smoke screen to stay alive, pero dahil doon, nahuli si Chemical Kid. Ayagi, kailangan mo mabuhay. Carlsu has to make your teammates' life worth it. Pero ngayon, siya naman ang tatalunan dito. 4 tanky players on the side of Lodimir. They're gonna dive and they're gonna take lives. Sincerely nalaglag. 4 quick kills para sa Lodimir. And Jay, World Ender, more like his life ender para dito. At the time na siya dito ng mga member of Lodimir. And he will go down. An ace for Lodimir.
An ace, Marikoy, walang nakuhang kill. Even the Lucian got executed onto the tower. We see the engagement onto that Akali. Chemical Kid did not expect 3 members. He got finished out so fast. And another tower dive here. Freaky Niki just tagging the tower, bombarding them with those abilities, finishing all the squishier targets for the side of Gensokyo. And overall, it's an ace for Lodimir.
Ito yung sinasabi natin din. No? Yung problema with picking up an Akali against a heavy frontline team is that you're not gonna be able to do much. Buhay si Sincerely the entirety of that fight, but he wasn't able to do anything apart from staying alive kasi the moment na lumabas siya sa smoke screen, masastan lang siya, tapos mahuhuli na rin siya. Whether it be in the form of a volley bear or a prom, it's all gonna be CC against the Akali. Kaya hirap na hirap dito makahanap ng impact si Sincerely.
Crowd control after crowd control
Exactly.
from the composition of Lodimir. Napakahirap takasan yan, pare. Kahit mag-akali ka, syempre lalabas-labas ka ng shroud, may passive ka na nga ng Brom. Pwede ka pang ma-stun ng Volibear at pwede ka pang masisi ng isang passive ng Brom kasi may Lucian with the extra help to proc that passive. And now, even though getting that red buff, oh, you know, Lodimir still has that lead, man.
Yes. Nakuha nila yung red buff kasi wala nang mid turret dito yung Lodimir, no? So, all in all, mas malakas naman talaga yung map control ng Gensokyo, but it's the team fights. Doon sila sa struggle talaga dito. Aegil, spotting out Jisoo dito sa may mid engagement, but not really much to play for, kaya nalayo muna sila sa isa't isa. Next, Dragon, spawning up in 23 seconds. Ocean Drake, nakita na natin na ignore to dati ng Gensokyo eh. I don't think they're willing to fight for the Ocean Drake.
I think they are, man, because that's a soul point for the side of
True.
Lodimir. That's
True.
Infernal Soul, do mind you. That's extra AoE damage onto their target, so that's gonna be
Uy!
extra engage once again. Flag and drag.
Dito mama, flag and drag to ni DNC1 would have been the start of the fight para sa Lodimir, pero okay lang, pwede silang mag-reset dito. And the Drake just spawning up, lalapit na ang Gensokyo.
TP's being used now. Jay is now here. Ocean Drake being started out. Ayan
All
na
of
nga
the
po.
Forge God! Kaso na Gets only 2 knockups. Aegil na huli na. And that's the Crescent Guard to secure the smite para kay Chemical Kid. Killing spree on the equalizer para kay Koy, pero buhay pa si Chemical Kid.
Ricky,
Look at
man.
Koy. Sinusunog
Oh my
ang
goodness.
buong Gensokyo. And the Ramble goes on a rampage.
Rumbling them down, eating them up one by one. Lodimir just keeps cleaning out the plate, and we see one member going out, but in return, killed most of the members. But now we see an off-cam kill there, Lucian going down onto the hands of Sincerely. But that's basically it, man. We see the tankiness of Lodimir's composition is way too good.
It is. Masyado makunat. Dito yung Lodimir, no? I mean, it was a miracle steal para dito sa kay Chemical Kid, no? With a Crescent Guard into the smite. But apart from that, yung team fight, wala silang naipalagtot. Lalo na nung lumabas na dito si Koy on the Rumble. Then Brush.
Oh.
Ayun lang, Aegil. Masyadong napaaga yung pag-dash niya towards the wall. That means, hindi kakagat ang Lodimir dito sa Baron Take.
Oo, hindi sila kakagat, pare. Kahit missing sila ng isang kakampi, which is yung Lucian, kayang-kaya pa rin paglabanan ng Lodimir yan, especially with the AoE damage that they have from the ultimates. Pero ito naman, Sincerely nag-iisa.
And he will use everything in his kit para lang mabuhay. Shroud into the ulti para makalayo doon. He's out of there, pero yung Baron, tinatry na dito ng Lodimir.
Wala nang ultimate yung Akali natin, so there's no potential kill threat already for the Akali. Oh,
Quad
no
knock-up.
follow-up.
Kaso walang backup. Yung equalizer
Ayan na!
nila pagkataklism onto the backhand. Tinulak pa pala yun ng St. John, pero si Aegil 1 HP na. Nahuli may isa si Jay dito sa may likod. And here comes the call of the Forge God. Isa lang yung nanakap nila. Gensokyo are buying so
Back and
much
forth.
time. Pero nauubos na ng HP nila dito. Nasa ng ADC. Here comes Karlsu with a true shot barrage connects. And Lodimir kept that bait. Tatakbo muna.
Back and forth we go from the engages of Lodimir and Gensokyo trying to actually disengage. And we see now Aegil on the red side.
One knockup coming in. At yun na nga si Joy na huli nila. Dominating coming through from the Volley Bear. Frikinitis in the fight pero mahuli siya nung Ezreal ng kalaban. Chemical Kid, hindi pa pumapasok. 1-for-1 exchange. Pero yung equalizer hindi available. Kaya lupat na lang sa Baron dito yung Gensokyo.
Oo, a support for their top laner now. Lodimir in a disposition spot because Koy returned to the base. Will it be a steal, pare?
Will it be a steal? That is a very good question. Papasok masyadong maaga si DNC. At nalaglagan siya dito. That's the Baron taken by Chemical Kid. DNC off timing. And Chemical Kid with a perfect smite.
perfect smite, securing that Baron in which Gensokyo stays alive throughout this fight. They actually picked off freaking Nikki earlier on, in which resulted them to take that Baron. In fact, Koi was so low, this Rumble was so low, not in a position to actually fight that Baron, but DNC1 miscalculated on jumping in, and all in all, Chemical Kid just secured that Baron.
And I love the way Gensokyo played around that Baron pit. Very reminiscent of Chinese Wild Rift. No? Nag-intay talaga sila na may pumasok before taking down the Baron, and it was very successful. Kumbaga, the mind games definitely still there. Kahit lugi sa numero dito ang Gensokyo, they still know how to play the map. Ayun lang, si Jay nahuli dito sa may bandang red buff, and that is a dead Aatrox.
Dead Aatrox with nothing in return, but still, Gensokyo still has that Baron buff. Flag and drag in. Not gonna be connecting on anyone. Karlsu just really using the damage output as much as he can.
Call of the Forge God, double knock, place ng teacher, walang nagawa. And that is an early engagement coming through for Gensokyo, nagagana ng maganda. 2-for-2 exchange. At dito na si Chemical Kid para tulungan yung mga kasapi niya. Sincerely, ito nakakatama ng shuriken, pero medyo makunat yung Galio, or yung Volley Bear rather, na tinamaan niya. Okay,
And
re-engage.
That's basically it, man. Na 2-for-2 on trade off.
Yes.
Jay was dead earlier on, but it was a support once again killing off the jungle and the support side of Lodimir. We've seen Lodimir actually winning teamfights after teamfights, but now Gensokyo getting back the lead, fighting as much as they can, prolonging the fight because Karlsu is already finishing most of the damage, or actually dealing the most damage on to the teamfight. And now Gold Day twice back on Gensokyo, already having that 2 Drakes. Lodimir is still quite close on this gold. It's still anyone's game.
Ayun na nga. Dikit ang laban natin dito, no? Pero it's at that point, it's getting to that point, Sky, na na-overtake na ng scaling ng Ezreal, yung Lucian natin. So, it's getting more and more difficult para sa Lodimir na maghanap ng engagements, leaving them prone to mistakes. At yun na nga, no? Isang misposition lang nakakuha ng isang kill dito. Isang stun si Ayagi, and then they get in for the kill, for the damage of the Ezreal. And again, Gensokyo winning the fight in that encounter.
And honestly, commendable from the knockups from that Ornn.
Oh, yes.
Continuously from his ultimate and his third ability, continuously knocking up Lodimir time and time again. But we see now Lodimir in a position here.
Maghahanap ng Lodimir dito. Just clearing up a bit of vision.
Nag-aamoy yan sila.
Oo. Kind of setting up for the next big objective. Actually, 2 big objectives yung spawning up natin dito, no? It's the Elder Dragon and, of course, the next Baron pa. Set up. Meron na agad dito ang Gensokyo. They're going for the reset. And Freaky Nikki looking to clear up some of those wards. DNC goes in with a Cataclysm. Hindi ata maganda yun. Cancelled out immediately, pero ito rin Volley Bear. Akala nila isolated, pero hindi. Andyan
Oh my
ang buong
goodness!
team ng Gensokyo. Horn the Forge God with a triple knockup. At kailangan lumayo ng Lodimir. Yun ang gagawin nila. Jay, flash forward by Koi. Sinunog ng Rumble. And the re-engage is in full form para sa Lodimir. Nahuli si Jay, and that could be the Baron para sa Lodimir.
That was insane. Lodimir back and forth. Gensokyo mispositioned by Jay. Once again, got caught off. Ayagil was actually quite so tanky. Already knew what to do and stayed alive. But in fact, Jay was just way too deep earlier on and got crowd control continuously and got burned away by this Rumble.
Yun na nga problema yun para sa Gensokyo. No? When it comes to extended team fights, medyo nasusunog na sila dito sa isang Rumble. Baron started by Lodimir, sincerely trying to get close for Chemical Kid. Ikaw yung kailangan pumasok dito. Triple knock-up coming in. Eto na si Chemical Kid. And here is the Crescent Guard. Blocking back dalawa. Pero 1 HP na siya. Chemical Kid is neutralized effectively. Babalik siya dito pero yung CC masyado mataas. Karlsu left all alone kasi ang layo ni Jay. And it will be the team fight going in favor of Lodimir, but it's a 3-for-3 so far.
3-for-3 for Lodimir now. They were supposed to take that Baron, but in fact, we saw that Karlsu was dealing so much damage doon, di ba? Ang ganda ng mga arcane shift nito, pare. Saktong-sakto, swak na swak yung pagda-damage niya sa mga frontline ng Lodimir. Honestly, itong Volibear na lang talaga ang makunat-kunachi. Yung perfect execution ng Akali was way not good enough to dish out the damage on finishing multiple tanks here.
And you have to remember, yung laban na yun, 4v5. Wala si Jay doon sa laban na yun. And somehow, 3-for-3 pa rin yung nakuha ng Gensokyo doon. No? So, still a lot of talent when it comes to the team fighting dito. The team fighting prowess ng Gensokyo. Definitely not a joke laban sa Lodimir. As we go to look for another fight, 11 seconds para sa next Dragon.
Elder na yan, pare. Ito na magdidikta kung ano mangyayari. Matatapusin na ba ng Lodimir or pupush pa ng Gensokyo sa game number...
Good question. Elder Dragon has spawned. At nandito na ang lahat ng mga membro ng Lodimir. Gensokyo converging on the area as well. Pero may bit of hesitation mula sa Lodimir. They're letting Gensokyo start the Elder in hopes of re-engaging on the second part. Gusto nilang may mabait na mga ulti dito on the other side. Pero papasok namin ng Cataclysm. Magdadunk si Friki-Niki mapuntang harap. Jay answering back with the Darkened Blade. Crescent Guard para ma-scatter sila dito. Here comes the Horde of the Force God with a double, triple knock-up. At nahuli yung Lucian. 2 kills for Gensokyo. Making it a third. Friki-Niki is down for the count. And Gensokyo are back. Diretso base. Tatapusin na nila to.
Diretso sa base, isang miyembro na lang ng Lodimir ang natitira. Gensokyo, kumikinang na ang kanilang mga mata. Ito na yung Nexus, JNC1. Anong magagawa mo pa? Tuluyan ka nang malulubayan pa. Kasi yan na nga po, kaibigan. Game to number 3 na nga tayo.
Gensokyo with the comeback. And what a way to do it, Sky. Isang laban lang, isang team fight lang. They didn't even need to take the Elder Dragon. And that is how they win the fight. I mean, really good engagement, no? They waited for the Jarvan to come in bago nila pinapasok yung Sinjao. And I have to give a lot of the credit kay Chemical Kid. Waiting for the perfect opportunity para pumasok.
Oo, tama ka dun, pare. Waiting for that proper opportunity to engage. And in fact, props to Carl Su as well.
Siyempre.
He was dealing the most damage out of those team fights continuously. We saw that Ezreal precisely using that arcane shifts just in time. And we see on the early stages of the game that Gensokyo was actually invading through and through as much as they can onto the Raptors of the enemy. And honestly, we see the stats-wise, so fair. Freaking Nikki as an SBP on Lodimir's side, it's quite commendable, especially that Volibear dishing out the damage and tanking the damage.
But I do have to say, Gensokyo, they're very creative sa paghanap ng mga laban nila dito. No? It's very non-linear yung pag-approach nila sa mga team fight, which is contrary dito sa psychology ng composition ng Lodimir, which is why it got kind of confusing para sa kanila yung final fight na yun. Kasi iniintay talaga ng Gensokyo na mag-engage yung Lodimir before they start their counter-engage. Sobrang talino yung decision-making dito ng Gensokyo, and it just lets the Ezreal shine. Kasi the longer na hindi sila naglalaban, nagpo-poke lang na nagpo-poke si Carl Su. And look at that, 46,000 damage done. Insane performance mula kay Carl Su.
Insane indeed. And of course, none other, the MVP of the game will be Carl Su with 3 kills, 2 deaths, and 10 assists. Even though he was not securing those particular kills, he has been dealing the most damage out of those team fights.
Yes. Impressive stuff mula kay Carl Su. I mean, this man's been very consistent. In all the games we've seen him today, napakaganda ng positioning and kiting niya every single time. In many champions, no? The Ezreal is particularly impressive kasi mahirap magpatama ng mga skills ng isang Ezreal. And he was able to do it consistently all throughout this game. Mind you, dikit yung laban natin, and Ezreal still somehow managed to deal as much damage as he did. Is absolutely impressive. There you have it. Our match number 3 is going to game number 3, Sky. Bago natin puntahan yung game 3 na yan, magpapahinga muna kami. Huwag kayong mawala. Magbabalik ang Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
I am Eastall. You've already lost. Witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? And it looks like we are going to a game number 3 dito sa final series natin of the day. We're really making the most of day number 1 here at Split 2 for Wildlands Pilipinas Open. But of course, more games, which means more time to look at our teams and just appreciate all of the wild rift that we're watching today. Pero guys, I think everyone is surprised by the outcome kasi it almost looked like a 2-0 for Lodimir.
Yun na nga, isang team fight na lang yung kailangan ng Lodimir, and they would have secured one of the most unexpected wins, I would say, of the day. But then, parang naalala ng Gensokyo kung sino sila. We can team fight, and they team fight, they did.
Yeah, honestly, it was something else. Earlier on, the team fighting was on the side of Lodimir, but on the last team fight, on that particular fight, Gensokyo really pushed through and won that game. And pushing us to game number 3 for this last match of the day. It's really exciting, really fiery, especially we have a cold weather here in the Philippines.
That's right. It's a perfect time to get cozy, get a
Yes.
blanket, get
Yeah.
a warm drink, and then you can so that you can watch game number 3
Yep.
in comfort. I don't know, Tatum, you look very, very happy that we have a
Yes.
game number 3.
I am. I'm very excited. It's always nice because here's the thing. Parang kumbaga Wild Rounds is the tournament that keeps on giving.
Yep.
And I love myself some game 3s. I hope we get game 3s all the time. And this is the perfect opportunity.
Guys, I
Game
think
number 1.
gusto ni Gaydam ng game 5.
Game
I
5?
think you want BO5, right? You want BO5?
Yes,
Best of
course.
five.
Of course. But here's the thing. I feel like both teams at this point, medyo nagli-limit test sila. Gensokyo, there's a lot of mistakes that I feel like could be cleaned up. Same could be said para dito sa Lodimir.
Yeah.
No? And I feel like this is the perfect learning curve para sa kanila no? to perfect that playstyle heading into the deeper part of our group stage.
That's absolutely correct. Both of these teams are actually quite matched on to the Team Fight prowess as well.
Yes.
And leading on, it was not totally one-sided for each of the games that they have been doing. And honestly, Lodimir being an underdog against Gensokyo, now Gensokyo really respected them onto that second game and known that Lodimir can really keep up with the type of team that they have. Going back to the drafts though, we are now banning still that buy. Don't want that simple engage. That Lee Sin once again not gonna be going onto the hands of Chemical Kid because we've seen that from the last series versus Revenge. And now gonna be jumping in on our first pick.
I feel
Ano man naisip nyo?
Talia is a possibility dito. Is
Oh, yeah?
available, not banned out yet in the Fearless draft. There's a couple of options on the
Oh.
Dragon lane as well. Pero yung Nunu is something we've seen earlier. It seems like it is kind of a pocket pick para kay Chemical Kid dito, no? So we'll lock it up. And there you go. We got first pick Nunu for the second time today.
Yep, I think yung playstyle ng Gensokyo, especially for Chemical Kid, he really likes to get things done. He wants to be the one to start these fights. And I think even based on previous games, yung kill participation niya is usually pretty high, like at least 75% up always. So, of
That's
course, Chemical Kid, that jungler that you can rely on. What I want to point out dito sa series nito, or not just the series, but also just for Lodimir as a whole, we can see they're definitely not a dark horse.
Yeah.
Right? They've shown us na kaya nila yung Elder Dragon. They got the first win. They had a very, very close game 2. And it's almost the same story here. They
Exactly.
won game 1, very close game number 2, but they just can't close it out. So again, I think Lodimir is definitely one of those teams that everyone
Yes.
has to look out for. And although we have two very strong teams, Elder Dragon and Gensokyo, in this group, I think Lodimir might be a very close top 3 or even a top 2, I would say.
For sure. They definitely have the talent para doon. And yung sinasabi mo dito, Rebby, na they just find it hard to close out games. It's a telling sign of a young team. And that's definitely what Lodimir is. No, they've got talent, but they don't have as much experience as something like Gensokyo or Elder Dragon. So get the reps in. I feel like they're definitely a playoffs contention-worthy team. Interesting fact I want to bring up. They picked the Bard already. I was thinking maybe i-secure na nila yung gold lane, or rather yung Dragon lane at that point, pick up something like a pokey ADC, maybe something like a Varus, but they pivot for the Olaf instead.
Yeah, they favored for that Olaf even though they don't know the composition of Gensokyo yet, if it's gonna be heavy on the crowd control, and Gensokyo actually securing that Feather Storm on
Yes.
that Saya and as well the Gwen. So that's gonna be actually helping out to kite out against that Olaf. So
Yes.
Olaf now, all in all, has been countered already. And I like the fact that you guys already told that Lodimir is a really new team. All in all, throughout the series that they have fought, they were close against those specific teams.
Yeah.
And especially Gensokyo, Elder Dragon, they are not a team that is just, oh, you're just a new one here. No, they are well known through and through. And right now, maybe we could see Lodimir actually finishing this off as a win. But we don't know yet. Let's jump in. Still, Zeri being picked here on Lodimir.
Yep. I think we haven't seen Zeri yet dito sa Split 2 so far. So I like that we're really switching things up. Pero I do want to say, look, I know yung prediction ko was for Gensokyo, but with how Lodimir has been playing today, I kind of really want to see them win. Right? I think that they've proven themselves in their first series and dito sa series number 3 natin And I think that they can take it all the way,
For sure.
Yeah.
right?
Yung team na to, they have a lot of heart. So it's hard not to root for a team like Lodimir. But the thing is, sometimes heart isn't enough. Sometimes you need to back it up with performance.
Oh.
And Gensokyo looking dead serious dito sa comp nila, Sky.
Yeah, definitely. They are so actually countering most of the champions of Lodimir.
Yes.
We know that Zeri can't really auto-attack Gwen while using her second skill. So basically, that's already countered as well. Gensokyo picked a really good
Ooh.
composition. But do mind you, Lisandra's still up. Talia is up. Oh, and I think that's going to be a Talia pick already being picked out by Lodimir with a 73% win rate. So that's a good telling that it has a high possibility to win out those games. But now Gensokyo wants to get probably an Enchanter now.
Finally.
Karma being hovered in for the side of Ayagel. I think that's a really good sign that gives extra mobility as well to the Saya and gonna be helping out poke damage through Lodimir.
Yes.
I think we don't really have a lot of tanks this time. More
Yeah.
on bruisers, And possibly a Wukong here.
Oh.
Really nice way to finish off Gensokyo. Second time seeing Wukong dito
Yes.
sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. So far, 0% win rate. Could this be the first win?
Back in the day, no, yung holy trinity of junglers was the Wukong, Jarvan, and Sinjao. No?
Oh my
You'd
gosh.
want
Back in the day,
Parang ang tanda mo
how
na nun, pre.
many years?
Bakit mali?
Sakto, League Classic just came out.
Yeah. Anyway, typically you'd want to pick something like a Jarvan up against an Olaf. The only one that can lock down an Olaf, apart from a Camille as well, is that Jarvan. No? But seeing as both of those champs banned away now with the Fearless, we're going for the next best thing, which is out-damage the Olaf in the form of a Wukong. So there you go. Wala nga tayong full tank dito on either side. No? More on the fighter side of things, bruiser side of things, ay mga Revi, no? And it will be just Chemical Kid on the Nunu yet again. And it is the first time we're gonna be seeing Gensokyo play the Enchanter support. Parang yung poke dito ni Karma provides an extra layer of safety para kay Xayah just to get her to that finish line and scale up. But is that enough? Do you think that's enough?
I'm not quite sure, but interesting enough here, Lodimir is gonna be picking a Zeri mid.
Yes.
And do mind you, Regal is gonna be using an APC. So this is something new on to League of Legends Wild Rift because mostly we have seen the ADCs, the kiting potential. But now we're gonna be jumping into more of Modern League, which
Ooh,
will be
Modern
APC.
League.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's really exciting to see yung experiments that we're seeing here for this final game. But of course, it's 1-1 between Gensokyo and Lodimir. Whoever wins this game obviously takes the series.
Yeah.
But Tatum, Sky, who is going to be for this game number 3?
That is the question. Thanks ever so much, Revi. It's the final game of the day here in Wild Rift Sky. And it is going to be an action-packed one for sure. Okay.
Absolutely, man.
Open question ulit tayo dito, Sky. Gawin na nating tradition to. Which of these comps ang mas gusto mo?
Based from the composition already, I think I'm leaning more onto the side of Lodimir, man. I'm gonna stick with my predictions now, you know? I like their composition. I like that it's already jumping into game number 3. So we will see now how will they play out. Oh, my bad on the mistake though. Regal's gonna be actually going for the Zeri ADC and Talia mid once again. But what we see another invade by Chemical Kid with this double smite. Here, my friend.
Medyo makunat itong si Chemical Kid sa ngayon. No? Even with just at a level 1, that's already a double smite. Pero nag-reset yung blue buff. So I think, Chemical Kid, you need to back off.
Yeah, it's like a back and forth damage from both of these teams. Chemical Kid just keeps on eyeing for that blue buff. Not gonna be stopping him. And we see now another fight being fought out onto the blue.
He already used his chomp, si Chemical Kid. No? So kailangan niya mag-back off, wait for the reset, wait for the cooldown. Kahit si Regal, napipilitan mag-rotate dito sa my blue side. No? That's the effect of Chemical Kid's invade. All of the lanes are getting pulled into the blue buff. Tapos walang net positive para sa Lodimir. Papasok na siya, Chemical Kid, level 2 power spike. That is a snare on to Jisoo, pero hindi niya nakuha yung kill. It is the Wukong of Sincerely nakakuha ng first blood. Blue buff finally getting gotten by Chemical Kid. The double spike, hindi gagana. And DNC1 picks up the buff.
and DNC1 secures the buff, but in fact, Gromp has been taken away by Chemical Kid, and now they already have that first blood priority already, but Scuttler is already up because of how long they have been staying onto the blue side, and now Olaf's gonna be taken out as well, and now another engage here. Koi getting a kill on Ayagil, flashing away. Regal stays alive. Kalsu with a mistake there with a flash. And all in all, it's trade-offs after trade-offs for both of this team.
But there was a big mistake mula kay DNC1. Nag-flash in siya, tapos namatay. That's not the one thing, that's not what you want to do as the Olaf when you're low HP. Eh, so try and get something, especially kapag walang cooldown yung S1 mo dito. That is a big mistake from the Lodimir jungler, paving the way for an advantage para sa Gensokyo. But then again, halos dikit lang naman yung gold natin sa ngayon.
Yeah, honestly, the gold is quite so close for both of these teams. Even though Chemical Kid tried to invade the blue buff, they have not successfully secured it as well. And do mind you, they even actually denied the gold from the Gromp. But all in all, Lodimir came back with a couple of kills and also secured that particular buff. And we see now Ayagid and Karlsu wants to secure this Scuttler. Not gonna let this Olaf take away double Scuttler as well.
Alright. So it's just trading sa mapa sa ngayon. Gensokyo, not really a stranger to that. Nilabas na yung mga needle dito ni Jay. And the snip is what we're waiting for. Kailangan tuloy mag-flash ni Freaky Nikki papalayo. And that is the power of the Gwen on the 1v1. Freaky Nikki backing off.
Yeah, Freaky Nikki can't really handle the damage of the needles from that Gwen. And honestly, we see now Gensokyo has that couple gold lead. But in fact, it's still anyone's game from now on. We see Ayagil's rotation back and forth, top to mid. And now, helping out, Jay actually secured those platings. So that's going to be really huge as well. Small wins, in fact, for Gensokyo.
Freaky Nikki. Fortunately, wala pa siyang counter-strike doon. Pwede niya sanang ipari yung out-attacks ni Jay doon. But couldn't do that. Cooldowns were down, and here we go. Koi getting caught alone, pero nandito na yung Wukong. The Cyclone is up, and he will go down sincerely. Not noting the rotation in DNC1.
Sincerely made a mistake.
Yes.
And honestly, with the Ragnarok that he has been using, the Cyclone was not enough to finish off that Olaf or actually crowd control him. In fact, now the gold is stemming back to Lodimir, and we see it's pretty good as well for the side of their junglers, DNC1 having that extra kill.
Go back to the stalemate dito. 1 minute and 40 seconds bago lumabas yung mga first objectives natin. So there's not really much to fight for at this point. And there's a lot of folks going on dito sa mid, but that is something that you expect with the Bard and Karma matchup dito sa ating mid lane. Chemical Kid looking for the snare onto Koi, but that's not nearly close enough ang line of minions. Chemical Kid could get isolated. Parang mas binibilang pa dito ni Chemical Kid yung blue buff timer kaysa sa Dragon timer.
Yeah, honestly, Chemical Kid sees the blue buff parang dragon na mismo. Parang yun na ang objectives natin, Gensokyo and friends. Dito tayo sa blue buff ng kalaban, makuha lang natin yan, panalo na.
And most of the time, it's true, no? Kapag may blue buff priority dito, si Chemical Kid sa kalaban niya, always gets that map control, always gets the kill. And to the same effect, parang nga din namang objective sa kanila yung blue buff. Speaking of which, we have 44 seconds para lumabas yung unang objective. Against Sokyo, always favors yung Rift Herald pick natin. So kailangan mabuhay ni Ayagi dito if they want to get the Rift Herald.
Yeah, honestly, they want to actually secure that Rift Herald because it's an Ocean Drake for our first Drake, which is not so as impactful as the Infernal one. But we will see what specific objectives will these teams be going for. And honestly, now 15 seconds going to be spawning on that Ocean Drake, Rift Herald. Proper recall timers are now being used to actually get back in time for that objective.
Might be a chance actually na palagad ng Lodimir dito yung Rift Herald take, no? Because if you think about an Ocean Drake, you usually think about tanky compositions. Walang tank, walang pure tank sa side ng Lodimir. Yung Cyclone ginamit sa baba, sincerely nakita na doon sa may Dragon. Kaya magsisimula na mag-Rift Herald dito ang Lodimir. Chemical Kid coming in. Remember, this is a Nunu we're talking about. Essentially double smite. Pwede niya ma-steal. And he will do so. Rift Herald stolen away by Chemical Kid. But he goes golden for now. Bilto, ni Bard ng ulti. Here comes Jay onto the front. front
Yan na
line.
nga po.
At yung needlework, sobrang kate. The snip, not even activated yet. So, big
Oh!
shot into the backline.
That's good.
At si Jay, napuwersang tumakbo. 2 kills for Lodimir. Tumakbo si Chemical Kid with the Rift Herald. But that is a painful team fight.
Painful indeed because 2 members have fallen through Gensokyo. Lodimir naman, kahit na patay nila yung dalawa, wala silang na-secure na objective. Ito naman Gensokyo, nawalan sila ng 2 membro and securing that Rift Herald. But now, Ocean Drake is still up for the team of Lodimir. In fact, the seismic shove by that Talia was so good. In fact, they secured those 2 kills. Props to Foy on that specific engage. And now another objective. They're gonna be fought out by both of these teams.
Dito na si DNC. Hindi niya hayaan mawala tong Ocean Drake ng ganun-ganun na lang. And the whole team is here. Lodimir, counter-strike, activated mula kay Freaky Nikki. Pero hindi tumama yung stun niya doon. Buhay pa rin.
Oh!
Dito ang mga miyembro ng Gensokyo. That's a dragon stolen away yet again by Chemical Kid. Triple knock from the Cyclone.
Oh
And that
my
is a
goodness.
ton of damage mula kay Chemical Kid. Nag-flash out. Buhay pa nga. May kasama pang kill yung dragon ng Gensokyo.
Having that kill and also securing that Drake is actually so good for the side of Gensokyo. It was way too much. Nabuhay pa si Chemical Kid doon. And napakagandang trade-off. Tamang kuha lang ng objective dito ang Gensokyo. Secured both of the objectives and also secured 1 kill onto their side. And now Lodimir in a deficit of gold, still stalemate for the gold of this team. 1k gold lead lang naman ang kalamangan ng Gensokyo. And both of them have already taken down a tower.
Right. Bit of respite para dito sa ating game. But Gensokyo definitively has the advantage. No? Hindi naman ganun kalaki. Around 1,000 gold lang naman. But at the same time, every single team fight na nakita natin, lumalamang yung Gensokyo. Yung 2 objectives nakuha nila. So that's a ton of early game control. Not to mention yung first tower na nakuha nila. Mid lane tower pa. So that's the most important lane in terms of tower control. At ito na. Chemical Kid is rolling. Nothing to find it.
Yeah, nothing to find now. Looking for some buffs. Ang kaibigan natin si Chemical Kid, alam naman natin ayun ang pinaka-importante
Of course.
sa nuno niya. And especially now, they are hovering onto the top side. Pero ito na nga, seismic shove, not gonna be effective against the Gwen, especially with the second skill. So,
Exactly.
wala talagang masastan doon. Pero kita natin dito, Freaky Nikki actually leading on the charge against this Wukong. But honestly, already half HP Cyclone being used. Ultimate not gonna be landing, but oh!
Niki, walang matakbuhan at inikutan siya dito ni Wukong as an easy 1v1. A solo para dito kay Sincerely. And if you think about it, no, triple counter yung Gwen dito. Hindi matatamaan ng Bard, hindi matatamaan ng Zeri, pero matatamaan ni Chemical Kid dito si Jaesu with the snowball. Here comes the push coming in from Gensokyo at si Jaesu. Wala nang matakbuhan. Somehow stays alive the Bard. And that is the support. Barely surviving mula sa Lodimir.
Barely surviving, and once again now Chemical Kid eyeing onto the blue buff of the Lodimir here, and once again Lodimir has not denied the blue buff of their own. Chemical Kid takes it away. Parang candy lang sa bata na naman. Yung ginagawan pare.
What? He's rolling. He's rolling again. Double na mula kay Chemical Kid. And Regal might be in a bit of trouble, pero buti na lang andun sa tabi si Koy. With the coverage of Natalia, the ADC stays alive.
Honestly, the seismic shove has not been hitting continuously. We've seen it now, and honestly, it's been failing continuously way too much. So, parang kailangan ipatama na ni Koy yun kasi ayun talaga yung pang-engage nila or kumbaga pang-lockdown sa mga kalaban nila. I think Gensokyo's team is way too good on dodging that specific skill. But now, Mounting Drake's gonna be spawning at least 40 seconds in a position for both of this team to take or deny the soul from each other. And do mind you, Baron's buff gonna be spawning more earlier than this Drake. So, will it be a trade-off for Gensokyo? They can actually go for that Baron buff instead of this Drake. But of course, Lodimir will not allow that. It just really depends on what priority will they take. 4-4 on the kill board, my bad. And honestly, gold lead still on the side of Gensokyo.
Alam mo, actually, pwede nga magbaron dito ang Gensokyo. They've got a Gwen on top of Azaya. That is a lot of DPS na baka hindi expect ng Lodimir na kaya nila i-take down to. At the same time, they will go in. Chemical Kid will go in with the giant snowball. Regal nasa harap. At yun lang, hindi ang ganda sana ng engagement nila doon. Pero lumabas yung dingding dito ni Koy. Disengages for Lodimir. Pero diretso Dragon na lang ang mga membro ng Gensokyo. Lodimir going back in to try and fight them off. Pero yung Cyclone, inactivate dito sincerely on the clone.
Absolute Zero.
Absolute Zero ang available pa nga. Pero that is the Mountain Dragon priority mula kay Chemical Kid. Papasok sa likod. Pero si Freaky Nikki, napakalambot. Nalaglag na kagad si DNC1. At wala nang nagawa ang Lodimir. 2 players down. The front line is gone. Pero ang ganda ng kite ni Regal on the back end. Hindi siya mahuli dito. Chemical Kid trying to catch him and he will. Quadra kill for Jay. At tatakbo na lang dito si Jaysu. Diretso na sa Baron buff ang Gensokyo.
Gensokyo, mga kaibigan, walang namatay ni isang miyembro sa kanilang parte. At kita naman natin dito, ang ganda ng team fighting ng Gensokyo dito. In and out pick go, flashing out naman tong si Karlsu. Kita naman natin yung Gwen dishing out the damage as much as she can. And now, the seismic shove, pulling it back. But Regal's damage was not enough. Continuously not finishing any members of Gensokyo. And now, quadra kill for that Gwen, secures that Drake, and also gets that Baron.
Oh, ito yung mahirap sa composition ng Lodimir, no? Kapag wala na silang Bard ulti, there's not really a lot of tools they can use para makag-start ng team fight. Apart from papasok si Freaky Nikki at saka si DNC1. Ayun yung ginawa nila dito, Sky.
Oo nga eh.
And they died. There's not much you can do after that kasi ang kate na ng damage dito ni Karlsu. Even sincerely, yung 2 items na yan, kanina niya pahawak on the Wukong. And it's just really not much na pwedeng gawin dito ng Lodimir para mabuhay long enough to get the fight going. Kaya lagi silang natatalo sa team fight kasi yung engagement nila nalalaglag kagad.
Yun nga eh, pagka seismic shove, walang follow-up or walang follow-through of another crowd control. In fact, the counter-strike from the Jax has not been connecting as well.
Yeah.
The abilities or the basic skills that they need to actually hit the enemy with is not hitting. And now, Baron buff, Baron minions pushing through all the lanes of Lodimir. They are in a tight spot now.
Ito na. Simula ng kumatok. Pero tinman si Sincerely. Clone lang pala yun. Akala tuloy nila. Nahuli na nila yung Unggoy. Ito na si Chemical Kid. Not really the painful ulti na meron siya. Pero buhay pa naman. They take a tower after that. Si Chemical Kid stays alive with a flash to stay alive. Sincerely on the back end. Objective done. They get 2 inhibitor turrets.
2 inhibitor turrets with no one going down into the hands of Lodimir. Good na yun. Honestly, good na yun. Siyempre, 2 inhib na yun, pare. 2 lane na tuloy-tuloy na yung mega minions na mapapressure. Sa side ng Lodimir, Gensokyo, alam na nila kung paano itikta yung laro. At soul point na rin po sila, mga kaibigan. Infernal Drake magsaspawn ng 1 minuto na nga lamang ang mangyayari dito. Pero Baron, tuloy-tuloy pa rin dito. Infernal Drake, sabi ko nga, pwede nila makuha yung Ocean Soul. And now, Lodimir, hirap na hirap pa rin sila kahit 3 items na yung Zeri nila. Hindi nila basta-basta napupunit etong Nunu. Obviously, meron siyang Absolute Zero with the proper shielding. And also, the shield from Aya Guild itself is way too huge with the Harmonic Echo.
The problem is, as well, si Zeri, not really the best champion pang cut down ng mga big tanks, no? And case in point, Chemical Kid, 0 deaths so far. The only pure tank na meron tayo sa server na ito is that Nunu and Willem. And he hasn't really been taken down yet, has he? 31 seconds before the Infernal Drake. At yung Lodimir, nararamdaman na ang pressure dito ng isang Nunu and Willem. Parang ang bigat.
Mabigat na, pare. Parang if a-fight pa nila to, medyo delikado. Abokado nga naman sila. Kasi kita naman natin dito, wala na silang Torre sa mid, wala na rin Torre sila sa taas. So once namatay silang lahat, isang push, no, lakad matatag ng Gensokyo na lang to.
Almost 10,000 gold lead para sa Gensokyo. This should be an easy team fight unless they can pull off a miracle. Pwede nilang mahuli siguro dito si Karlsu on the Zaya or perhaps Jay. Pero tingnan mo yung mga posisyon dito ng Gensokyo. Magkakalapit lang talaga sila. And the Infernal Dragon has already been taken. Sincerely coming in. Ito na yung snowball na po. Chemical Kid tumama sa digdig. Pero okay lang. Makunat pa rin siya.
Oy!
Chemical Kid finally going down. That's a shutdown para kay Chemical Kid.
Maganda,
Teka
maganda.
lang. Gensokyo, wala na kayong jungler.
Oo, pero sa dami nilang ginamit na skill do, Lodimir only secured one member, which is Chemical Kid. And do mind you, that's still a tank. There's no particular any threat for the side of Gensokyo. They just don't have any jungle. And do mind you, that's only a tank. They still have the damage from the Saya, from the Gwen, and also the crowd control from that Wukong. But I know Lodimir is seeing a fight here, wants to risk it all for this battle.
Aaron getting started. Sincerely, pitigilan niyo yun si Carl Swan dito na rin. Ang
DNC1.
ante nung Zaya. Kailangan mag-flash. Papalayo ni DNC1. Baron down to 1/3 HP. Nasaan na yung Nunuin Willam? Wala! Nakuha ni DNC ang Baron. Pero si Freaky Nicky, 1 HP na lang. Nasa
Nakuha
likod na yung gunteng ni Jay. And Jaysu will go down. Double kill for the Gwen. May Baron buff nga. Pero yung base nyo, bukas na.
Oo, parang nangyari dun pare, nung nakuha yung Baron, 1, 2, 3, kanya-kanya na. Ay,
Flash out na lang.
oo, flash out agad na lang talaga. DNC1, hindi na talaga natuloy ng buhay kasi ang goal lang nila ay makuha yung Baron. I-deny to for the side of Gensokyo to actually let this game actually prolong much more. And kita naman natin dito na pro-prolong naman nila, tamang defend lang sila sa bottom side. Kahit sila yung may Baron, sila yung napupush. Pare ko, iba talaga ang gawa ng Gensokyo.
Yun na nga eh. Parang magiging negative pa yung Baron power play dito ng Lodimir. Which is rough. I mean, all that trouble just to stay alive longer. Yun na lang kasi yung pwede gawin ng Lodimir ngayon, no? Buy as much time as possible. Pero, ano pa bang recourse nila kapag tumagal yung game? Maybe i-contest yung Elder?
Oo, yun na yung best next move ang gagawin ng Lodimir dito is to actually secure the Elder. If they do, there is still a chance to prolong it much longer or maybe possibly end the game.
Maybe.
15 seconds left. Now, ano na mangyayari dito? DNC1 looking for the Wukong.
Lalim ni DNC1 ha. Pwede siyang mahuli. Will be reuniting the rest of the team ng Lodimir dito. 2 seconds. Buhay na ng Baron. Buhay na rin ang ating Dragon. That's the Elder, mind you. At si Carlson nasa may mid dito. All ults available on both ends of the spectrum. Eto na ang ating grand finale fight. DNC, mata sa harap. Yung Olaf, hinahabol na dito. Si Sincerely naglalakad lang paharap with the clone. Pero di top, yung ano natin, no? Yung mga solo laners natin, nandun pa rin sa may top side. Kailangan nila si Freaky Nicky dito.
Oo, yan na nga po kaibigan. Elder, Drake, they're in the position now. Gensokyo starting it out and we see a wall here. Ultimate by that part.
Dalawa na.
Oh.
Dalawang ult na yung nagamit kagad para sa Lodimir. Successful bait mula sa Gensokyo at si Chemical Kid. Binibait pa rin sila. Ragnarok is up. Nag-ult na rin yung Jax. Susunod na dito ang Lodimir. At pinabawasan na yung Elder Drake para sa Gensokyo. This is bad. This is bad. And Elder taken away by DNC. Buhay pa ang Lodimir. Pero yung base nila, pinabakbak na. Ginugunting na. And Gensokyo picks up the win. In day number 1, they win twice in a row.
Gensokyo, mga kaibigan. Reverse sweep na naman ang nangyayari dito. Parang malas ata ako pare para sa Lodimir. Napansin ko, ako nagpipredict sa Lodimir, tas magiging mananalo sila ng isang beses, matatalo naman sa huli. Pero yun na nga, Gensokyo successfully defeating Lodimir, and revenge for today secures a spot for multiple wins now. And honestly, it was a phenomenal match.
Yes. And I feel like this is Gensokyo playing the game standard. Yun lang yung kinailangan para sa kanila dito. No? Minimize those mistakes. Play the standard route. Huwag na mag-try ng mga bago sa composition natin. Ilagay na lang natin si Chemical Kid sa favorite niya, sa Willam. And look at the result. I mean, yes, wala siyang kill. Pero grabe, tinerrorize niya yung mapa dito ng Lodimir.
Oo, tama ka dyan, kaibigan. Kita naman natin yung major objective sa kanya, mga blue buff, mga red buff. Tamang tingin talaga siya eh. And honestly, having that sure ball smite with his first ability can really tick off any jungler
Yes.
from the enemy side, in which Gensokyo gained the lead and dictated on when to fight, and they have successfully secured all of the objectives that Chemical Kid sought.
Wait lang. Tama ba itong tinitignan ko? Second highest damage sa Chemical Kid sa team niya. Second highest damage as a pure tank is just insanity mula dito kay Chemical Kid. Goes to show you the lengths at which this kid goes to para lang makahanap ng impact sa roster niya.
Oh, grabe talaga ang ginagawa. Pero going alongside,
Uy.
none other, the MVP of the game is Jace with a 612 KDA and damage dealt with 19,000 as well. On this Gwen, snipping away particular frontliners and actually got a quadra earlier on, which helped benefit on winning this match.
Yes. I think it's about time na nakuha tayo ng spotlight para kay JD ito. No? Consistently, Sky, palagi siyang panalo sa lane niya. If not panalo, stalemate in either one or any one of his matchups. No? Very, very consistent Baron laner para dito sa roster na to. And I think it's about time we give Jay his 2 flowers. At yan na nga, MVP of the game with a 612 KDA on the Gwen. What more can you ask for?
Tama ka dyan, kaibigan. Bigyan nga naman natin notice yung Baron laner nila. But going alongside, that was just insane. These matches for today was not overall a complete sweep from the teams, and it was so exciting and fun to see that we were going back-to-back game number 2.
Yep, and of course, oh my goodness, another reverse sweep for Lodimir. Unfortunately, it must burn so much, but of course, they've been showing us some really, really exciting games. I've been converted, although yung vote ko was for Gensokyo. I think I've been converted into a Lodimir believer. I think they give us very exciting series. And
Yeah.
again, you can see from series number 1 and series number 3, they can definitely stand up to the giants dito sa Split 2. So again, they are not a team to mess with. But of course, unfortunately, today is not their day.
Yeah.
But they can still try to go for redemption against revenge again.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
That's true.
It parang naset na yung script. It's already been written, guys.
Exactly.
But of course, Gensokyo coming back once again, securing a back-to-back win, and of course, a back-to-back interview.
Uy, Boss Carlsu!
Hello, Carlsu! Congratulations! Ayan, since you guys are back-to-back winners, may back-to-back interview kayo. So, first off, first question, it's day number 1. You already played 2 out of 3 of your games from your group. How does it feel na possibly you guys are secured already from Group A?
Masaya po sa medyo pagod. Dalawang series po kasi.
Ayun na nga.
Yun nga.
That's true. Pero, follow up dun, do you feel like it was hard na back-to-back yung series, or would you prefer na other days that you would play?
Sa akin po, okay lang back to back. Sanay naman po. Pero nakakapagod talaga.
Oh.
I mean, Carlsu, narinig na namin kung gaano kasipag mag-streams ang laro nyo, ang team nyo. So, first off, I wanna say congratulations. Nakikita namin yung effort na nilalagay nyo sa laro natin ng Wild Rift. Ito, may tanong ako para sa'yo, Carlsu, no? I'm not sure kung ikaw yung nagpaplano ng draft dito ng team nyo, pero give me a bit of insight. Nung game to natin ngayon, yun lang yung only loss nyo sa araw na to. Tapos, I feel like the problem is yung drafting, yung Warwick. Intentional ba na mag-Warwick talaga kayo ng game?
Opo, intentional po. Kaso pangit po yung naging early namin kaya natalo kami. Yung ganong compo kasi parang bawal po mabiyahin.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, gets. Okay, since you've said that already na, yun nga, dahil sa composition nyo, naisip nyo na talaga yun, na-expect nyo ba na mananalo dapat talaga ang Lodimir against you guys?
Pag ako po tinanong,
Sa tingin mo, Carl?
hindi po. Lamang po talaga kami dun.
Gusto ko yan, Carlsu!
Oo, especially nagsiscream sila araw-araw, hindi sila nagmi-miss sa practice nila. At alam nyo na yan, syempre, as long as you practice consistently, you will reap all of the prizes. So,
Meron akong question para kay Carl Su.
Okay.
Okay lang to. Carl Su, meron ka bang team na gustong makalaban
Yun.
sa ating mga roster, sa mga teams na meron tayo ngayon sa Split 2?
Sa, ano po yun, kahit yung hindi ka bracket,
Kahit
Yeah.
sino, kahit sino.
yung ano na lang po, yung IX.
Ay. Okay. So from Split 1, again, coming over to Split 2, I think it's gonna be very exciting to see. And of course, again, IIX is also coming back from Split 1. Kayo, you guys are also coming from Split 1 here into Split 2. What has been the goal? Ano yung main motivation for you guys to come back stronger this time?
Ano po, naisip po namin kasi Fleet 1 pa lang parang naglalaro na kami, may advantage kami kasi Fleet 1 pa lang magkakakampi na kami kumpara dito sa mga bago.
Alright, so na-develop na yung chemistry. And I think kitang-kita natin definitely yung synergy on the Rift. But of course, Carl Su, congratulations. Very, very good day 1 performance. And do you have any
Pwede
message?
po pwede po
Go, go.
mag-shoutout.
yun!
Go!
Shoutout sa tropa ko si Roan May. Nagpapa-shoutout eh.
Yun.
Shoutout daw sa'yo.
Alright. Well, thank you again, Carl Su. And again, congratulations to you and your team. And we'll see you guys when we see you.
Yes. Good luck sa next games nyo, Carl Su.
Congrats, man. Congrats.
Wala na yung fade out. No! Oh well, but of course, moving on to our match schedule for tomorrow. Of course, we're gonna be clearing out the rest of Group A. So tomorrow we have Elder Dragon versus Revenge, and of course Revenge versus Lodimir, and Elder Dragon versus Gensokyo. So ngayon,
Ooh.
Elder Dragon has 2 games as well as Revenge. So it's gonna be a very, very tiring day for them as well.
Yes. Well, feeling ko naman may enough experience na dito yung Elder Dragon
True.
to play 2 matches in a day. Or there was a time even na 3 matches ang lalaro natin in certain Wild Rift tournaments. No? So, yeah, it's gonna be a day to watch out for. Bukas na yan agad, guys. So, make sure to tune in again. Bukas magbabalik agad tayo.
Oo, parang na-excite na ako makita yung Elder Dragon versus Gensokyo. Judging by the experience that they already have, it's gonna be a sight to see those Colossals fight it out tomorrow. No?
Parang Group A feels almost like a group of death. If you think about it. Kasi we have 2 teams with a lot of experience here. But you could say that this is the same case even for the other teams that have returning players from Split 1. Like IIX.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cubao Korea. Oh
Yes.
my goodness. So those groups already have some pretty intense matchups coming up. But even here, day 1 pa lang, you can already see the power levels have risen from Split 1. And I'm just so excited to see even more Wild Rift. But guys, of course, eto na, we're at the end of our first day. Any final thoughts, message to the audience?
Salamat sa pagsuporta sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. Guys, sana hindi kayo magsawa magsuporta. Tayo ang bumubuhay sa Wild Rift. Tayo ang Wild Rift. So keep tuning. And salamat sa mga co-talents ko. Sky, it's been a pleasure. Rep,
Thank
it's
you
been
so
a
much.
pleasure. And yun lang, sana hindi kayo magsawa. Bukas ulit, nood kayo
Oo.
Guy.
Ako naman, thank you so much sa mga nanonood na viewers ko dyan. Earlier on, nakita ko, ang daming nanood, sumuporta. Thank you so much. Thank you as well to my co-casters and hosts. No, napakagalang, napaka-pogi na mga kasama. They are quite amazing people. And thank you so much din sa back-end natin. No, I really
Yes.
appreciate it, you guys.
Yes.
So, grabing effort natin for today.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
ang wholesome ng day 1. But of course, it's day 1, which means we're gonna be seeing a lot of each other. And
course.
syempre, you guys watching, thank you again for the support. Because again, we would not be here and our players would not be here without your support. So again, keep watching the streams, share them, support your favorite players and your favorite teams. And you never know who we might be seeing all the way in Korea for Smash at the end of the year. But of course, that's it for day number 1 dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2. My name is Rubixco, together with Datum and Sky, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Wild Rift action.